Chapter 1. The Accidental Discovery. The cupboard under the stairs smelled of polish and dust and something older, something that lived in the dark spaces where light never reached. Harry pressed himself against the wall, knees drawn to his chest, counting the seconds between his uncle's heavy footsteps overhead. Thump, thump, thump. Vernon Dursley paced the kitchen like a caged animal. Harry had learned to read the floorboards years ago, which ones creaked, which ones stayed silent, which ones meant danger was approaching his door. Tonight, the pacing was worse than usual. Faster, angrier. Harry's stomach growled. He'd been in the cupboard since breakfast. One small accident, knocking over the salt shaker during morning chores, and Aunt Petunia's face had twisted into that familiar expression of disgust. The one that said freak without needing to speak the word. Cupboard. Now. No tea. That had been 11 hours ago. Through the thin door, Ari heard the television blare in the living room. Dudley's laughter, loud and wet and cruel, echoed down the hallway. He was watching some cartoon where characters smashed each other with mallets. Dudley loved that one. He'd spent the entire week practicing on Harry. Thump, thump, thump. The pacing stopped. Harry held his breath. Petunia. Vernon's voice boomed through the house. Petunia, get in here. A pause. Then the click of Aunt Petunia's heels on the linoleum. She'd been doing dishes, Harry could tell by the rhythm. Wash, rinse, dry. Wash, rinse, dry. She'd probably made Dudley's favorite pudding tonight. Treacle sponge with extra custard. The smell had drifted under the door around 6 o'clock, and Harry had pressed his face against the crack, inhaling until his stomach cramped with longing. What is it, Vernon? Petunia's voice was sharp but careful, the tone she used when her husband was in one of his moods. Come here, look at this. Harry frowned in the darkness. This was different. Vernon didn't usually summon Petunia for conversations. He barked orders at her like she was another piece of furniture, useful, present, but not worth addressing directly unless something needed doing. But this sounded urgent. Harry shifted, pressing his ear against the cupboard door. The television muted. Dudley whined something unintelligible, and Vernon shushed him, actually shushed him. Which never happened. Dudley was the golden child. Dudley could set the house on fire and Vernon would blame the matches. What is it? Petunia repeated, closer now. She must have moved into the living room. Silence stretched for several seconds. Is that from them? Petunia's voice dropped to a whisper, but Harry's ears had learned to sharpen in the dark. 6 years of surviving the Dursleys had taught him to hear things he shouldn't. Looks like it, Vernon muttered. Heavy paper rustled. Thick paper, the kind Harry had only seen when important letters arrived for his uncle from the Drills Company. Came in the afternoon post. Must have got mixed in with the bills. Why didn't you throw it out? Because it's not addressed to us, Petunia. Vernon's voice carried a strange edge, something between anger and fear. Harry had never heard fear in his uncle's voice before. Look at the name. More rustling. Then Petunia gasped. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. They'd said them like it meant something. Like it meant people. And the letter wasn't addressed to the Dursleys, it was addressed to someone else. Someone in this house. As only one person in this house who didn't belong. Harry Potter. You need to deal with this, Vernon. Petunia's voice had gone thin and reedy, the way it sounded when she talked about the incident at the supermarket last year. When Harry had accidentally made a shelf of tin soup fall on the man who'd called him a scruffy little thing. I know I need to deal with it. I'm not stupid, woman. Vernon's footsteps resumed, heavier now, shaking the ceiling above Harry's head. But what am I supposed to do? Burn it. They'll just send another one. They always send another one. Then send it back. Return to sender. Pretend he doesn't live here. It doesn't work like that with their post. You know it doesn't. Harry pressed harder against the door, straining to catch every word. His body had gone cold despite the warmth trapped in the cupboard. They were talking about him. They were always talking about him, but never like this, never with fear in their voices, never with that tremble. Uncertainty that made Aunt Petunia's heels click unevenly on the floor. What does it say? Petunia asked after a long pause. Read it yourself. I can't. My hands are shaking. Vernon made a sound of disgust. Fine. It says, it's from something called Gringotts. A bank, apparently, says they require a representative to accompany Harry James Potter to their London offices at his earliest convenience to discuss matters pertaining to ancestral vaults and inheritance verification. Silence. Vaults, Petunia whispered. They said vaults. Plural. That's what it says. But he's just a boy. He's nothing. He's their kind, Petunia. That's what he is. And apparently their kind has money. Hidden money. Old money. Vernon spat the last words like they tasted foul. Quote, the letter mentions something about the Potter family accounts and ancient bloodline trusts. Says he's the last living heir and certain magical contracts require his signature before the assets can be fully accessed. Harry's mind reeled. Money, vaults, inheritance. The words made no sense together. Money was something the Dursleys guarded like dragons, counted every penny, rationed every meal. Complained about the cost of keeping him fed despite the fact that Harry ate less than their cat. Vaults were things in banks where important people kept important things. Inheritance was what Dley would get when Uncle Vernon died, everything, presumably, while Harry got nothing. But the letter said his name, Harry James Potter, and it said vaults, plural, with his family name attached. Potter family accounts. Harry knew his name was Potter. He'd known that as long as he'd known anything. Potter was the name on the gravestone Aunt Petunia had once dragged him past at the cemetery, 2 gravestones, actually. With flowers that someone had left. She'd pulled him away before he could read them properly, but he'd seen the names. James Potter, Lily Potter, his parents, the parents who'd died in the car crash. That's what the Dursleys always said, anyway. A car crash, but Harry had heard other things too, whispers from neighbors, muttered words from Aunt Petunia when she thought he wasn't listening. Strange comments from people on the street who looked at him with something like wonder before catching themselves and looking away. Their kind, Vernon had said. Their post, their money, what are we going to do? Petunia's voice cracked. We're going to do what we always do. Vernon's footsteps stopped directly above Harry's cupboard. He must have been standing in the hallway now, just feet away. We're going to ignore it. Burn it. Pretend it never arrived. And if they send more, we burn those too. He's not going anywhere near their world. He's staying here, where he belongs, where he can be normal. Normal, Petunia repeated, but the word sounded hollow. He's been here 6 years, Petunia. 6 years, and nothing's happened. No letters, no visitors, no trouble. We've done it. We've stamped it out of him. Vernon's voice dropped lower. He doesn't even know what he is. Thinks his parents died in a car crash, for heaven's sake. He's just a boy. A strange, unnatural boy, but a boy. If we keep him here, keep him contained, maybe it'll stay contained, Petunia finished. Yes, you're right. We can't let him know. We can't let him find out about any of it. Exactly. So we burn the letter. We burn any others that come. And we keep him in that cupboard until he's old enough to work, and then we ship him off somewhere far away where he can't cause trouble. Harry's hands curled into fists. Keep him in that cupboard. Ship him off. Can't let him know. They were talking about his life like it was a problem to be solved, a stain to be scrubbed out, a weed to be pulled. They'd been doing this for 6 years, hiding something from him, keeping him small and scared and hungry in the dark while they ate treacle pudding and watched cartoons and lived their perfect normal lives. But there was money, his family's money, hidden somewhere in a vault with his name on it, and they wanted to burn the letter. Harry heard footsteps retreating toward the kitchen. A drawer opened, a lighter clicked, then the faint smell of smoke drifted through the crack in the cupboard door. They'd done it, they'd burned it, but Vernon had said nothing important. They'll just send another one. They always send another one. Harry closed his eyes in the darkness and began to wait. 3 days passed. Harry counted them by the meals he didn't receive, by the bruises that bloomed purple and green on his ribs, by the growing knot of determination in his chest that refused to be extinguished. On the 4th day, another letter arrived. Harry knew because he heard the thud of the post slot, then a sharp intake of breath from Aunt Petunia in the hallway. Then hurried footsteps, then the crinkle of paper being crumpled. Then the back door opened, and the garden incinerator roared to life. But Harry had learned something valuable from the first letter, the name of the bank. Gringotts. He repeated it to himself in the dark, over and over, letting the strange word roll around his mouth like a secret. Gringotts, Gringotts, Gringotts. On the 7th day, the 3rd letter arrived. This time, Uncle Vernon was home. Harry heard him rip it open, actually rip it, which was different from the careful opening he gave to bills and business correspondence. Then a long, terrible silence. There's more here, Vernon said quietly. More than last time. What do you mean, more? Petunia's voice was sharp with anxiety. I mean they're not going away. This one mentions something about magical binding and bloodline obligations. Says if the heir doesn't respond within 30 days, certain automatic protocols will activate. He paused. Petunia, it mentions us by name. What? Says here that custodial guardians are required by Magi Cal Law to facilitate inheritance proceedings for minor heirs. Says if we obstruct, there could be consequences. Consequences? What kind of consequences? I don't know. How should I know what kind of consequences their kind has? Vernon's voice rose to a roar. But I'll tell you this, they're not getting him. He's ours. Ours to raise, ours to control, ours to keep away from that world. We signed papers when we took him in. Legal papers. Muggle papers. Those should count for something. Muggle, Petunia whispered. You used the word muggle. Shut up, Petunia. Just shut up. Harry heard his uncle storm out of the house. The front door slammed so hard the walls shook. That night, for the first time in his life, Harry didn't cry in the darkness. He didn't curl into a ball and wish. For his parents, the parents he'd never known, the parents who'd died and left him here. Instead, he sat up straight, ignoring the ache in his back from the thin mattress, and thought. Gringotts wants me to come. Gringotts says there's money, vaults, inheritance. The Dursleys are burning the letters because they don't want me to know. But Harry knew now, not everything, not nearly enough, but he knew there was something out there beyond Privet Drive. Something that scared the Dursleys. Something that had sent letters with his name on them, letters written on thick paper that crinkled differently from normal post. Something that might have answers. On the 10th day, Harry found the 4th letter before the Dursleys could. He'd been released from the cupboard for his daily chores, scrub the floors, clean the windows, weed the garden, feed the cat, when he heard the post slot open. The Dursleys were both in the kitchen, arguing about Dudley's school fees, their voices raised enough to mask the soft thump of paper landing on the mat. Harry moved without thinking. 1 second he was holding the dustpan, the next he was in the hallway, staring down at an envelope made of thick yellow wish parchment addressed in emerald green ink. No stamp, no postmark, just his name, written in flowing script that seemed to shimmer when he looked at it directly. Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. They knew exactly where he lived, not just the house, but the cupboard. The space the Dursleys pretended didn't exist. And they'd written it on the letter like it was normal. Like it was an address like any other. Harry snatched the envelope and shoved it down the back of his trousers, covering it with his too large shirt just as Aunt Petunia's heels clicked into the hallway. Finished with the dustpan, boy? She eyed him suspiciously. Yes, Aunt Petunia. Harry's voice came out steady despite his racing heart. He held up the dustpan as proof. Then get back to the kitchen. The floor needs scrubbing again. I can see your grimy fingerprints everywhere. Harry nodded and walked past her, each step careful, controlled, nothing that GHT draw attention to the crinkle of paper against his skin. In the kitchen, he scrubbed the floor on his hands and knees while Aunt Petunia watched television in the next room. The envelope pressed against his lower back, warm from his body heat, a secret burning to be read. But he couldn't read it here. Couldn't risk them catching him. He'd have to wait until tonight, until the cupboard door closed. Said and the house fell silent and he could finally discover what the letter said. The day crawled. Dudley came home from school and demanded snacks. Harry made them, mountains of sandwiches, bowls of crisps, glasses of fizzy drinks, while Dudley sat on the sofa and threw crumbs on the floor Harry had just scrubbed. Uncle Vernon came home from work and demanded his dinner. Harry helped Aunt Petunia prepare it, silent, invisible, the furniture that moved when commanded. And all the while, the letter burned against his skin. Finally, the house settled into its nightly rhythm. The television clicked off, the lights went out, footsteps retreated up the stairs, doors closed, and Harry waited. 1 hour, 2 hours, until the only sound was the distant rumble of Vernon snoring and the occasional creak of the house settling around him. Then Harry moved. He pulled the envelope from his waistband with trembling fingers. The parchment felt strange, thicker than paper, almost alive under his touch. The emerald ink seemed to glow faintly in the darkness of the cupboard, casting just enough light for him to read. He broke the seal. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that You have been identified as the sole surviving heir to the ancient and noble House of Potter. As such, you are entitled to access the family vaults numbered 711 through 700. Dread and 17, held at Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley, London. However, our records indicate that certain magical contracts pertaining to your inheritance remain unsigned, and your status as Lord P. Otter has not been formally recognized by the Goblin Council. Furthermore, we have detected unusual restrictions placed on your vault access protocols, restrictions that appear to have been implemented without your knowledge or consent. In accordance with magical law and the ancient treaties between goblins and wizards, we require your presence at Gringotts at your earliest convenience to rectify these matters. Please present this letter to any Gringotts clerk upon arrival. We also note that your current guardians have declined to respond to our previous correspondence. This is irregular. Should you require assistance in reaching our offices, please reply to this letter using the enclosed quill, and arrangements will be made. With respect and anticipation, Gornick, Senior Account Manager, Gringotts Bank. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he read it again. Sole surviving heir, ancient and noble house, vaults, plural, 7 of them. Restrictions implemented without your knowledge or consent. The Dursleys had done something. They'd put restrictions on his money, his inheritance, his family's vaults. They'd been controlling something they had no right to control, keeping him in the dark while they burned letters and pretended he didn't exist. But the letter offered something else too, a way out. A quill, a response that would bring help. Harry's fingers found the small object. T tucked into the envelope, a quill made of something that looked like black glass, sharpened to a perfect point. No inkpot accompanied it, just the quill, waiting. He held it over the letter, heart pounding. What would happen if he wrote back? Would the Dursleys find out? Would they hurt him worse than before? Would the people from Gringotts actually come, or was this some trick, some cruel joke designed to raise his hopes and then dash them? But the letter said vaults, said money, said inheritance, and the Dursleys had been stealing from him, controlling him, keeping him prisoner in a cupboard while they burned proof that he mattered, that he came from somewhere, that he wasn't just a freak to be hidden away. Harry's jaw tightened. He touched the quill to the parchment, right below the last line, and wrote 3 words, I need help. The ink glowed bright gold for a single, blinding moment, then sank into the paper, disappearing completely. The quill crumbled to dust in Harry's fingers. And somewhere in the darkness of the cupboard, a 6-year-old boy with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead smiled for the first time in longer than he could remember. Because something was coming. Something was finally coming. The next morning, Harry woke to the sound of tapping on the window. Not the front window, the small, grimy window at the back of the cupboard that faced the garden. The one that never opened. That let in just enough light to make the darkness bearable. Tap, tap, tap. Harry sat up, heart racing. Through the dirty glass, he could see a shape silhouetted against the gray dawn sky. Small, winged, an owl. The bird tapped again, more insistent this time, and Harry saw something attached to its leg. A letter, another letter, but this one hadn't come through the post slot. This one had come directly to him, to his window, his cupboard, his private darkness. And that meant the Dursleys couldn't burn it before he saw it. That meant things were already changing. Harry scrambled to his knees and reached for the latch. Chapter 2. Questions no child should ask. The latch stuck. Harry pushed against it with everything he had, fingers slipping on the rusted metal. But the window hadn't been opened in years, probably decades, and it had no intention of moving now. Outside, the owl tapped again, impatient, its golden eyes fixed on him through the grime. Think. Harry scanned the cupboard desperately. His few possessions were scattered around the cramped space. A hole-filled blanket, a pillow flat as a pancake, 3 mismatched socks, a broken toy car Dudley had thrown away. Nothing useful, nothing that could. His eyes landed on the dustpan. It was flimsy, plastic, probably wouldn't do much, but it was all he had. Harry grabbed it and mmed the edge between the window frame and the sill, throwing his whole weight against the handle. Crack. The window groaned, shifted, then swung inward with a screech of protesting wood. Cold morning air flooded the cupboard, carrying the smell of wet grass and something else, something wild and free that Harry had never encountered before. The owl hopped onto the windowsill. It was magnificent, larger than any bird Harry had ever seen, with feathers the color of fresh snow and eyes that seemed to hold ancient wisdom. A letter was tied to its leg with fine twine, not the thick parchment of the previous letters. But something smaller, neater. Harry reached out slowly, afraid the bird would startle and fly away. But the owl simply extended its leg, waiting, as if this were the most natural transaction in the world. His fingers trembled as he untied the twine. The moment the letter was free, the owl launched itself from the windowsill and disappeared into the gray sky, leaving Harry alone with the envelope and 1,000 questions. This one was different, smaller, yes, but also warmer. The parchment practically hummed against his skin. Harry broke the seal with shaking hands. Mr. Potter, your response has been received. Assistance is on its way. Remain where you are. Do not alert your guardians. Someone will come for you at midnight 3 days from now. Destroy this message after reading. Gornick. 3 days. 3 days until midnight. 3 days of pretending nothing had changed, of scrubbing floors and avoiding Vernon's fists and sleeping in the dark while counting down the hours until someone came to take him away. Harry read the letter 3 more times, committing every word to memory. Then, with a strange pang of loss, he tore the parchment into tiny pieces and flushed them down the toilet while the Dursleys snored upstairs. The first question came at breakfast. Not a loud question, Harry knew better than to draw attention. But a question nonetheless, in the careful silence of his movements as he served Dudley his eggs. How much does food cost? Aunt Petunia's hand froze halfway to the teapot. Across the table, Vernon's newspaper rustled but didn't lower. Dudley kept shoveling eggs into his mouth, oblivious to the sudden tension in the room. What did you say, boy? Vernon's voice was dangerous. Nothing, Uncle Vernon. Harry kept his eyes down, pouring tea with steady hands. Just wondering. Dudley eats a lot. I was curious how much it costs to feed him. The silence stretched. Harry could feel their eyes on him, Vernon's narrowing with suspicion, Petunia's widening with something that might have been fear. It was the most words he'd strung together in months, and they were about money. About the thing they'd been burning letters to hide. That's none of your business, Vernon said finally. Food costs what it costs. Now shut up and finish the toast. Harry nodded and returned to the kitchen, but the question hung in the air between them like smoke. That afternoon, he asked another one. He was cleaning the windows, balanced on a rickety ladder while Aunt Petunia supervised from the garden, when he spotted a delivery van pulling into the driveway next door. The new neighbors were moving in, and they had things. Furniture wrapped in plastic, boxes labeled with expensive brand names, a television larger than any Harry had ever seen. Who pays for all that? He called down to Aunt Petunia. She looked up sharply. What? The new neighbors. Their things. Who pays for them? Them, obviously. They have jobs. They earn money. Petunia's lips pressed into a thin line. Not that it's any concern of yours. Where does money come from? From working, boy. From earning an honest living. From not being she caught herself glancing toward the house where Vernon sat in his armchair. From being normal. Now stop asking foolish questions and finish the windows. Harry turned back to his work, but his mind was spinning. From working. From earning. The Dursleys worked. Vernon sold drills. Petunia maintained the house. They earned money, and that money bought Dudley's mountains of food and the television and the car in the driveway. But the letters had talked about his money. Money he hadn't worked for. Money that existed because of his name, his family, his blood. How did that work? Who decided that some people got money without working, while others, like the Dursleys, had to earn every penny? And why had his money been hidden from him? Why had the Dursleys burned letters instead of telling him the truth? The questions multiplied faster than he could track them, each one spawning 3 more. That night, Harry lay in the darkness and made a list in his head. Question 1. How much money do I have? The letters had said, vaults, plural. More than one. That meant more money than the Dursleys had, probably. More than enough to buy food when he was hungry. More than enough to never sleep in a cupboard again. Question 2. Where is the money? Gringotts, London. Somewhere in Diagon Alley, whatever that was. The letters had made it sound like a place, a street, maybe, or a building. Somewhere with goblins and vaults and things called magical contracts. Question 3. Who put restrictions on my vaults? The letter had said restrictions were implemented without his knowledge or consent. Someone had done that. Someone had gone into Gringotts and told them Harry couldn't access his own money. Someone had kept him poor and hungry and trapped with the Dursleys while his inheritance sat untouched in a bank vault. Question 4. Why? This was the biggest question. The one that kept circling back no matter how many times he tried to push it away. Why keep him here? Why hide his money? Why pretend his parents died in a car crash when clearly, there was more to the story? Question 5. What happened to my parents? The gravestones flashed through his mind. James and Lily Potter died when Harry was 1 year old. The Dursleys said car crash, but the letters suggested something else. Something magical. Something that had left a scar on his forehead in the shape of a lightning bolt. Question 6. What am I? Vernon had said, they're kind. Petunia had whispered, Muggle, like it was a curse word. The letters talked about magical law and bloodline obligations. Harry had made things happen sometimes, strange things, impossible things, like the time he'd ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him, or the time he'd made the glass disappear at the zoo and freed the boa constrictor. He'd always thought those were just accidents. Things that happened when he was scared or angry. But what if they weren't accidents? What if they were part of whatever he was? What if I'm magic? The thought should have terrified him. Magic was for fairy tales, for stories Aunt Petunia read to Dudley before bed, the ones she always skipped when Harry was in the room. Magic wasn't real. Magic couldn't explain the things that happened around him. But neither could anything else. Harry pressed his palm against the scar on his forehead. It was always warm, always faintly buzzing, like there was something alive beneath the skin. He'd never told anyone about that feeling, never had the words to describe it. But lying here in the dark, with questions multiplying like rabbits in spring, he finally let himself wonder. Maybe the scar means something. Maybe I mean something. Maybe I'm not just the freak in the cupboard. The second day was worse. Harry's questions didn't stop, they just got smarter, more careful. More hidden. He asked Mrs. Fig next door about banks while he was helping her carry groceries. He asked the milkman about letters and post and why some envelopes didn't have stamps. He asked the boy at the corner shop about prices, about how much things cost, about where money went when you spent it. Each question was small, innocent, the kind of thing any curious child might ask. But Harry wasn't any curious child. He was a child with a plan, and every answer he gathered was another piece of the puzzle. By lunchtime on the second day, he'd learned several important things. First, banks were places where people kept money safe. You could put money in and take money out, but only if the money was yours. Banks had rules about that, strict rules, and they didn't let just anyone walk in and claim what didn't belong to them. Second, letters without stamps came from somewhere else. The milkman had gotten one once, he said, years ago, and it had given him the creeps. Thin paper, green ink, no return address. Burned it right away. Some things aren't meant to be opened. Third, money was complicated. The corner shop boy, his name was Ahmed, and he was nice to Harry when no one was watching, explained that prices changed depending on where you shopped and what you bought and how much you had to spend. Rich people pay less, he said quietly, because they can buy in bulk. Poor people pay more because they can only afford a little at a time. It's not fair, but that's how it works. Harry filed all of this away in his mind, building a framework for understanding the world beyond Privet Drive. But the biggest question, the one he couldn't ask anyone without raising suspicion, was how to get to London. London was far. London was expensive. London required train tickets and maps and knowing which direction to walk. Harry had never been further than the playground at the end of the street. He had no money, no shoes that fit properly, no idea how to navigate a city of millions. And someone was coming for him at midnight tomorrow. He needed answers the Dursleys couldn't give him. That evening, Harry found the atlas. It was Dudley's, a massive, colorful book filled with pictures of places around the world. Dudley had received it for Christmas 2 years ago and immediately thrown it in the bin, preferring the video game he'd also received. Aunt Petunia had fished it out and stored it on the bookshelf in the living room, where it sat untouched ever since. Harry pulled it down during his evening chores, when the Dursleys were watching television and wouldn't notice him lingering by the bookshelf. London was easy to find. A great sprawl of streets and rivers and parks, with a little star marking the center. Harry traced his finger along the routes, trying to memorize the names of places near the middle. King's Cross, Paddington, the Thames. But the atlas didn't show Diagon Alley. Didn't show Gringotts. Didn't show any of the places the letters had mentioned. Maybe it's hidden, Harry thought. Maybe Muggles can't see it. The word felt strange in his mind. Muggle, but he was starting to understand what it meant. The Dursleys were Muggles, normal people without magic, and Harry was something else. He closed the atlas and returned it to the shelf just as Dudley waddled into the room. "What are you doing, freak?" "Nothing." Harry kept his voice flat, his eyes down. "Just cleaning." Dudley's small eyes narrowed. He was 6 like Harry, but 3 times the size, with none of Harry's sharpness and all of his parents' cruelty. "You were touching my book. I saw you. It's not your book anymore. You threw it away. It's still mine. Everything in this house is mine." Dudley stepped closer, fists clenching. "Dad says you don't own anything. Not even the clothes on your back. You're just a freeloader living off our charity." Harry's jaw tightened. Charity. The word burned. The Dursleys gave him nothing. Gee, nothing but scraps and bruises and a cupboard to sleep in. They called it charity, called it kindness, called it doing their duty by the freak they'd been forced to raise. But the letters said otherwise. The letters said Harry had money, his money, hidden away in vaults with his name on them. Money the Dursleys had been keeping from him. Money they'd burned letters to protect. "I'm not a freeloader," Harry said quietly. Dudley's eyes widened. Harry never talked back, never argued, never did anything but accept whatever punishment came his way. "What did you say?" "I said I'm not a freeloader." Harry looked up, meeting Dudley's gaze for the first time in years. "My parents left me money. Real money, in a bank, and your parents have been hiding it from me." For a long moment, Dudley just stared. Then his face contorted, confusion, anger, and something that might have been fear all warring across his features. "You're lying. You're a lying freak. You don't have money. You don't have anything." "I'm not lying. Mum, Dad." Quote. Harry's heart stopped. Dudley's voice echoed through the house, high and panicked. Footsteps thundered from the living room. Vernon appeared first, face purple with rage, followed by Petunia. Pale and trembling. "What's wrong? What happened?" Vernon's eyes swept the room, looking for threats, and landed on Harry. "What did you do to him?" he said. Dudley pointed a shaking finger at Harry. "He said he has money. He said you've been hiding it from him. He said his parents left him money in a bank." The silence that followed was absolute. Vernon's face went from purple to white to purple again. Petunia made a small, strangled sound and pressed her hand to her mouth. And Harry stood there, small and bruised and defiant, waiting for the explosion he knew was coming. "Where?" Vernon said slowly. "Did you hear that?" Harry said nothing. "I asked you a question, boy." Vernon took a step forward, his massive fists clenching at his sides. "Where did you hear that?" "Nowhere. Don't lie to me." "I'm not lying." Harry's voice stayed steady, even as his body trembled. "I just figured it out. The letters you've been burning. The way you talk about my parents. The way you keep me here like a prisoner instead of using my money to take care of me." Vernon's hand shot out and grabbed Harry by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "You listen to me, boy." His breath was hot and sour. "There is no money. There never was any money. Your parents were penniless drifters who died in a ditch and left us stuck with you. Everything you have, everything you'll ever have, comes from me. Do you understand?" Harry dangled from his uncle's grip, feet kicking uselessly. His collar cut into his throat, making it hard to breathe. But something in him had changed, something that refused to be afraid anymore. "I don't believe you," he gasped. Vernon's face went slack with shock. Then the rage returned, tenfold. The blow came so fast RRY didn't see it, just felt the explosion of pain across his cheek, then the world spinning as he was thrown across the room. He crashed into the bookshelf, sending Dudley's atlas and a dozen other books tumbling down around him. "Vernon." Petunia's voice was sharp with fear. "Not in front of Dudley. Get Dudley out of here." Vernon's voice was low and terrible. "Now." Petunia grabbed her son's arm and dragged him from the room, casting one terrified glance back at Harry as she went. Then the door closed, and Harry was alone with his uncle. Vernon loomed over him, a mountain of fury. "You will never," he said, each word a separate blow, "speak of money again. You will never ask about banks or letters or your parents. You will forget everything you think you know, and you will be great if you for the roof over your head and the food on your plate. Do you understand?" Harry said nothing. "I said, do you understand?" "Yes," Harry whispered, but even as the word left his mouth, even as Vern grabbed him by the arm and dragged him toward the cupboard, even as the door slammed shut and the lock clicked into place, Harry knew it was a lie. He understood, All right. He understood that the Dursleys were afraid. He understood that the letters meant something important. And he understood that tomorrow at midnight, someone was coming to take him away from all of this. The questions hadn't stopped. They'd only gotten sharper. In the darkness of the cupboard, Harry pressed his hand against his swollen cheek and counted the hours until midnight. 24 hours left. 23. 22. His mind wouldn't stop racing. The questions came faster than he could track them now, spiraling outward from the simple, "How much money do I have?" to bigger questions, deeper questions. Who were my parents really? Why did they leave me with people who hate me? What happened the night I got this scar? Why does magic exist, and why do some people have it and others don't? What's waiting for me in London? What if the person coming at midnight isn't friendly? What if this is all a trap? What if I escape the Dursleys only to find something worse? Harry closed his eyes and forced himself to breathe. The questions would keep coming. They would never stop, probably, not until he had answers, and maybe not even then. But lying in the dark, afraid and alone, wasn't going to help. He needed to be ready. He needed to know more. And there was only one person in this neighborhood who might be able to help him. Mrs. Fig, the old lady down the street who always took Harry when the Dursleys needed to go somewhere without him. She smelled of cabbage and cats, and her house was always full of photographs of strange-looking people doing strange-looking things. She never asked Harry questions about his home life, never commented on his bruises or his too small clothes, just fed him tea and biscuits and let him look at her pictures. Pictures of people riding broomsticks. Pictures of castles in the mountains. Pictures of a man with a long white beard and twinkling blue eyes. Harry had never thought much about those pictures before. They were just decorations. Strange decorations, in a strange house belonging to a strange old woman. But now, what if she knows? What if she's one of them? What if she's been watching me all along? The questions wouldn't stop, but now, finally, Harry had somewhere to take them. He pressed his ear against the cupboard door and listened. The house was silent. The Dursleys had gone to bed hours ago. If he was careful, if he was quiet, he could slip out, run to Mrs. Fig's house, and be back before dawn. It was risky, dangerous. If he got caught, the punishment would be worse than anything he'd ever experienced. But tomorrow at midnight, someone was coming to take him away. And Harry refused to meet them blind. He reached for the latch. The night air hit him like a wall of cold. Harry had no shoes, no coat, nothing but the too thin RT and two large trousers that served as his only clothing. But he'd learned to ignore discomfort years ago. Discomfort was survival. Discomfort meant you were still alive. He crept along the fence line, keeping to the shadows, avoiding the pools of light cast by the street lamps. Number 7, number 9, number 11, each house identical to the last, each garden trimmed and tidy, each family sleeping safely inside while Harry ran through the dark like a ghost. Number 17, Mrs. Fig's house. He slipped through the gate and knocked softly on the back door. For a long moment, nothing happened. Harry's heart pounded so loud he was sure it would wake the neighbors. He knocked again, harder this time. A light flicked on inside. Footsteps shuffled toward the door. Then the lock clicked, and the door swung open to reveal Mrs. Fig in a floral dressing gown, her gray hair standing up in tufts around her face. She blinked at him sleepily, then her eyes widened as she took in his appearance. Merlin's beard, she breathed. Harry, what are you doing out at this hour? I need to ask you some questions. Harry's voice came out steadier than he felt. About my parents, about magic, about the letters the Dursleys keep burning. Mrs. Fig's face went through a series of expressions Harry couldn't read: shock, fear, something that might have been recognition. Then she stepped aside. Get inside, boy, quickly, before someone sees you. Harry slipped past her into the warm kitchen, and Mrs. Fig closed the door behind them, locking it with trembling hands. The questions were about to get answers. Chapter 3. The letter from Gringotts. Mrs. Fig's kitchen smelled of cat food and lavender and something else, something that tickled the back of Harry's nose like static electricity before a storm. The old woman busied herself at the stove, heating milk in a saucepan while half a dozen cats wound between her ankles, their eyes glowing in the dim light. Sit down, boy, you're shaking. Harry sat. The chair was warm, covered in cat hair, but it was the softest thing he'd sat on in years. He pulled his feet up, tucking them under him to hide the bare toes bruised from his run through the night. Mrs. Fig set a mug of hot milk in front of him. Not thin, watery milk like the Dursleys gave him, this was thick and creamy, with something sweet stirred in that made his eyes water with its richness. Drink. Harry drank. The warmth spread through him like medicine, loosening knots he hadn't known he'd been holding. Mrs. Fig lowered herself into the chair across from him, a cat immediately leaping into her lap. She stroked it absently, her eyes never leaving his face. You look terrible, she said flatly. Worse than usual. What happened? Harry set down the mug. I need answers. I can see that. But answers to what, exactly? To everything. Harry met her gaze, and for the first time, he didn't look away from an adult stare. The letters, the money, my parents, the magic, all of it. Mrs. Fig's fingers stilled on the cat's fur. What letters? The ones from Gringotts, the ones the Dursleys keep burning. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the torn fragments of the second letter, the one with the quill, the one he'd flushed but then fished out of the toilet bowl when the Dursleys weren't looking. He'd dried the pieces on the cupboard's single light bulb, pressing them flat beneath his pillow until they were legible again. He placed them on the table between them. Mrs. Fig stared at the fragments for a long moment. Then she reached into her dressing gown and pulled out a pair of spectacles, not like Aunt Petunia's fashionable ones, but round things with half-moon lenses that made her look like a different person entirely. She read in silence. When she looked up, her face had changed. The vague, slightly confused old woman was gone. In her place sat someone sharp and aware and deeply, profoundly troubled. How many letters? 4. No, 5. The first one came over a week ago. Then 3 more. Then last night, the owl brought one with instructions. Instructions? What instructions? Harry hesitated. The letter had said to tell no one. But Mrs. Fig was here, in the night, and she hadn't turned him away. She'd given him warm milk and asked questions instead of striking him. Someone's coming for me. Tomorrow at midnight. The color drained from Mrs. Fig's face. No, she whispered. No, 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 this is too soon. He's not ready. They're not ready. The plans. Who's not ready? Harry leaned forward. What plans? Mrs. Fig, please. I've been in the dark my whole life. I need to know. She looked at him then, really looked, as if seeing him for the first time. Her eyes traced the scar on his forehead, the 2 large cloves. The bruises peeking out from beneath his collar. You look just like him, she said softly. James, you have his hair, his face. But your eyes, those are Lily's. Always were. Harry's breath caught. James, Lily, his parents' names. You knew them. I knew of them. Watched over them, in a way. Not closely enough, obviously. Mrs. Fig's voice turned bitter. Not closely enough to save them. What happened to my parents? The question hung in the air between them. Mrs. Fig opened her mouth, then closed it. Shook her head. That's not my story to tell, Harry. That's a story for when you're older, when you're ready. When someone who actually knows can explain it properly. Then tell me what you can tell me. She was quiet for a long moment. The cats shifted restlessly, as if sensing their owner's turmoil. Your parents were wizards, she said finally. Powerful ones, important ones. They fought in a war, a secret war, hidden from the Muggles, against the darkest wizard of our age. Harry's scar tingled. This wizard, he had a name, but we don't speak it. Not anymore. He caused more death and destruction than anything since the days of the Founders. And he want. Your parents dead because they defied him. Because they fought against him. Because they had something he wanted. What? You. A prophecy. A reason to believe that you, a baby, a child not yet a year old, might be the one to defeat him eventually. Harry's mind reeled. Him. Defeat him. A prophecy. I don't understand. No, you wouldn't. You can't. You're 6 years old, Harry. You shouldn't have to understand any of this. Mrs. Fig's voice cracked. But he came for you anyway. On Halloween night, when you were just a year old. He killed your father first. James was brave, so brave, he tried to hold him off long enough for Lily to run. But there was nowhere to run to. He killed her too, and then he turned to you. Harry's hand pressed against his scar. And then, something happened. No one knows exactly what. But the curse that had killed so many, the killing curse, they call it, it rebounded. Hit him instead of you. Destroyed him, left you with that mark on your forehead and a reputation as the boy who lived. Silence. Harry stared at the table, at the fragments of the Gringotts letter, at his own small hands resting on the cat hair-covered wood. His parents had been murdered. Murdered by a wizard so terrible people wouldn't speak his name. Murdered protecting him, and the Dursleys had told him it was a car crash. When did they bring me here? His voice was flat, empty. After it happened, the next day, Dumbledore himself brought you, left you on the doorstep with a letter explaining everything. Dumbledore. The name sparked something in Harry's memory, the pictures on Mrs. Fig's wall, the man with the long white beard and twinkling eyes. He's the one who decided I should live here. With people who hate magic. Who hate me. Mrs. Fig's face twisted. He thought it would protect you. The blood protection. Your mother's sister shares her blood. As long as you could call that place home, you'd be safe from the Dark Wizard's followers. I've never been safe a day in my life. Quote. The words came out before Harry could stop them. They hung in the air, raw and true, and Mrs. Fig had no answer for them. Finally, she spoke. The letters Fro. M. Gringotts, they shouldn't be coming yet. The wards around this place were supposed to prevent any magical communication until you were older. Dumbledore set them himself. Then why are they getting through? Mrs. Fig frowned. I don't know. That's what worries me. Either something's wrong with the wards, or something's changed in you, something powerful enough to override them. Harry thought about the quill. About the words I need help burning gold before disappearing into the parchment. About the way the owl had found him even in the cupboard under the stairs. Something's changed, he said quietly. I wrote back to them. Mrs. Fig went very still. You did what? I wrote back. The second letter came with a quill. It said if I needed help reaching Gringotts, I should reply. So I did. I wrote, I need help, and the words disappeared and the quill turned to dust and then, he stopped, remembering. Then last night, the owl came back with a new letter. Said someone's coming for me at midnight tomorrow. Mrs. Fig pressed her hands to her face. Oh, Merlin. Oh, sweet Merlin. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. Who? Dumbledore. When he finds out I let this happy. And under my watch, that the wards failed and the boy rode back to Gringotts and now, she dropped her hands. Harry, do you have any idea what you've done? I've asked for help. His voice was small but steady. From people who actually want to give it. Mrs. Fig stared at him. Then, slowly, a strange expression crossed her face, something between wonder and terror and grudging respect. You're more like your mother than I thought. She never accepted anyone else's plans for her either. She stood abruptly, scattering cats. Wait here, there's something you need to see. She disappeared into the back of the house, leaving Harry alone with the cats and the warm milk and 1,000 new questions spiraling through his mind. She returned carrying a wooden box, old, dark, carved with symbols Harry didn't recognize. She set it on the table between them. This arrived for you 3 years ago. Addressed to you, care of me. No return address, just your name and a warning not to open it until you asked about your parents. Harry stared at the box. For 3 years, you've had this for 3 years and never told me. I was following orders. Dumbledore said. I don't care what Dumbledore said. Harry's voice rose for the first time. This is mine. It came for me. And you've been hiding it in your house while I slept in a cupboard and starved in. He stopped, took a breath. Mrs. Fig had the grace to look ashamed. You're right, I should have given it to you years ago. But I was afraid, Harry. Afraid of what it might contain, afraid of what Dumbledore would say, afraid of the consequences if you knew too much too soon. What's in it? I don't know. I never opened it. It's keyed to you, only you can open it without destroying whatever's inside. Harry reached for the box. The wood was warm under his fingers. Warmer than it should have been. The symbols on the lid seemed to shift as he watched, rearranging themselves into patterns that almost made sense. How do I open it? I don't know that either. Try touching it, thinking about it. Sometimes magical objects respond to. The lid sprang open. Harry jerked back, but the box simply sat there, open, revealing a street ack of parchment and a small velvet pouch tied with silver cord. Mrs. Fig's eyes were wide. It knew you, recognized you. That's deep blood magic, Harry. Very old. He reached inside and pulled out the parchment first. A letter, written in the same emerald ink as the Gringotts correspondence, but in a handwriting he'd never seen before. My dearest Harry, if you're reading this, then you've start asking questions, the right questions, and someone has finally been brave enough to give you what's yours. My name is Charles Potter. I am your grandfather, your father's father. I died before you were born. But I knew you would come eventually. I knew the Potter bloodline would continue, and I wanted you to have something that was yours alone, untouched by anyone else's plans or manipulations. The pouch contains a key. Not an ordinary key, a Gringotts inheritance key, key to your blood and your magic alone. It will open vaults that no one else can access, vaults that even your parents didn't know about. Vaults I hid during the war, when it became clear that nothing was safe anymore. The letter from Gringotts that should have come when you came of age, I arranged for it to come early if certain conditions were met. If the wards around you failed, if you reached out, if you proved you had the curiosity and courage that have always defined the Potters. You have questions, Harry. So many questions. I can't answer them all from beyond the grave, but I can give you the means to find your own answers. Trust the goblins. They are not your enemies, despite what others may tell you. They value blood and honor and contracts above all else. If you deal honestly with them, they will deal honestly with you. And Harry, be careful of Albus Dumbledore. He means well, I truly believe that, but he has a habit of deciding what's best for everyone and then arranging the world to match his vision. He put you with the Dursleys. He set the wards. He's been watching you your whole life, waiting for the right moment to reveal himself. But the right moment for him may not be the right moment for you. Take control of your inheritance. Learn what it means to be a Potter. And when Dumbledore finally comes to explain himself, because he will, eventually, listen to what he says, but make your own decisions. You are not a pawn in anyone's game, Harry. You are the last heir of an ancient and noble house. Act like it, with all my love, from beyond the grave. Grandfather Charles. Harry read the letter twice. 3 times. By the third reading, tears were streaming down his face. He had a grandfather. Had one, once, who'd loved him enough to plan for him, to hide things for him, to write him a letter from beyond death. A grandfather who'd known the Dursleys would hurt him, known Dumbledore would manipulate him, known he would need help finding his own way. And he'd sent a key. Harry reached for the velvet pouch. The silver cord untied easily, spilling a small golden key into his palm. It was warm, like the box, and it hummed with the same strange energy he felt in his scar. What is it, Mrs. Fig whispered. My grandfather's key, to vaults even my parents didn't know about. Harry closed his fingers around it, feeling the metal press into his skin. He knew everything that was going to happen, and he planned for it. Charles Potter was always clever. Paranoid, some said, but clever. Mrs. Fig shook her head slowly. To hide vaults from Gringotts, own records, that takes power. Ancient power. There's more in the box. Harry reached in again and pulled out a second parchment. This one was smaller, folded neatly, sealed with wax imprinted with a crest he didn't recognize. He broke the seal carefully. Harry, if you're reading this, then you've found the key and you're starting to understand. Good. The goblins will test you. They have to, it's their way. But you'll pass. You're a Potter. We've always passed their tests. When you claim your inheritance, you'll find things you don't expect. Contracts, obligations, alliances long dormant. Don't be afraid of them. They're tools, not chains. And Harry, there's something else in this box. Something for when you need it most. Look beneath the lining. Harry turned the box over. The bottom was lined with velvet, old and slightly frayed. He pressed against it, felt something hard beneath, and pulled. The velvet came away easily, revealing a small compartment. Inside lay a ring, simple silver, unadorned except for a crest carved into the band. The same crest from the seal. Harry slipped it onto his thumb. It was too big, obviously made for an adult, but the moment it touched his skin, it shrank. Contracted, settled snugly against his finger like it had always been there. The world shifted, colors seemed brighter, sounds sharper. Harry could feel everything. The cats in the room, their life forces pulsing like tiny suns. Mrs. Fig's worry, a dark cloud around her. The house itself, old and creaking, full of memories and magic. And beneath it all, a thread of something pulling him eastward. Toward London, toward Gringotts. What was that? Mrs. Fig's voice was sharp with alarm. I don't know. Harry looked at the ring on his finger. It felt right, felt like it belonged. But I think it's part of the inheritance. Part of being a Potter. The ring chose you, actually chose you. That's, Harry, that's not normal. That's not even slightly normal. Rings like that only bond with the true head of a family. The Lord, but you're 6 years old. I'm the last Potter. Harry's voice was quiet but certain. Grandfather said so. The last heir of an ancient and noble house. Maybe the ring knows that. Maybe it's been waiting. Mrs. Fig stared at him for a long moment. Then she did something unexpected. She laughed. Lily always said you'd be extraordinary. James just hoped you'd be a good Quidditch player. But this, she shook her head, still laughing. This is beyond anything they could have imagined. Harry looked at the ring, at the key, at the letters spread across the table. When the person comes tomorrow at midnight, the one from Gringotts, where will they take me? Diagon Alley. To the bank itself. And then, that depends on you. On what the goblins find when they test you. On what you decide to do with what you learn. Harry nodded slowly. Will you help me? Not Dumbledore's way, not hiding things and waiting for the right moment. But my way, helping me understand, helping me prepare, helping me get to London when the time comes. Mrs. Fig was quiet for a long moment. The cats watched her with their glowing eyes, as if waiting for her answer too. Finally, she spoke. I've spent 10 years following Dumbledore's orders. 10 years watching you from a distance. Reporting back, keeping secrets I had no right to keep. If your grandfather could see me now, he'd be ashamed. She straightened in her chair. Yes, Harry, I'll help you. On one condition. What? You let me come with you tomorrow night. Not to interfere, to witness. To make sure you're safe. To finally do something right by you instead of just following orders. Harry considered this. The old woman had kept secrets from him, yes. Had followed Dumbledore's plans instead of giving him what was his. But she'd also given him warm milk and answers in a box that had been waiting 3 years. Okay, he said, come with me. Mrs. Fig nodded, and something in her expression shifted, a weight lifting, a decision made. Then we have work to do. 24 hours to pee. Repair a 6-year-old boy for a goblin inheritance test and a confrontation with the most powerful wizard in the world. Harry looked at the key in his palm, at the ring on his finger, at the letters. From a grandfather who'd believed in him before he was born. I'm ready, he said. And for the first time in his life, he almost believed it. They worked through the night. Mrs. Fig explained what he knew about Gringotts, the goblins, love of contracts, their absolute neutrality in wizard affairs, their terrifying efficiency when crossed. She explained about blood magic and inheritance tests, the difference between a vault and a trust and a lordship. Harry absorbed it all like a sponge, asking questions that made Mrs. Fig pause and think before answering. Questions about motive and power and who benefited from his ignorance. Questions about Dumbledore's plans and why a supposedly good man would leave a child in an abusive home. Questions about the war and the dark wizard and why no one had ever come to check on him. By dawn, they'd covered more ground than Mrs. Fig had covered in years of watching from a distance. You're too clever for your own good, she said finally, rubbing her eyes. Lily was the same way. Always questioning, always pushing, never accepting easy answers. Did she get along with Dumbledore? Another pause. Longer this time. She trusted him. They all did, back then. He was the only one who seemed to have a plan, who seemed to know what to do. But after she died, I started wondering, started questioning. If the plan was so good, why were James and Lily dead? Why were you alone? Why was the Dark Wizard's followers still out there, still dangerous, still waiting? What did you decide? That I didn't have enough answers. That I'd keep watching, keep waiting, keep following orders until I knew more. She met his eyes. It was the coward's choice. I see that now. Harry said nothing. What was there to say? Adults made choices, and children lived with the consequences. He'd learned that lesson years ago. But now, for the first time, he was making choices of his own. I need to get back before they wake up, he said, standing. If Vernon finds me gone. I know. Mrs. Fig stood too, moving more stiffly than before. Be careful, Harry. 2 more days. That's all. Then everything changes. He nodded and slipped toward the door. Harry. She stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. The ring. Hide it. If the Dursleys see it, they'll know something's changed. And if Dumbledore finds out you have it before you're ready. I understand. He pulled the ring off his thumb. It resisted for a moment, then slid free, returning to its original size. He tucked it into the velvet pouch with the key and hid both beneath his shirt, against his skin. Then he was gone, running through the gray pre-dawn light toward number 4, toward the cupboard, toward the last day of his old life. The day passed in a blur. Harry went through the motions, cleaning, cooking, avoiding Vernon's fists, but his mind was elsewhere. On the ring against his chest. On the key pressing into his skin. On the letter from a grandfather who'd loved him enough to plan. At noon, another owl tapped at the cupboard window. Harry opened it carefully, silently, and took the letter. Smaller than the others, written in the same emerald ink. Mr. Potter. Confirmation of arrangements. Midnight, tomorrow. Location. The corner of Privet Drive and Wisteria Walk. Transportation provided. Come alone, but come prepared. The tests begin the moment you step through our doors. Gornick. Harry read it twice, then tore it into pieces and flushed them away. One more day, one more night in the cupboard. Then freedom. That evening, as Harry served dinner, Dudley looked at him strangely. What's that under your shirt? Harry's heart stopped. The pouch, it must have been visible through the thin fabric. Nothing. Doesn't look like nothing. Looks like you're hiding something. Dudley's eyes narrowed. Mum, Harry's hiding something. Aunt Petunia turned from the stove. Her gaze swept over Harry, landing on the small bulge beneath his shirt. What is that, boy? Nothing, Aunt Petunia. Just a stone I found. In the garden. I thought it looked nice. A stone. Her voice dripped disbelief. Show me. Harry's mind raced. If they saw the key, the ring, if they took them. Burned them like the letters. He reached under his shirt and pulled out a small pebble he'd palmed from Mrs. Fig's garden that morning. Held it up. See, just a rock. Aunt Petunia stared at it for a long moment. Then her lips curled. Filthy thing. Get rid of it. Yes, Aunt Petunia. He dropped the pebble in the bin and returned to the kitchen, heart pounding. Too close. Much too close. That night, lying in the cupboard, Harry clutched the pouch against his chest and stared at the ceiling. Tomorrow at midnight. Tomorrow, everything changed. He just hoped he was ready. Chapter 4. Secret Trip to London. The final day lasted a lifetime. Harry woke before dawn, heart already racing, and pressed himself against the cupboard wall to count the hours until midnight. 16. 16 hours between him and freedom. 16 hours of pretending, of enduring, of keeping his face blank while inside everything churned and burned. Breakfast came and went. Harry served Dudley his eggs, scraped the burnt toast into the bin. Washed the dishes while Aunt Petunia read her magazines at the table. Normal. Everything normal. The same routine that had defined his entire existence. But nothing felt normal. The ring burned against his chest. The key pressed into his skin like a promise. And every time Uncle Vernon looked at him, Harry had to fight the urge to flinch away, not from fear, but from the effort of hiding what he knew. You're not my family, he thought as Vernon barked orders about the garden. You're just people who kept me prisoner. And tonight, I'm leaving. The thought was so huge, so impossible, that Harry kept expecting someone to notice, to read his mind somehow and drag him back to the cupboard forever. But no one noticed. They never noticed anything about him except when he was in the way. By noon, the waiting had become unbearable. Harry found himself in the garden, pulling weeds with automatic movements while his mind raced through every possibility. What if the person from Gringotts didn't come? What if they came but the Dursleys caught them? What if Dumbledore found out and stopped them? What if the goblins tested him and he failed? You're a Potter, Grandfather's letter had said. We've always passed their tests. But Grandfather had never met Harry. Had never seen the boy in the cupboard, the freak who couldn't control his magic, the orphan who knew nothing about his own heritage. What if he wasn't enough? What if he got to Gringotts and they took one look at him, small, bruised, wearing clothes that didn't fit, and decided he wasn't worthy of the Potter name? The weed in Harry's hands snapped in half. He stared at the broken pieces, at his own white-knuckled grip, and forced himself to breathe. Stop. Stop thinking like that. You wrote back. They answered. They're coming. That means they want you. That means you matter. A shadow fell over him. You missed a spot. Harry looked up. Dudley stood there, massive and smug, pointing at a patch of weeds Harry had already cleared. It's done. I did that row already. No, you didn't. I was watching. You're lazy, Potter. Lazy and stupid and then do it yourself. The words slipped out before Harry could stop them. Dudley's face went through several expressions, shock, disbelief, and then a dark, ugly anger that made him look exactly like his father. What did you say to me? Harry's heart hammered, but something in him refused to back down. 16 hours. In 16 hours, he'd be gone. Dudley's fists couldn't follow him to Gringotts. I said, Harry repeated slowly, if you care so much about the weeds, you can pull them yourself. For a long moment, Dudley just stared. Then his face twisted. Mum, Dad, Harry's being mean to me. Harry closed his eyes. The back door slammed, heavy footsteps crunched across the gravel. And then Vernon's hand closed around Harry's ear, yanking him upright with brutal efficiency. Mean to Dudley, were you? After everything we do for you, after all our charity, you repay us by being mean to your cousin. Harry didn't bother answering. There was never an answer that satisfied Vernon. Never an explanation that made the beating stop. Sure enough, the first blow came seconds later, an open-handed slap across the face that sent Harry stumbling into the flower bed. Get inside, cupboard, now, and if I hear one word from you before morning, you'll wish you'd never been born. Quote. Harry didn't wait to be told twice. He scrambled past Vernon, past Petunia's horrified face, past Dudley's satisfied smirk, and threw himself into the cupboard. The door slammed behind him. The lock clicked, and Harry pressed his back against the wall, touching his swollen cheek, and smiled. If I hear one word from you before morning. Vernon had just guaranteed that no one would check on him until dawn. He'd given Harry the perfect cover. The hours crawled. Harry sat in the darkness, running through everything Mrs. Fig had taught him. Goblins respected strength. They valued contracts above all else. They would test him, his blood, his magic, his right to the Potter name. He had to be honest with them. Had to show them he wasn't afraid. But he was afraid. Terrified, actually. Terrified of leaving the only world he'd ever known. Terrified of what waited in London. Terrified of failing the test and being sent back to the cupboard forever. At 7, he heard the Dursleys sit down to dinner. Smelled roast chicken and gravy. Heard Dudley complaining about the portions, Vernon's booming laugh, Petunia's simpering agreement with everything her husband said. Normal. So normal it made Harry's chest ache. At 9, the television came on. Dudley's favorite show, the one with the cartoon violence. Harry could hear the crashes and screams through the floorboards. At 10, the house began to settle. Footsteps on the stairs, doors closing, the creak of bedsprings. At 11, silence. Harry waited another 30 minutes, heart pounding so loud it must have been audible through the door. Then, slowly, carefully, he reached for the latch. It didn't move. Locked. Of course it was locked. Vernon always locked it now, ever since Harry had started asking questions. Panic fluttered in Harry's chest. He pushed against the door, but it held firm. The lock was old but solid, too solid for a 6-year-old to break. Think. The window. The small, grimy window at the back of the cupboard that opened onto the side passage. It was tiny, barely bigger than Harry's head, but if he could squeeze through. He scrambled to his knees and pushed. The window groaned, resisted. Then swung open on rusted hinges. Cold night air flooded the cupboard, carrying the smell of damp earth and distant traffic. Harry pulled himself up, ignoring the pain in his ribs where Vernon had hit him. The window frame scraped his shoulders, caught on his too large shirt, but he kept pushing, kept squirming, kept fighting until he tumbled out into the night. For a moment, he just lay there on the cold ground, breathing. The sky above was thick with clouds, no moon or stars visible. The street lamps cast pools of orange light along Privet Drive, leaving deep shadows between. Harry pulled himself up and ran. Mrs. Fig was waiting at her back door, dressed in a coat far too heavy for the mild night. A small bag sat at her feet, and her cats wove anxiously around her ankles. You're late. The cupboard was locked. I had to go out the window. She nodded sharply, then her eyes caught his face. The swelling, the red mark of Vernon's hand. They hurt you again. It doesn't matter. Not anymore. Quote. Mrs. Fig's jaw tightened, but she didn't argue. She simply picked up her bag and nodded toward the street. Come on. We need to be at the corner before midnight. They walked in silence, keeping to the shadows. Number 7, number 9, number 11, the houses of Privet Drive slid past like sleeping beasts, unaware of the small boy and old woman creeping through their gardens. At the corner of Privet Drive and Wisteria Walk, they stopped. Nothing was there, just the empty street, the silent houses, the occasional flicker of a street lamp. It's almost midnight, Harry whispered. Patience. They'll come. The words barely left her mouth when the air changed. Harry felt it first in his scar, a sharp burn that made him gasp and press his hand to his forehead. Then the ring against his chest grew hot, hotter, until he thought it would sear through his skin. And then, with a crack like breaking stone, something appeared in front of them. It wasn't a person, not exactly. It was short, shorter than Harry, with long fingers and a face that seemed carved from old rock. Large eyes gleamed in the darkness, reflecting the streetlight like a cat's. A goblin. Harry had never seen anything like it. The creature was dressed in smart black robes, and at its belt hung a ring of keys that seemed to glow with their own inner light. Harry Potter. The voice was gravel and iron. I am Griphook. Gornick sent me. You are expected. Harry found his voice. Yes, I'm Harry. This is Mrs. Fig. She's coming with me. Griphook's eyes shifted to the old woman, assessing. This was not specified in the correspondence. She helped me. I trust her. A long pause. Then Griphook inclined his head, the barest hint of a nod. Very well. The trust of a Potter carries weight. She may accompany us. He reached into his robes and pulled out something small and silver. This will transport us to Diagon Alley. Touch it, both of you. Harry looked at Mrs. Fig. She nodded, though her face was pale. He reached out and touched the silver object, a strange, twisted thing that looked like a metal knot. The moment his finger made contact, something hooked behind his navel and yanked. The world disappeared. Harry was spinning, flying, falling through darkness so complete he couldn't tell up from down. Wind roared in his ears. Pressure built in his head until he thought it would explode. And just when he was certain he couldn't bear another second, he landed. His knees buckled. His stomach heaved. Harry dropped to all fours on cold stone, gasping, "W.H. Eel." The world slowly stopped spinning around him. First portkey. Griphook's voice held something that might have been amusement. You'll get used to it. Most do. Harry looked up, and forgot how to breathe. They were standing in an alley, but an alley like nothing Harry had ever seen. The buildings rose on either side, crooked and strange, leaning toward each other as if sharing secrets. Their windows glowed with warm light, revealing glimpses of wonders. Cauldrons bubbling, broomsticks flying, robes of every color imaginable. Above, the sky was clear and starry, different from the cloud-covered sky of Surrey. And in the distance, rising above the rooftops like a marble mountain, stood a building so white it hurt to look at. Gringotts. Welcome, Griphook said, to Diagon Alley. Harry couldn't move, couldn't speak. This was where his parents had come, where his grandparents had walked, where his family's money waited in vaults deep underground. The magic of the place washed over him like warm water, seeping into his skin, his bones, his very blood. The ring on his chest pulsed in response. The key burned against his heart. And somewhere deep inside, something that had been sleeping for 6 years began to wake. Come. Griphook started walking, his short legs moving surprisingly fast. We have much to do before dawn, and the tests will take time. Harry stumbled after him, Mrs. Fig at his side. His eyes couldn't settle on any one thing, there was too much to see. A shop selling owls in cages. Another stacked high with cauldrons. A pub with windows so foggy he couldn't see inside. People, wizards, moving through the night, their robes billowing, their conversations strange and wonderful. It's real, he whispered. It's all real. Of course it's real. Griphook didn't look back. Did you think we would lie about something as important as Gringotts? I didn't know what to think. The Dursleys always said. The Dursleys. The goblin's voice dripped contempt. We are aware of your guardians. Their interference with our correspondence has been noted. It will be addressed. Harry wanted to ask what that meant, but they'd reached the white building. Up close, it was even more impressive. Towering columns, massive bronze doors, steps so wide Harry had to climb just to reach the entrance. Griphook approached the doors and rapped sharply. They swung open without a sound. Inside, the bank was cavernous. Marble floors stretched into shadowy distance. Chandeliers hung from ceilings so high Harry couldn't see them. And everywhere, were goblins. They moved between high desks, carrying ledgers and scales and bags that clinked with coins. They spoke in low voices, their eyes sharp and knowing. And as Harry passed, they turned to look at him. All of them turned. The whispers started immediately. Potter. The boy who lived. So small. The ring. Can you see it? He wears the Potter ring. Harry's hand flew to his chest, but the ring was still hidden beneath his shirt. How could they know? How could they possibly? The blood calls to blood. Griphook hadn't turned around, but his voice carried clearly. Every goblin in this hall consents your heritage. The Potter line is old. Powerful. It leaves marks on those who carry it. Harry thought of his scar. Of the strange things that happened when he was scared or angry. Of the way the world had shifted when he first put on the ring. Marks. They led him through the main hall, past more goblins than Harry could count, until they reached a door at the far end. Small, unremarkable, made of dark wood. Griphook stopped before it. Beyond this door, you will be tested. The inheritance verification is not a formality, it is a proving. The Potter vaults have protections that date back centuries. If you are not truly of the blood, if your claim is false in any way, the magic will reject you. What happens if it rejects me? Griphook's eyes glinted. Then you will not be the first to die trying to claim what is not yours. Mrs. Fig sucked in a breath. You can't be serious, he's 6 years old. Age is irrelevant to blood magic. The vaults do not care how many years you have lived. They care only about what runs in your veins. Griphook looked at Harry. Do you wish to proceed? Harry thought of the cupboard, of Vernon's fists, of Dudley's cruel laughter and Aunt Petunia's cold silences. He thought of his parents, murdered before he could know them. Of a grandfather who'd planned for this moment from beyond the grave. Then he thought of the key against his chest, the ring on his finger. The words of a letter written in love. I wish to proceed. Griphook nodded and pushed open the door. The room beyond was small and circular, lit by torches that burned with blue flame. In the center stood a pedestal, and on the pedestal rested a bowl carved from what looked like black stone. The blood quill, Griphook said. You will cut your hand and let 7 drops fall into the bowl. The magic will do the rest. Harry looked at the bowl. At the quill beside it, not a writing quill, but something sharp and cruel, like the talon of a bird of prey. 7 drops. 7 for the 7 vaults of the Potter family. 7 for the 7 generations of lords who have held them. 7 for the blood that binds you to all who came before. Harry stepped forward, his and trembled as he reached for the quill. The point gleamed in the blue light, sharp enough to draw blood with the slightest pressure. You're a Potter. We've always passed their tests. He pressed the point to his palm. Pain lanced through him, sharp and cold and deeper than any cut he'd ever felt. Blood welled up, dark in the torchlight, and Harry held his hand over the bowl. 1. The first drop fell. The bowl hissed. 2. The torches flickered. 3. A wind stirred in the windowless room. 4. Harry felt something wake, deep in the stone beneath his feet, deep in the walls around him, deep in his own blood, something ancient and powerful and waiting. 5. The ring on his chest burned through his shirt. 6. His scar blazed with light. 7. The 7th drop fell, and the world exploded. Harry found himself standing in a vast darkness. Not the cupboard darkness, that was small, confined, pressing in on all sides. This darkness was infinite, stretching forever in every direction. And floating in it, glowing with inner light, were 7 doors. Each door was different. One made of gold, crusted with jewels. One of silver, plain and elegant. One of wood so old it seemed to breathe. One of iron, rusted and grim. One of crystal, shimmering with rainbows. One of stone, carved with runes that moved as Harry watched. And one, the last one, of darkness so complete it hurt to look at. A voice spoke from everywhere and nowhere. Harry James Potter, last of the Potter line. Heir to 7 vaults, 7 trusts, 7 ancient obligations. You have passed the blood test. Now you must choose. Choose what? Which door you will open first. The order matters. Choose wisely, or choose poorly, and the consequences will follow you forever. Harry stared at the doors. The gold one promised wealth. Obvious wealth. The kind of wealth the Dursleys would kill for. The silver one promised elegance. Refinement. The quiet power of old money. The wooden one promised tradition. Roots stretching back centuries. The iron one promised strength. Protection. The warrior's path. The crystal one promised knowledge. Secrets. Things hidden from ordinary eyes. The stone one promised magic. Deep magic. The kind that shaped the world. And the dark one, Harry couldn't look at it directly. Every time he tried, his eyes slid away, as if the door itself refused to be seen. Choose. He thought about what Mrs. Fig had said, about the war, about the dark wizard who'd killed his parents, about the followers still waiting in the shadows. He thought about Dumbledore, somewhere out there, making plans without him. He thought about the Dursleys, sleeping peacefully in Surrey, never imagining where their cupboard boy had gone. And he thought about his grandfather's letter. The goblins will test you. But you'll pass. You're a Potter. Harry stepped forward. His hand reached out, and touched the dark door. Chapter 5. Entering Gringotts. The dark door swallowed him whole. For one terrifying moment, Harry felt himself falling, not through space, but through time itself. Centuries flashed past in blurs of color and sound. He saw Potters he'd never known, generations of them, living and dying and fighting and loving. He saw a castle in the mountains, a forest of ancient oaks, a woman with his mother's eyes weeping over a grave. Then he landed. The room was small and warm, lit by a fire that crackled in a hearth Harry hadn't noticed before. Books lined the walls, hundreds of them, thousands, their spines glowing with titles in languages he couldn't read. And in the center of the room, seated in a high-backed chair, was a man. He was old, older than anyone Harry had ever seen. His hair was long and silver, his beard even longer, and his eyes were the kindest Harry had ever encountered. But something about them made Harry's scar prickle with warning. "Harry." The man's voice was warm as honey. "I've been waiting to meet you for a very long time." Harry didn't move, didn't speak. He knew, somehow, that this wasn't real, not in the way the cupboard was real, or Mrs. Fig's kitchen, or the marble halls of Gringotts. This was something else. A message, a memory, a trap. "You're wondering who I am." The man smiled. "I'm Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And I was a friend to your parents." The name hit Harry like a blow. Dumbledore. The man who'd left him on the Dursleys' doorstep. The man who'd set the wards. The man who'd been watching his whole life, waiting for the right moment to reveal himself. "You put me there." Harry's voice came out flat and cold. "With the Dursleys. You knew they'd hurt me, and you left me anyway." Dumbledore's smile flickered. "I know it must seem that way, Harry. But I had reasons, good reasons, for everything I did. Your mother's sacrifice created powerful magic. As long as you could call her sister's house home, you were protected from those who wished you harm. I've never been protected. I've been locked in a cupboard and starved and beaten in." "Harry." Dumbledore's voice sharpened, just slightly. "I understand your anger. Truly, I do. But you must understand, the protection was necessary. The dark wizard who killed your parents may be gone, but his followers remain. They would stop at nothing to find you, to hurt you, to finish what their master started. The Sleaze home was the safest place I could put you." "Safest for who?" Harry's hands curled into fists. "Not for me." A long pause. Dumbledore's eyes lost some of their twinkle. "You're right to be angry. You're right to question. Those who don't question never truly understand." He leaned forward. "But I need you to trust me, Harry. The path ahead is dangerous. There are forces at work that you can't possibly comprehend. If you go charging into Gringotts without guidance, without preparation, without you controlling everything." The words hung in the air between them. Dumbledore's expression shifted, something flickering behind those kind eyes that Harry couldn't quite read. "I only want what's best for you." "No." Harry shook his head slowly. "You want what's best for your plan. Grandfather wrote to me. He said you'd try to manipulate me. He said to trust the goblins, not you." Dumbledore went very still. "Charles wrote to you. But that's impossible. He died before you were born. He left me a letter. And a key. And a ring." Harry touched his chest, where the ring still burned. "He knew you'd try to control me. He planned for it." For the first time, something like uncertainty crossed Dumbledore's face. "Harry, whatever your grandfather wrote, you must understand, the situation is more complex than it appears. The Potter family has obligations, contracts, arrangements that predate your birth by centuries. If you walk into Gringotts without understanding what you're agreeing to, you could bind yourself to things you don't comprehend. Then teach me." Harry met his gaze. "Explain it. Right now." "I can't. Not here. Not like this." Dumbledore spread his hands. "This is just a fragment, a memory I embedded in the inheritance test years ago, in case you ever triggered the deeper vaults. I didn't know if you'd ever see this, but I hoped. You hoped you'd get one last chance to convince me." Silence. Then Dumbledore sighed, and for a moment he looked every one of his many years. "Yes, I hoped. Because I've seen what happens to children who grow up too fast, who take on burdens they're not ready for. I've watched them break, Harry. I've watched them fall, and I can't bear the thought of you joining them." Something in Harry's chest softened, just slightly, just enough to let a sliver of doubt through. But then he remembered the cupboard. The hunger, the bruises, the way Vernon's fists felt when they connected with his ribs. And he remembered that this man, this kind, gentle, twinkling man, had known everything and left him there anyway. "I'm sorry," Harry said quietly. "But I can't trust someone who let me suffer for 6 years and called it protection." Dumbledore opened his mouth to respond. And the room shattered. Harry gasped back into reality, flat on his back on cold stone, staring up at the ceiling of the small circular room. The blue torches still burned. The black bull still sat on its pedestal. And Griphook stood over him, expression unreadable. You chose the seventh door. It wasn't a question. Harry sat up slowly, his head spinning. The vision of Dumbledore already felt distant, like a dream half remembered. But the words lingered, the warnings, the pleas. I only want what's best for you. The seventh door, Harry repeated. What is it? Griphook's eyes gleamed. The deepest vault, the oldest vault, the one that even most Potters never access. It contains things that have been hidden for generations, things your grandfather hid, and his grandfather before him, and so on back to the founding of your line. The dark door. Why couldn't I look at it directly? Because it doesn't want to be seen. Not by just anyone, but it let you choose it. It let you in. Griphook's voice held something that might have been respect. That hasn't happened in over 300 years. Mrs. Fig appeared at Harry's side, helping him stand. Her face was pale, her hands trembling. Are you all right? What happened in there? You were gone for nearly an hour. An hour. Harry stared at her. It felt like minutes. Time moves differently in the inheritance space. Especially when you access the deeper vaults. Griphook moved toward the door. Come, the test is complete. Your blood has been verified, your choice has been made. Now we must enter Gringotts proper and begin the real work. Harry followed, his legs unsteady beneath him. The ring against his chest had stopped burning, but it hummed now, a constant vibration that seemed to match his heartbeat. They emerged from the small room into the main hall of Gringotts. And Harry stopped breathing. The hall was massive, far larger than he'd realized during their initial passage through. Marble columns rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Chandeliers hung like frozen waterfalls of crystal and light. And everywhere, were goblins. They lined the walls, perched on high stools behind counters, moved through the crowds of wizards who'd gathered despite the late hour. And all of them, every single one, had turned to stare at Harry. The whispers started again, louder this time. He passed. The seventh door. The Potter heir actually passed. Look at his hand, the blood still shows. Harry looked down. His palm, where he'd cut it with the quill, glowed faintly gold. The 7 drops had left marks, 7 small scars arranged in a pattern he didn't recognize. Don't worry, Griphook's voice cut through the whispers. Those will fade once the inheritance is fully processed. They're just identifiers. So the vaults know you. Know me. Your blood is now keyed to every Potter vault. The scars are temporary, but the connection is permanent. You could walk into any of the 7 vaults now and the doors would open for you. No questions asked. Harry stared at his palm. At the 7 marks that would connect him to his family's legacy forever. Can we see them? The vaults. Soon. First, there are formalities. Contracts to review. Terms to discuss. Griphook began walking again, threading through the maze of counters and corridors. Gornik is waiting in the negotiation chamber. He'll explain everything. They passe. D through a door hidden behind a massive column, down a corridor that sloped steadily downward, and into a room that looked nothing like the grand hall above. This room was small, warm, lined with books and scrolls and maps. A fire crackled in a hearth, smaller than the one in Harry's vision, but welcoming nonetheless. And behind a massive desk sat a goblin even older than Griphook, his face lined with centuries. His eyes sharp as daggers. Harry Potter. The voice was deep, rumbling, like stones grinding together. I am Gornik. Welcome to Gringotts. Please, sit. Harry sat. The chair was surprising ly comfortable, sized for a human, not a goblin, which suggested they'd been expecting him. Mrs. Fig took the seat beside him. Griphook remained standing by the door. Gornik studied Harry for a long moment. Those ancient eyes missed nothing, the bruises on his face, the 2 large clothes, the way he held himself like someone expecting a blow. The Dursleys, he said flatly. They have not treated you well. It wasn't a question. No, Harry said, they haven't, and yet you remained there for 6 years. Under wards designed to keep magical communication out. Under the supervision of a woman who reported to Albus Dumbledore. Gornik's eyes flicked to Mrs. Fig, who flinched. Tell me, boy, did you know you were being watched? I know now. Do you know why Dumbledore wanted you watched? Harry hesitated. Protection, he says, from the dark wizard's followers. Gornik made a sound that might have been a laugh, if goblins laughed. Protection. Yes, that's what they always call it. He leaned forward, folding his long fingers on the desk. Let me tell you something about Albus Dumbledore, Harry Potter. He is not your enemy, not in the way the Dursleys are, not in the way the Dark Wizard was. But he is not your friend either. Not truly. Dumbledore is a man who believes he knows what's best for everyone. And he will move heaven and earth to make his vision reality. My grandfather wrote something similar. Charles was a wise man. He saw clearly, even at the end. Gornick reached into his desk and pulled out a sheaf of parchment. These are the contracts currently attached to the Potter vaults. Some are old, centuries old. Some are newer, and some, he separated a few pages. Some were added after your parents' death, without your knowledge or consent. Harry's heart quickened. The restrictions the letters mentioned. Exactly. Gornick spread the pages across the desk. Look at these. Tell me what you see. Harry leaned forward, studying the parchments. The writing was dense, full of words he didn't understand: wards, trusts, custodial rights, magical guardianship. But one phrase jumped out at him, repeated across multiple documents. In trust for Harry James Potter. Managed by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore until the heir's majority. Managed by Dumbledore, Harry read aloud. That means he controls my money. Controls access to it, yes. The vaults themselves are blood-bound and cannot be emptied without your consent, but the day-to-day management, investments, withdrawals, contracts, all of that falls under Dumbledore's authority until you come of age. Until I'm 17. 17, yes, that's the age of majority in the wizarding world. Harry stared at the contracts. 17. 11 more years of Dumbledore controlling his family's money. 11 more years of decisions made without him. But the letter had said something about restrictions being implemented without his knowledge. About the control clause. What about the restrictions? The ones that aren't supposed to be there. Gornook's eyes gleamed. Ah, you noticed. He pulled out another page, this one smaller, newer, written in different ink. This Conter Act was added 3 months after your parents' death. It grants Dumbledore something called supervisory authority over your vaults, not just management, but actual control. With this, he could theoretically prevent you from accessing your own money entirely. Harry's blood ran cold. He could keep me poor forever. He could try, but Gornick smiled, showing teeth. The contract was never properly ratified. It requires the heir's signature, or at minimum, the heir's aware consent. You were 1 year old when it was added. You could not sign. You could not consent. The contract is, legally speaking, void. Then why is it still there? Because no one has challenged it. Because the goblins assumed, as we always assume, that the adults handling your affairs were acting in your best interest. It is not our place to question the contracts wizards sign with each other. Only to enforce them. Harry looked at the void contract. At Dumbledore's name written at the bottom. At the space where his own signature should have been. He tried to take control of everything. And no one stopped him. No one knew to stop him. He is Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme M.U.G. Wump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Headmaster of Hogwarts. When someone like that presents a contract, the assumption is that it must be proper. Harry's hands curled into fists. But it wasn't proper. No, it wasn't. Gornick pushed the contract toward him. You can destroy it, if you wish. Tear it up, burn it, feed it to a dragon, it doesn't matter. The moment you claim your inheritance, all void contracts attached to your name become null and void automatically. But I thought you should see it first. Should understand exactly what was planned for you. Harry looked at the contract. At Dumbledore's flowing signature. At the official seals and stamps that made it look so legitimate. And he thought about the vision in the inheritance space. The kind eyes. The gentle voice. I only want what's best for you. Can I keep this? He asked quietly. Gornick raised an eyebrow. The contract? Yes, I want to have it. To remind myself. A long pause. Then Gornick nodded slowly. An unusual request, but acceptable. The contract is void regardless of who holds it. He pushed it across the desk. Keep it. Show it to Dumbledore someday, when you're ready. Ask him why he thought he had the right. Harry folded the contract carefully and tucked it inside his shirt, next to the ring and the key. Now, Gornick continued, the more pressing matter. Your vaults. 7 of them, as you know. But only 3 are currently accessible. Only 3. Why? Because the others require something more than blood. They require proof of worth, magical, political, or personal. The 4th vault, for example, can only be opened by a Potter who has demonstrated exceptional skill in at least 3 branches of magic. The 5th requires a Potter who has held political office. The 6th, he hesitated. The 6th what? The sixth requires a Potter who has faced death and survived. Harry's scar tingled. That sounds like me. It does, doesn't it? Gornook's expression was unreadable. The sixth vault hasn't been opened in over 400 years. The last Potter who qualified was killed in the very battle that earned him the right. He never got to see what was inside. And the seventh. Gornook was quiet for a long moment. The seventh vault is different. It doesn't require proof of worth, it requires proof of need. Desperate need. The kind that comes only when all other options have failed. You chose the seventh door in your test, which means the vault has recognized that you may one day face such a need. But it won't open until that moment arrives. Harry thought about the dark door. The way he couldn't look at it directly. The way it had pulled him in anyway. When will I know? When the moment comes, you'll know. The vault will call to you. And you'll have to decide whether to answer. Silence settled over the room. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolled. 3 in the morning, perhaps, or 4. We should discuss the 3 accessible vaults, Gornook said finally. They contain the bulk of the Potter wealth, gold, obviously, but also artifacts, properties, investments. With your permission, we can begin the transfer of authority immediately. Transfer of authority. Currently, your vaults are in a sort of limbo. The blood recognizes you as heir, but the administrative control still rests with your magical guardian, Dumbledore, as appointed by your parents' will. To change that, you need to formally claim your lordship. Lordship, Mrs. Fig leaned forward. The Potters are an ancient family, Harry. They hold a seat on the Wizengamot, the wizarding government. When you claim your lordship, you claim that seat. You become Lord Potter in your own right. But I'm 6. Age doesn't matter for lordship. Only blood, only inheritance. Gornook pulled out another document, this one enormous, covered in seals and ribbons and tiny, precise writing. This is the Lordship Charter of the House of Potter. It dates back to 1127, when the first Potter took his seat on the Wizengamot. Sign it, and you become the 37th Lord Potter. Harry stared at the charter. At the list of names stretching back centuries. At the space at the bottom. Waiting for his signature. If I sign this, Dumbledore loses control, instantly. The moment your name is entered in the Book of Lords, all previous guardianship agreements become void. You become legally independent. A minor, yes, but a lord of the realm with all the rights and privileges that entails. Can he fight it? Can Dumbledore challenge this? Gornook's smile returned, sharp and satisfied. He can try, but the Goblin nations recognize lordship by blood, not by wizard politics. If you sign, we will defend your claim with everything we have. And we have considerable resources. Harry looked at the charter. At the names of his ancestors. At the blank space waiting for him. 6 years old. 6 years in a cupboard. 6 years of believing he was nothing, had nothing, meant nothing. And now this. What happens after I sign? The vaults officially transfer to your control. You'll have access to the 3 main vaults immediately, the others will open when you meet their conditions. You'll be able to withdraw funds, review investments, even make new contracts. You'll also be able to appoint representatives to act on your behalf, someone to manage day-to-day affairs while you're otherwise occupied. Harry glanced at Mrs. Fig. She looked startled at the implication. I could appoint someone, even if they're not family. Anyone you trust. The appointment would be binding and protected by Goblin law. No one could challenge it without challenging Gringotts itself. Harry thought about this. About the Dursleys, who'd kept him prisoner. About Dumbledore, who'd tried to control him. About a world full of people who saw him as a pawn in their games. But also about Mrs. Fig, who'd finally told him the truth. About Griphook, who'd brought him here. About Gornook, who'd shown him the void contract instead of hiding it. Trust the goblins. Deal honestly with them. Before I sign, Harry said slowly, I want to see my parents' vault. The main one. The one they used when they were alive. Gornook raised an eyebrow. That would be Vault 711. The primary family vault. You have the right to visit it, certainly, but the tour of the deep vaults is lengthy, and dawn approaches. I don't care how long it takes. I want to see where they kept their things. What they left behind. Harry's voice caught, just slightly. I never knew them. This might be the closest I ever get. Something shifted in Gornook's expression, a softening, almost, around the eyes. Very well. Griphook will escort you to the carts. Mrs. Fig, you may accompany him if you wish. I'm not letting him out of my sight. Mrs. Fig stood, her old joints popping. Lead the way. The carts were nothing like Harry expected. They were small, barely large enough for two people, and open to the air. With no obvious means of propulsion, Griphook climbed into the first and gestured for Harry to join him. Mrs. Fig took a second cart with another goblin. Hold on, Griphook said. And whatever you do, don't let go. Harry grabbed the sides of the cart, and they plummeted. The world became a blur of rock and darkness and wind so fierce it stole Harry's breath. They twisted through tunnels that seemed to go every direction at once, diving deeper than Harry could have imagined possible. The temperature dropped, the air grew thin, and still they fell, faster and faster, until Harry was certain they'd crash into the center of the earth itself. Then they stopped. Harry's stomach kept going for a moment longer. He gripped the cart, gasping, while Griphook watched with what might have been amusement. First time is always intense. You'll adjust. Harry looked around. They'd landed in a vast cavern, lit by glowing crystals embedded in the rock. A railway track stretched ahead, leading to a massive door carved with the same crest Harry had seen on his grandfather's letter. The Potter Cavern, Griphook announced. Vaults 711 through 713 are located here. The others are deeper, in more secure locations. Harry climbed out of the cart, legs wobbling. The door loomed before him, ancient and imposing. And as he approached, the 7 marks on his palm began to glow. The door opened. Beyond lay a chamber larger than any room Harry had ever seen. Gold coins rose in mountains. Silver goblets filled shelves. Jewels sparkled in the crystal light. And among the treasure, scattered like ordinary objects, were things that made Harry's heart ache. A photograph of a man with messy black hair, laughing at something off camera. A woman with brilliant green eyes, holding a baby wrapped in a blanket. A wedding ring, set aside on a small table as if waiting for its owner to return. Harry walked forward slowly, past the mountains of gold, past the shelves of artifacts. Past everything that should have mattered but didn't. He stopped before the photograph. The man, his father, was so alive, so full of joy. His hand was raised in a wave, his glasses slightly askew. His expression the kind of happy that made you want to smile back. And the woman, his mother, gazed down at the baby with such love that Harry felt tears prick his eyes. That's me. She's holding me. He reached out, trembling, and touched the edge of the photograph. The images moved. His father waved, grinned, and said something Harry couldn't hear. His mother looked up from the baby, looked directly at Harry, and smiled. And in that moment, standing in a vault deep beneath London, surrounded by gold he didn't care about and treasures he couldn't name, Harry James Potter finally met his parents. The tears came then, hot and silent, streaming down his cheeks while the photographs played on loop, showing him moments he'd never known, a life he'd never lived, love he'd never felt. Mrs. Fig appeared at his side, saying nothing, just standing with him in the silence, bearing witness. After a long time, Harry wiped his eyes and turned away. He had what he came for. Now it was time to take control. Chapter 6. Goblin Shock. The first tremor hit without warning. Harry had just turned from the photographs when the floor beneath his feet shifted, a deep, grinding motion that sent old coins sliding from their mountains and goblets rattling on their shelves. He stumbled, caught himself against a pillar, and looked around wildly. What was that? Griphook's face had gone gray. Not pale, gray. The color of stone that had seen too many centuries. Stay exactly where you are. Do not move. The goblin's voice was sharp with something Harry had never heard before. Fear. Actual fear. The grinding continued, deeper now, rising from somewhere far below. The crystals embedded in the cavern walls flickered, dimmed, then blazed with light so bright Harry had to shield his eyes. And then came the sound. It wasn't loud, not at first. It was more like a vibration, a hum that resonated in Harry's bones rather than his ears. But it grew, slowly, steadily, until the air itself seemed to shake with it. The 7 marks on Harry's palm blazed gold. His scar erupted in agony. Harry screamed, couldn't help it, as fire raced across his forehead, down his neck, through his entire body. The ring beneath his shirt burned so hot he was certain it would leave a brand on his skin. The key in its pouch vibrated like a trapped bird. And somewhere, deep in the earth beneath Gringotts, something answered. In the main hall of Gringotts, 200 goblins stopped mid-transaction. Quills hovered over ledgers. Scales hung motionless in midway. Conversations died as every head turned. Toward the same direction, toward the deep vaults, toward the ancient places, toward the source of a power that hadn't stirred in centuries. Ancient magic. Blood magic. The kind that predated Gringotts itself. That ran in veins of the oldest wizarding families, that could shake mountains when it woke. And it was waking now. Gornik rose from his desk so fast his chair toppled behind him. He felt it in his bones, literally. In his bones. The deep magic that connected goblins to the earth, to the gold they guarded, to the contracts they enforced. Something was happening in the Potter Cavern. Something that shouldn't be possible. The Potter boy had triggered something. Gornik was already moving, running through corridors he hadn't traversed in decades, his old legs carrying him faster than they'd moved in centuries. Other goblins joined him, guards, managers, even the ancient ones who rarely left their chambers. All of them drawn by the same pull, the same sense that the foundations of their world were shifting. In the Potter Cavern, Harry had collapsed. Mrs. Fig knelt beside him, her face ashen, her hands fluttering uselessly over his trembling form. The boy's eyes were open but unseeing, fixed on something far beyond the vault's walls. His scar blazed with golden light, actual light, bright enough to illuminate the entire cavern. And his lips moved, forming words no one could hear. Get back. Griphook's voice was sharp. Do not touch him. What's happening to him? Mrs. Fig's voice cracked. What have you done to him? We've done nothing. This is him. This is the Potter bloodline waking. Griphook's eyes were fixed on Harry, wide with something like awe. I've read about this. In the oldest records, when an heir of sufficient power touches the deepest vaults, the blood responds. The ancestors respond. The magic itself responds. Is he dying? No. A new voice, Gornik, appearing at the cavern entrance, flanked by a dozen other goblins. He's being remade. The ancient goblin strode forward, his eyes never leaving Harry's form. The golden light from Harry's scar cast strange shadows across his craggy face. The Potter line has always been powerful. But this, he shook his head slowly. This hasn't happened since the Founders' era. The boy isn't just claiming his inheritance. He's awakening it. The tremors continued, rhythmic now, like a heartbeat. The crystals pulsed in time. The gold coins vibrated on their mountains. And deep beneath them, something ancient and vast continued to answer the call. Harry's eyes snapped into focus. He sat up so suddenly Mrs. Fig stumbled backward. His scar still blazed, but his gaze was clear, clearer than it had ever been. And when he spoke, his voice carried echoes of other voices, other times, other Potters. I know what I have to do. Gornik stepped forward, his expression caught between wariness and reverence. Boy, Lord Potter, what do you see? Harry's eyes met his, and for a moment, Gornik saw centuries looking back at him. Generations of Potters, their wisdom and power and grief, all focused through this one small child. I see the contracts, all of them, the ones my ancestors signed, the ones they broke, the ones they hid. I see the obligations we've carried for 1,000 years. And I see, he paused, his brow furrowing. I see the one who tried to bind me. The one who thought he could control the Potter line. Dumbledore. Yes. Harry's voice hardened. He put his mark on my family. On my parents. On me. He thought we were his to guide, his to protect, his to use. Mrs. Fig found her voice. Harry, you're scaring me. You sound like someone else. I am someone else. Harry looked at her, and for a moment his eyes were just a 6-year-old's eyes, scared and lost and desperately young. But I'm also all of them. All the Potters who came before. They're in me now. The magic put them there. Gornik nodded slowly. The bloodline memory. I've heard of it, but never witnessed. The oldest families sometimes pass down more than just gold. They pass down knowledge, experience, the accumulated wisdom of generations. I have my grandfather's voice in my head. Harry touched his temple. In my great-grandfather's, and others, so many others, going back to someone named Linfred, who founded the family 800 years ago. What do they tell you? Harry was quiet for a moment, listening to voices only he could hear. They tell me to be careful. That power without wisdom destroys. That the Potters have always been too trusting, too quick to believe in goodness. He looked at Gornik. They tell me Dumbledore isn't evil. But he's dangerous. Because he truly believes he's right. Gornik's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. That is often the most dangerous kind of person. Yes. Harry stood, swaying slightly. The golden light in his scar had dimmed to a faint glow, but his movements carried a new certainty, a new weight. I need to finish what we started. The lordship, the transfer of authority. Before Dumbledore realizes what's happening. He'll know already. Gornik gestured at the trembling walls. This shook the entire bank. Every magical being in Britain felt it. Dumbledore will be here within hours. Then we need to move faster. Harry walked toward the cavern entrance, his small figure somehow larger than it had been before. The assembled goblins parted before him, their eyes wide, their ancient instincts recognizing something they hadn't encountered in living memory. A true heir, not just of blood, but of power. They moved through Gringotts like a procession. Word had spread through the bank faster than fire through dry grass. Goblins lined the corridors, watching Harry pass with expressions that ranged from awe to fear to something like hope. The whispers were constant now, a river of sound that followed him everywhere. The Potter heir, the blood woke for him. Even 100 years since the last awakening. He's just a child, how is this possible? The power doesn't care about age. Only blood. Harry heard it all. The ancestors in his head, there were dozens now. Their voices overlapping like a crowded room, helped him understand. The goblins respected power above all else. And he'd just proven he had more than anyone expected. Gornik led them to a different chamber than before, larger. More formal, lined with ancient tapestries depicting goblin history. A massive table dominated the center, carved from obsidian and inlaid with gold. The council chamber, Gornik explained. Where we conduct the most important negotiations. You've earned the right to use it. Harry took his place at the table. The chair was too big for him, they all were, but he sat straight, shoulders back. Meeting the eyes of every goblin who entered. They came in dozens. Old goblins, young goblins, goblins in robes of office and goblins in the simple clothes of workers. They filled the chamber, lining the walls, standing on benches, crowding every available space. And at the head of the table, opposite Harry, sat a goblin so ancient he seemed carved from the mountain itself. His eyes were milky with age, but they fixed on Harry with unsettling precision. The Council of Elders welcomes the heir of Potter. The ancient goblin's voice was paper-thin but carried to every corner of the room. I am Ragnarok, first elder of the Gringotts Council. We have not convened like this in over 300 years. Harry inclined his head, the gesture felt right, felt like something his ancestors would have done. I'm honored by your presence. Honor has nothing to do with it. Ragnarok's lips twitched. Curiosity, perhaps, and concern. The awakening you triggered, it changes things. For you, for your house, for the balance of power in Wizarding Britain. I don't understand. No, you wouldn't. You're 6 years old, despite the centuries whispering in your skull. Ragnarok leaned forward slightly. Let me explain. The old families, the truly old families, they have power that goes beyond gold and titles. They have weight, influence that operates on levels most wizards don't even perceive. When one of those families produces an heir of sufficient power, the entire magical world shifts slightly to accommodate them. Like a stone dropped in a pond. Exactly. And you, Harry Potter, are not a stone, you're a boulder. The ripples you create will touch everything. Harry absorbed this. The ancestors murmured agreement, confirmation, warnings. What about Dumbledore? He's powerful too. He has weight, undoubtedly. But Dumbledore's power is earned, not inherited. He built it over a lifetime. Yours is in your blood, older, deeper, harder to challenge. Ragnarok's milky eyes narrowed. He will not like this. He has spent 16 years positioning himself as your protector, your guide, your controller. The awakening undermines all of that. I know. Harry touched his chest, where the void contract still rested against his skin. He tried to bind me. To control my vaults completely. The contract is void, but he made it. He thought he had the right. Murmurs ran through the assembled goblins. Anger, Harry realized. They were angry on his behalf. The contracts are our domain, Ragnarok said, his voice hardening. When wizards abuse them, they abuse our trust. This Dumbledore, he will answer for this. Not yet. Harry's voice stopped the murmurs cold. I need to claim my lordship first. Lock everything down before he can react. Then we'll see. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Wisdom beyond your years. The ancestors are teaching you well. He gestured to Gornik. Proceed with the lordship ceremony. We will witness. The lordship charter was brought forth. Not the copy Harry had seen earlier, but the original, bound in dragon hide and inlaid with gems that pulsed with inner light. It was enormous, nearly as tall as Harry himself. And covered in writing so dense it seemed to move when viewed directly. You must sign in 3 places, Gornik instructed. At the bottom, to accept the lordship. beside each of the 7 vaults, to claim them individually, and here, he pointed to a blank space near the top, to accept the responsibilities of the house. Harry looked at the charter, at the names stretching back centuries, at the blank space waiting for him. What responsibilities? The Potters have always been protectors of the vulnerable, of the innocent, of those who cannot protect themselves. The charter binds you to continue that tradition, to use your power and wealth in service of others, not just yourself. Harry thought of the Dursleys, of the way they'd treated him, way they treated anyone they considered beneath them, of the Dark Wizard's followers, still out there, still dangerous. Of all the children who might be suffering in cupboards just like his. That's not a burden, he said quietly. That's a gift. He took the quill, a real quill this time, not the blood quill from before, and signed. Harry James Potter. The parchment shimmered. Gold light traced the letters, sealing them into the document forever. He moved to the next space. Signed again. Harry James Potter, heir of Vault 711. Another shimmer. Another seal. Vault 712. Vault 713. Vault 714. The 4th door. The one requiring magical skill he hadn't yet proven. His signature still took, but the ink remained black instead of gold. Conditional, the ancestors whispered. You'll need to earn it. Vault 715. The political vault. Black ink. Vault 716. The death vault. Gold ink blazed as his signature took, and Harry felt something shift deep in the earth. You faced death as a baby, the ancestors said. It qualifies. Vault 717. The dark vault. The one he'd chosen in his test. His hand hesitated over the space. Sign, the ancestors urged. Claim it, even unopened, it recognizes you. Harry signed. The ink didn't turn gold. It turned silver, bright as moonlight, cold as starlight, beautiful and terrible all at once. And deep beneath Gringotts, something vast and ancient stirred in its sleep. The final space waited. The responsibilities. Harry looked at the words inscribed above it, a summary of everything the Potters had stood for, fought for, died for, across 1,000 years. Protection of the innocent, defense of the helpless, loyalty to friends, mercy to enemies, honor above all. His parents had died for these words. His grandparents had lived by them. His ancestors had carved them into the charter with their own blood, centuries ago. Harry signed. Harry James Potter, Lord of the ancient and noble house of Potter. The charter exploded with light. It wasn't gold or silver or any color Harry could name. It was simply light, pure and blinding and absolutely overwhelming. It filled the chamber, poured through the corridors, erupted from the very foundations of Gringotts into the night sky above London. For one perfect moment, the entire magical world held its breath. Then the light faded, and Harry stood alone at the table, a 6-year-old boy with the weight of centuries on his shoulders and the power of an ancient house flowing through his veins. The goblins bowed, all of them, every single goblin in the chamber, including Ragnarok, including Gornik, including the guards and the clerks and the ancient ones who hadn't bowed to anyone in living memory. They bent their heads and pressed their fists to their chests in the oldest gesture of respect their kind possessed. Hail, Lord Potter! The words echoed through the chamber, through the bank, through the night. And 1,000 miles away, in a tower at Hogwarts School, Albus Dumbledore's hand froze mid-reach for a lemon drop. He'd felt it, the shift, the change. Harry Potter was no longer a pawn to be guided. He was a player in his own right. And Dumbledore had just lost control. Chapter 7. The True Heir Test. The bowing lasted a full minute. Harry stood frozen at the obsidian table, watching goblin after goblin press fist to chest and murmur the ancient words of respect. The ancestors in his head fell silent, awed, perhaps, or simply allowing him to experience the moment without their commentary. When the last goblin straightened, Ragnarok spoke. You have passed the first test, Lord Potter. The blood acknowledged you. The charter accepted you, but the true heir test is not yet complete. Harry's stomach tightened. There's more. There is always more. The ancient goblin's milky eyes seemed to see through him, into him. Beyond him. The charter proves your blood. The awakening proves your power. But neither proves your worth. That can only be demonstrated through action. What kind of action? Ragnarok gestured, and 2 goblins stepped forward carrying a massive book, bound in what looked like human skin, its pages yellowed with age. They set it on the table before Harry with a thud that shook the obsidian. The Book of Heirs, Ragnarok announced. Every Potter who has ever claimed lordship is recorded here, along with the tests they faced. Some were simple: financial audits, political negotiations, demonstrations of magical skill. Others were more challenging. Harry stared at the book. It seemed to pulse with its own dark energy. Why are you showing me this? Because your test is already in progress. Has been since you stepped through our doors. Ragnarok's lips curved in something that might have been a smile. The true air test is not something we design. It is something the blood itself creates. And your blood, Lord Potter, has created something unprecedented. The book fell open to a blank page. Harry watched, transfixed, as words began to appear, burning themselves into the ancient parchment as if written by an invisible hand. Harry James Potter, 6th year of life, 7th generation Lord. The test. 3 trials. Trial of blood, passed. Trial of power, passed. Trial of will, pending. The trial of will. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. What is it? No one answered, because the chamber was changing. The obsidian table dissolved first, not crumbling, but fading. Like mist burning away in morning sun. The goblins followed, their forms growing transparent, their expressions shifting from surprise to acceptance to something Harry couldn't read. Mrs. Fig reached for him, her hand passing through his arm as if he were the ghost. Harry, her voice echoed from very far away. Harry, I can't. Then she was gone. The chamber was gone. The bank was gone. Harry stood alone in darkness. Not the cupboard darkness, that had been small, confined, almost comforting in its familiarity. This darkness was infinite, empty, utterly without feature or reference point. He was falling, or floating, or standing perfectly still, he couldn't tell. There was nothing to measure against. No up, no down, no sound, no smell, no sensation except his own heartbeat and the faint pulse of his scar. The trial of will. The ancestors were silent. For the first time since the awakening, Harry couldn't hear them at all. He was completely, terribly alone. Then the voice came. Harry. It was his mother's voice. He knew it instantly, knew it in his bones, even though he'd never heard it before. The photographs hadn't carried sound, but this was her. This was Lily. Mum, Harry, my baby, my beautiful boy. He spun in the darkness, searching, desperate. A light appeared, small at first, then growing, and within it, a figure. Red hair, green eyes, a smile that made his heart ache. His mother. She stood before him, solid and real and more beautiful than any photograph could capture. Her arms were open, her eyes were wet with tears. Come here, sweetheart, let me hold you. Harry's feet moved before his mind could catch up. 3 steps, 4, 5, he was running, throwing himself toward her, toward the mother he'd never known, toward the love he'd craved his entire life. But he stopped just before reaching her. Something was wrong. The ancestors weren't speaking, but they'd left something behind. A feeling, a warning, buried deep where even this vision couldn't reach. Harry, his mother's voice was puzzled, hurt. What's wrong, darling? Don't you want your mum? I do. His voice cracked. I want it more than anything. Then come here. Let me hold you. Let me tell you everything will be okay. Harry looked at her, at the green eyes so like his own, at the smile that matched the photographs, at the arms open wide, waiting to embrace him. And he saw it. The eyes were right, the hair was right, the smile was right, but the love felt wrong. It was too eager, too desperate, too much like it wanted something from him. Harry, my mother died for me. His voice steadied. She stood in front of a dark wizard who wanted to kill me, and she didn't run. She didn't hide. She died. That's love. That's real love. The figure's smile flickered. I am your mother. I love you. No. Harry shook his head. You're something else. Something that wants me to stop. Something that wants me to give up. The figure's face began to change. The green eyes darkened. The red hair grayed. The loving smile twisted into something cruel and hungry. Clever little boy. But clever isn't enough. The darkness around them erupted with shapes, forms, faces. Things Harry couldn't name but instinctively feared. They pressed in from all sides, reaching for him, their touch cold and wrong. Give up. The thing that wasn't his mother whispered. Give up and it will be easier. Give up and the pain will stop. Give up and you can rest. I won't give up. You're 6 years old. You're alone. You have no one. Give up. I have my parents. I have my grandfather. I have every Potter who ever lived. And they're in me. They're gone. You're alone. Give up. No. The word was small but absolute. And the darkness shattered. Harry opened his eyes in the council chamber. He was on his back on the floor, staring up at a ceiling that seemed much too far away. Goblins surrounded him, Gornik, Griphook, Ragnarok, dozens of others, their faces caught between concern and wonder. Mrs. Fig knelt at his side, weeping openly. "You're back," she gasped. "You're back, you're back, you're back." Harry sat up slowly. His body ached in ways it hadn't before, deep aches, bone aches. As if he'd run 1,000 miles in his sleep. "The trial of will," he said. "I passed." Ragnarok stepped forward, the ancient goblin's expression unreadable. "You faced the darkness and refused its offer. You recognized the false love and chose the true. You are, without question, the true heir of Potter." The Book of Heirs still lay on the table. Harry could see the page from where he sat, the words had changed. Trial of will, passed. Harry James Potter, true heir of the ancient and noble house of Potter. Lordship confirmed, all rights and privileges accorded. "I did it." The words felt strange in his mouth. "I'm really Lord Potter." "You are." Gornik extended a hand to help him up. "And now, Lord Potter, you have decisions to make. Important ones. The kind that will shape not just your future, but the future of Wizarding Britain." Harry took the hand and stood. His legs wobbled, but held. "What kind of decisions?" "The kind that involve Albus Dumbledore." Gornook's voice hardened. "He's on his way. Our sensors detected his departure from Hogwarts approximately 20 minutes ago. He'll be here within the hour." Harry's scar tingled, not painfully, but alertly. "What does he want?" "To see you. To speak with you. To..." Gornook's lips curled. "Reassert his position as your magical guardian, no doubt. He doesn't know about the lordship yet. He felt the awakening, but he doesn't know you've signed the charter. So he still thinks he's in control. For now. But when he arrives and discovers the truth..." Gornik trailed off significantly. Harry thought about this. About Dumbledore's kind eyes and gentle voice. About the void contract hidden against his chest. About 6 years in a cupboard while the most powerful wizard in the world watched and waited. "I want to see him." Mrs. Fig gasped. "Harry, after everything, I want to see him," Harry repeated. "I want to be there when he finds out. I want to see his face." Ragnarok nodded slowly. "A wise decision. Confrontation is sometimes necessary, but you won't face him alone. We will be with you. The goblins. Gringotts is your bank now, Lord Potter. Your vaults are here. Your charter is here. Anyone who threatens you threatens us." The ancient goblin's eyes flashed. "Let Dumbledore try to take what is yours. Let him try." They moved to a different chamber, smaller than the council chamber but more formal. With high ceilings and long windows that showed the first grey light of dawn over London. A table dominated the center, polished to a mirror shine. Chairs lined both sides. Harry sat at the head. It felt right, felt like where he belonged. Mrs. Fig sat to his right, still pale but determined. Gornik stood behind him, a silent guardian. Other goblins lined the walls, guards, Harry realized, armed and ready. They waited. The minutes crawled. Dawn painted the sky in shades of rose and gold. Somewhere in London, Muggles were waking to their ordinary lives, unaware of the extraordinary events unfolding beneath their feet. Then the doors opened. Albus Dumbledore walked in. He looked exactly as he had in the vision, long silver hair, flowing beard, half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. His robes were deep purple tonight, embroidered with stars and celestial symbols. And his eyes, those famous twinkling blue eyes, swept the room, taking in everything in a single glance. They landed on Harry, and the twinkle flickered. "Harry." His voice was warm, concerned, carefully controlled. "Thank Merlin you're safe. When I felt the disturbance, when I realized you'd left Privet Drive, I came as quickly as I could." Quote. Harry said nothing, just watched. Dumbledore took a step forward. A goblin guard moved to block him. "The boy is Lord Potter now," the guard said flatly. "You will address him as such." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "Lord Potter? But that's impossible. He's 6 years old. The lordship can't be claimed until..." "It has been claimed." Gornook's voice cut through. "The charter is signed. The blood has acknowledged him. The trials are complete. Harry James Potter is the 37th Lord of the ancient and noble house of Potter." For one perfect moment, Albus Dumbledore was speechless. Harry watched the emotions play across that famous face, shock, disbelief, calculation, concern, and felt nothing. No anger, no fear, no desire to please, just stillness. "Harry." Dumbledore tried again, his voice softer now. "I understand you're upset. I understand you feel betrayed. But signing the charter without understanding what it means, without proper guidance, that's dangerous. There are things you don't know. Obligations you can't possibly comprehend. Like the contract you tried to add. Harry's voice was calm, quiet, utterly steady. The one T would have given you complete control of my vaults. The one you added when I was 1 year old, without my knowledge or consent. Dumbledore went very still. You found that. Gornick showed me. It's void, by the way. Void because I never signed it. Void because I never agreed. Harry reached into his shirt and pulled out the contract. I've been carrying it all night. Reading it, trying to understand how someone who claims to want what's best for me could do something like this. The room was absolutely silent. Dumbledore's eyes, no longer twinkling, fixed on the parchment in Harry's small hands. Harry, that contract was never meant to control you. It was meant to protect you. After your parents died, there were so many who wanted to use you, to exploit you, to twist your name for their own purposes. I needed the authority to stop them. By taking control of everything I had. By ensuring that no one else could. Dumbledore took a step forward. The goblin guard let him pass. He stopped a few feet from Harry. Close enough to touch but not touching. The wizarding world is not kind to orphans, Harry. Especially not orphans with your reputation. There were those who would have bled your vaults dry. Who would have used your name to advance their own agendas, who would have turned you into a puppet. I couldn't let that happen. So you decided to be the puppeteer instead. The words hit like a slap. Dumbledore actually flinched. Is that what you think? That I wanted to control you? I don't know what to think. Harry's voice finally cracked, just slightly. I know you left me with people who hate me. I know you watched while they starved me and beat me and locked me in a cupboard. I know you burned letters from Gringotts instead of letting me know I had a family, a real family, waiting for me. And I know you tried to take my money so I couldn't fight back. The silence stretched. When Dumbledore spoke again, his voice was older. Tired, stripped of its usual warmth. You're right. Harry blinked. I said you're right. Dumbledore lowered himself into a chair, suddenly looking every one of his many years. Not about everything, but about enough. I did make decisions without you. I did assume I knew best. I did leave you in a situation that was far from ideal. Far from ideal. Mrs. Figg's voice was sharp with outrage. The boy was nearly starved. He was beaten regularly. He slept in a cupboard under the stairs. That's not far from ideal, that's abuse. Dumbledore closed his eyes. I know. Then why? Harry's voice rose. Why didn't you check? Why didn't you visit? Why didn't you do anything? Because I was afraid. The admission hung in the air like smoke. Dumbledore opened his eyes, and for the first time, Harry saw something other than the kindly headmaster. He saw a man, flawed, complicated, capable of terrible mistakes. I was afraid that if I interfered too much, the blood protection would break. I was afraid that if I visited, I might lead Voldemort's followers straight to you. I was afraid that if I showed too much interest, the Death Eaters still at large would realize how important you were and come for you before you were ready. So you did nothing. I did what I thought was right. What I thought was safe. Dumbledore's voice cracked. And I was wrong. I see that now. I've seen it for years, if I'm honest with myself. But by the time I realized, you'd already been there so long that I convinced myself any change would be worse. Harry stared at him. All those years, all that pain, all that loneliness, and this man, this brilliant, powerful, supposedly good man, had done nothing because he was afraid. You should have come anyway. Harry's voice was quiet but absolute. You should have checked. You should have seen. Yes. Dumbledore bowed his head. I should have. The room was silent again. Outside, dawn had fully broken, painting London in shades of gold. Harry looked at the contract in his hands. At Dumbledore's signature. At the seals and stamps that had almost bound him forever. Then he tore it in half. The sound was loud in the quiet chamber. Dumbledore looked up, eyes wide. I'm not going to hate you, Harry said quietly. The ancestors, they say hate destroys the one who feels it more than the one who's hated. And I've had enough destruction in my life. He set the torn pieces on the table. But I'm not going to trust you either. Not anymore. Not until you earn it back. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. Harry, I'm Lord Potter now. That means I make my own decisions. I choose my own path. I decide who to trust and who to keep at a distance. Harry stood, small but somehow towering. If you want to be part of my life, you'll have to accept that. No more secrets. No more plans made without me. No more deciding what's best for me without asking what I think. A long pause. Then Dumbledore nodded slowly. I understand. And I accept your terms. Good. Harry turned to Gornik. Is there somewhere he can wait while we finish our business? Somewhere comfortable, but not too comfortable. Gornik's lips twitched. We have a waiting room. Adequate chairs. Bad tea. That sounds perfect. Dumbledore rose, and for a moment he looked at Harry with an expression the boy couldn't quite read. Pride, perhaps, or grief, or both. You've grown, Harry, more in one night than most people grow in a lifetime. He started toward the door, then paused. Your parents would be proud of you. Both of them. He left. Harry stood alone at the head of the table, surrounded by goblins, holding the torn pieces of a contract that would never bind him. And for the first time in his life, he felt truly free. Chapter 8. Hidden Contracts Revealed. The door closed behind Dumbledore with a soft click that seemed louder than it should have been. Harry stood motionless, staring at the wood grain, his small hands still gripping the torn pieces of the void contract. The ancestors in his head whispered approval, encouragement. But their voices were distant now, background noise rather than the overwhelming presence they'd been before. He took that better than I expected. Mrs. Fig's voice was shaky. I thought there'd be more argument. Dumbledore is many things, but he's not stupid. Gornik moved to stand beside Harry. He saw the situation clearly. The lordship is confirmed. The bank is behind you. Fighting would accomplish nothing except alienating you further. Harry turned from the door. Is there really a waiting room with bad tea? The worst tea in London. Gornik's lips twitched. We brew it specifically for wizards we don't like. Despite everything, Harry felt a small smile tug at his mouth. Good, but the smile faded quickly. The torn contract in his NDS was just one piece of a much larger puzzle. If Dumbledore had tried to bind him this way, what else had been done without his knowledge? What other contracts lay hidden, waiting to spring? The hidden contracts, he said. The ones you mentioned before. I need to see them. All of them. Gornik nodded as if he'd been expecting this. I assumed you would, but I must warn you, Lord Potter, some of these contracts are not comfortable reading. They involve your parents, your grandparents, decisions made generations ago that still affect your life today. I need to know anyway. Very well. Gornik gestured to the guards. Bring the Potter files. All of them. The guards bowed and departed. Harry returned to his seat at the head of the table, suddenly exhausted. Dawn had broken fully now, painting the chamber in warm gold light. But he felt like he hadn't slept in days, which, he realized, he hadn't. You should eat something. Mrs. Fig was watching him with concern. When did you last have a proper meal? Harry thought about it. The Dursleys had fed him scraps yesterday morning. Nothing since. I'm not hungry. That's the exhaustion talking. Your body needs fuel. She looked at Gornik. Do you have food here? Real food, not goblin food. Gornik raised an eyebrow. We have a kitchen. We can provide bread, cheese, fruit, human fare. He snapped his fingers at another goblin, who hurried off. Within minutes, a plate appeared before Harry loaded with more food than he'd seen in weeks. Fresh bread still warm from the oven. Cheese so rich it made his eyes water. Apples gleaming red and perfect. A glass of pumpkin juice that fizzed slightly when he touched it. Eat, Mrs. Fig commanded. Harry ate. The food tasted like nothing he'd ever experienced, not because it was particularly fancy, but because it was his. Bought with his money, served in his bank, eaten at his table. Every bite felt like a small act of defiance against the Dursleys, against Dumbledore, against everyone who'd ever tried to keep him small and hungry and controlled. By the time the guards returned with the files, Harry had finished half the plate and felt almost human again. The files were extensive. They filled 3 carts, actual carts, like the ones that had carried him through the tunnels, and took 6 goblins to transport. Stack after stack of parchment, bound in leather folders, tied with ribbons of every color. Marked with seals Harry didn't recognize. Gornik directed them to arrange the files on the obsidian table. They covered every inch of its surface, stacked 2 and 3 deep. A mountain of paper that represented centuries of Potter history. This, Gornik said, is every contract, agreement, treaty, and obligation currently attached to the House of Potter. Some are active, some are dormant, some are complicated. Harry stared at the mountain. All of this, your family has been accumulating documents for over 800 years. Some of these contracts predate Gringotts itself. Gornik pulled a file from the top of the nearest stack. Shall we begin? Harry nodded. The first hour was overwhelming. Contract after contract, each more complex than the last. Marriage agreements from the 1400s. land grants from the 1500s, trade partnerships with goblin nations, vampire covens, even a treaty with a dragon colony in the 1600s that still required an annual payment of 12 gold galleons, a symbolic gesture, Gornick explained, but failure to pay would technically constitute an act of war. Harry's head spun. The ancestors helped, whispering explanations when the language got too dense, pointing out hidden clauses and potential pitfalls. But even with their guidance, the sheer volume of information was staggering. Then they found the first hidden contract. It was buried deep in a stack marked, Miscellaneous 1800-1850, a thin document, barely 3 pages, written in a cramped hand that was difficult to read. But the moment Harry touched it, the ancestors went silent. "Read carefully," they whispered finally. "This matters." Harry read, "Agreement between the House of Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Dated, the 15th of September 1980. Parties, James Fleemont Potter, Lily Evans Potter, and Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, on behalf of the Order of the Phoenix. Terms, *1. The House of Potter agrees to provide financial support to the Order of the Phoenix in the amount of 10,000 galleons annually, to be used for operational expenses in the fight against he who must not be named. *2. The House of Potter agrees to make available retain properties owned by the family for use as safe houses, meeting locations, and emergency shelters for Order members and their families. 3. In exchange, the Order of the Phoenix agrees to provide protection for Potter family members and to prioritize their safety in all operations. 4. Should the Potters produce an heir, that heir shall be considered under the Order's protection until reaching the age of majority. *5. This agreement shall remain in effect until the defeat of he who must not be named, at which point it may be renegotiated or dissolved by mutual consent. Harry read it twice, 3 times. "This is about the war," he said slowly. "My parents were helping fund the fight against the Dark Wizard." "Correct." Gornook's voice was carefully neutral. "Many pureblood families made similar arrangements. The Order needed resources, and your parents had them. That seems reasonable. They were fighting for a good cause. The first page is reasonable." Gornick pointed to the document. "Turn to page 2. Harry turned. Page 2 contained additional clauses written in different ink, in a different hand. Clauses that hadn't been part of the original agreement. Addend. A. In the event of the deaths of both James and Lily Potter, the care and guardianship of any minor heir shall be entrusted to Albus Dumbledore, who shall have full authority to make decisions regarding the heir's upbringing, education, and magical development until the heir reaches the age of majority. Addendum B. The Potter vaults shall remain under the supervision of Albus Dumbledore until the heir comes of age, with all withdrawals and investments requiring his approval. Addendum C. Any magical contracts entered into by the heir before the age of majority shall require Dumbledore's counter-signature to be valid." Harry's hands trembled. "They added this after my parents signed. After they died." Gornick nodded slowly. "The ink analysis confirms it. The original signatures are from September 1980. The addenda were added in November 1981, approximately 3 weeks after your parents' deaths. While Harry was being left on the Dursleys' doorstep. While he was still a baby, too young to understand, too small to fight back. Dumbledore had waited 3 weeks. Then he'd gone back to the contract his friends had signed and added to it without their knowledge or consent. He used their signatures, their actual signatures. He just added words after they were dead. The magic of contracts is flexible." Gornook's voice was grim. "If the original signatories are deceased, their signatures cannot be withdrawn. Addenda can be added by the surviving party as long as they don't fundamentally change the nature of the agreement." "Fundamentally change?" Harry's voice rose. "He took control of everything. My care, my money, my future. How is that not fundamental?" The argument would be that the addenda merely specify implementation details. The original agreement already placed you under the Order's protection. Dumbledore could claim that guardianship and financial oversight are simply extensions of that protection. Harry stared at the contract. At his parents' signatures, James and Lily, written in ink that had faded slightly over the years. They'd signed in good faith, trusting Dumbledore, believing they were doing the right thing. And Dumbledore had used their trust to bind their son. "There's more." Gornick pulled another file from the stack. "This one is older. From 1970, when your grandparents were still alive." He slid it across the table. "A. Agreement between the House of Potter and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dated, the 3rd of June 1970. Parties: Charles Potter, Doria Potter, née Black, and Albus Dumbledore, headmaster. Terms: *1. The House of Potter agrees to endow an annual scholarship for Muggle-born students unable to afford tuition, in the amount of 500 galleons per student, for up to 10 students per year. *2. The House of Potter agrees to provide funding for the expansion of the school library, particularly in the areas of charms and transfiguration. 3. In exchange, Hogwarts agrees to prioritize the education of any Potter heir, providing additional tutoring and resources as needed. 4. Hogwarts further agrees that any Potter heir shall have automatic membership in the school's governing council upon reaching their 3rd year. Reasonable, generous, even, the kind of thing Harry's grandparents would have done willingly. But again, page 2. Addendum A. In the event that no adult Potter remains to manage family affairs, the headmaster of Hogwarts shall assume responsibility for ensuring that Potter heirs receive appropriate education and guidance, with the authority to make decisions regarding their enrollment, course selection, and extracurricular activities. Addendum B. This authority shall extend to any Potter heir who is orphaned before reaching the age of majority, regardless of existing guardianship arrangements. Harry's vision blurred. He blinked rapidly, refusing to cry. He planned this. Years before my parents even met, he planned this. He had contracts ready, waiting, just in case something happened to the Potters. The timing is suggestive. Gornook's voice was carefully neutral. 1970 was a turbulent year. The Dark Wizard was rising, though few recognized it yet. Your grandfather was vocal in his opposition. Dumbledore may have been preparing for the worst. Or he may have been preparing to take control. Silence. Mrs. Figg spoke quietly. Harry, I've known Albus Dumbledore for decades. I can't believe he would deliberately. You didn't believe he'd leave me with the Dursleys either. Harry's voice wasn't angry, just tired. But he did. And he had reasons. Good reasons, he thought. He always has good reasons. He looked at the mountain of contracts still waiting to be reviewed. How many more? How many other documents have hidden clauses he added after people died? Gornook exchanged a glance with Griphook. We won't know until we examine them all. But given what we've found so far, I would prepare yourself for more discoveries. Harry took a deep breath. Then let's keep going. The next 3 hours were education in betrayal. Contract after contract revealed Dumbledore's long reach. A trade agreement with a potions supply company that gave high-M oversight of Potter ingredient purchases. A magical guardianship document naming him as backup guardian for any Potter child, just in case something happens to your parents, my boy. A trust fund for Harry's education that required Dumbledore's approval for any withdrawal, including for school supplies. Each one, on its own, seemed reasonable, protective, even kind. Together, they formed a web that would have trapped Harry completely if he hadn't found his grandfather's letter. If he hadn't reached out to Gringotts. If he hadn't claimed his lordship before Dumbledore could arrive. Look at this one. Griphook pulled a document from near the bottom of a stack. It's different from the others. Harry took it. This contract was older, much older, and written on parchment that felt almost alive under his fingers. The ink shimmered faintly, and the seals at the bottom were made of wax that glowed with inner light. Compact of blood and honor. Between the House of Potter and the Goblin nation of Gringotts. Dated, the 12th of April 1473. Parties: Linfred of Stinchcombe, founder of the Potter line, and King Ragnick I. Terms: 1. The House of Potter and the Goblin nation hereby declare themselves bound in blood and honor, each to defend the other against all enemies, magical or mundane. 2. The Goblin nation shall hold and protect the Potter family vaults in perpetuity, and no force, magical, political, or otherwise, shall compel them to release these holdings to any but the true Potter heir. * 3. The House of Potter shall provide the Goblin nation with first right of refusal on all Potter-crafted magical artifacts, and shall never sell such items to any other party without Goblin consent. * 4. This compact shall remain in effect for as long as the Potter line endures, and may only be dissolved by mutual consent of both parties. 5. Should any external force attempt to interfere with this compact, whether through magical contracts, political pressure, or any other means, the Goblin nation shall consider such interference an act of war. Harry stared at the final clause. An act of war. Linfred, he whispered. The first Potter. The one who started everything. He was a wise man. Gornuk's voice held something like reverence. He understood that power attracts predators. He built protections into the very foundation of your family. The compact explained so much. Why the goblins had been willing to help him. Why they'd protected his vaults even when Dumbledore tried to control them. Why Ragnarok had spoken of defending him earlier. They've been bound to my family for over 500 years. Quote, bound is the wrong word. Allied, committed. The compact is mutual. We protect you, you protect us. It's the oldest and strongest agreement your family has. Harry looked at the goblins around him. At Gornik, who'd guided him through this nightmare. At Griphook, who'd brought him to the bank. At the guards, who'd stood ready to defend him against the most powerful wizard in the world. They weren't just employees doing a job. They were allies, family friends, almost, bound by an agreement older than most wizarding nations. Does Dumbledore know about this? He knows the compact exists. He doesn't know its full terms. No wizard does, except the Potter heir. Gornuk's eyes glittered. He thought he could work around it by adding contracts after your parents died. But the compact supersedes all later agreements. That's why the void contract was void, not just because you didn't sign it, but because it violated the compact's protections. Harry thought about this, about Dumbledore, so clever, so powerful, so certain of his rightness, outmaneuvered by a document written 500 years before he was born. He must hate that. If he does, he hides it well. Gornuk's lips twitched. But yes, I imagine the discovery has been uncomfortable. The final hidden contract was the worst. It was buried at the very bottom of the largest stack, wrapped in plain brown paper with no identifying marks. Harry almost missed it, would have missed it, if Griphook hadn't noticed the faint magical signature emanating from within. This one is different, the goblin said quietly. Dark magic, old magic, the kind we don't usually see in Potter contracts. Harry unwrapped it carefully. The parchment inside was black. Not dark brown, not faded to gray, actual black. As if it had been soaked in ink or something worse. The writing was silver, shimmering faintly, and the moment Harry touched it, his scar exploded with pain. Harry, the ancestors' voices were urgent, alarmed. This shouldn't exist. He read anyway. Covenant of Shadow, between the House of Potter and the force that shall not be named. Dated, the 31st of October 1981. Parties, Tom Marvolo Riddle, signature, the Dark Lord and the estate of James and Lily Potter, represented by the blood of their heir. Terms, 1. On this night, the Dark Lord disclaimed the life of the Potter heir, Harry James Potter. In accordance with the prophecy that binds them. 2. In claiming this life, the Dark Lord also claims the magic that resides within the boy, magic inherited from 1,000 years of Potter ancestors. 3. This magic shall pass to the Dark Lord upon the boy's death, making him stronger than any wizard who has ever lived. 4. In exchange, the Dark Lord offers this guarantee, he Potter line shall not be extinguished entirely. Should the boy die, his parents' souls shall be permitted to remain in the world as lingering spirits, forever watching but never interfering. 5. T's covenant is sealed in blood and shadow, binding across all worlds and all times, unbreakable by any force except. The document cut off mid-sentence. The bottom half of the page was gone. Torn, burned, destroyed, Harry couldn't tell which. But the remaining text was enough. Enough to understand. That night, his voice was barely a whisper. The night my parents died, he tried to claim me. To take my magic. To make a deal with something, some force, that would let him keep their souls trapped forever. The room was absolutely silent. Gornuk's face had gone gray again, the same color as during the awakening. This is beyond anything we anticipated. A covenant with shadow magic. With death itself, perhaps. The dark wizard who killed my parents, he wasn't just trying to murder me. He was trying to absorb me. To take everything the Potters had ever been and make it his. And the covenant would have bound your parents' souls. Kept them from passing on, from finding peace, from joining their ancestors. Gornik shook his head slowly. This is the work of someone who understood dark magic at a level most wizards can't imagine. Harry's hands were shaking. His scar was on fire. The ancestors in his head were screaming, not words, just sound, just pain. But beneath the pain, beneath the horror, something else was growing. Rage. Cold, clear, absolute rage. He tried to take everything. My life, my magic, my parents' souls, everything I was and everything they were, he tried to take it all. And he failed. Griphook's voice was steady. The covenant is broken, torn in half. Whatever happened that night, the rebounding curse, your survival, it destroyed this contract. Made it void, but it existed. He made it, he planned it, he reached into the darkest magic imaginable and tried to bind my family to death itself. Harry looked at the torn covenant. At the silver words still shimmering on black parchment. At the signature of the monster who'd murdered his parents. I want this kept somewhere safe. Somewhere no one can find it except me. Gornik nodded slowly. It will be placed in your 7th vault. The one that chose you. Nothing can enter, or leave that vault without your express permission. Good. Harry stood. His legs were steady now, his hands calm. The rage had settled into something deeper, something that would wait, patient and cold, until the time was right. I've seen enough contracts for one night. For one lifetime. He looked at the mountain of paper still waiting to be reviewed. We'll continue another time, but right now, I need to think. To process. To understand what all of this means. Gornik bowed his head. Of course, Lord Potter. Whatever you need. Harry turned to Mrs. Fig. Can you stay here? I mean, not at Privet Drive, here, in London. Somewhere nearby. Her eyes widened. You want me to stay? I need someone I trust. Someone who isn't a goblin, no offense, and isn't trying to control me. You helped me tonight. You gave me the box. You came with me even though you were scared of Dumbledore. Harry met her eyes. I'd like you to keep helping me. If you want to. Mrs. Fig's eyes filled with tears. Harry Potter, I would be honored. He nodded, then turned back to Gornik. One more thing. The Dursleys, they need to know I'm not coming back. And they need to understand that they can't hurt me anymore. Ever again. Gornik's smile was sharp and satisfied. That, Lord Potter, will be our pleasure. Chapter 9. The Control Clause. The waiting room with bad tea lived up to its reputation. Harry stood outside its door. One small hand pressed against the ancient wood, listening to the silence beyond. Dumbledore had been in there for hours now, alone, presumably, with nothing but his thoughts and the worst tea in London. He hasn't tried to leave? Harry asked quietly. Griphook shook his head. He asked for books twice. We provided them, outdated census records and a history of goblin metallurgy. He's been reading ever since. No attempts to contact anyone. No secret messages. Our wards would have detected any magical communication. He's been, remarkably patient. Harry nodded slowly. Patient. Of course Dumbledore was patient. He'd been patient for 16 years, waiting for the right moment to reveal himself, to guide, to control. A few more hours in a room with bad tea meant nothing to someone like him. But Harry wasn't the same boy who'd entered Gringotts last night. The ancestors had changed him. The contracts had changed him. The covenant, that terrible, dark covenant, had changed him most of all. He pushed open the door. Dumbledore sat in a worn armchair near a small window, a heavy book open on his lap. He looked up as Harry entered, and for a moment his famous twinkle flickered, surprise. Perhaps, at the change in the boy who stood before him. Harry felt the change too. He was different, stronger, more certain. The ancestors' voices were quiet now, but their presence remained, a foundation of knowledge and experience that had settled into his bones. Harry. Dumbledore closed the book carefully. I wasn't sure you'd come back. I wasn't sure either. Harry took the chair across from him, smaller than Dumbledore's, but positioned so the light from the window fell on his face rather than leaving him in shadow. But there are things we need to discuss. Things the contracts didn't explain. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. The contracts? You've been reviewing them, all night. Well, most of them. There are a lot. Harry's voice was calm, measured. He sounded nothing like a 6-year-old. I found interesting things. The Order Agreement from 1980. The Hogwarts Scholarship from 1970. The Guardianship Documents. The Education Trust. Each word landed like a stone in still water. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes shifted. Those were all created with good intentions, Harry. To protect you, to protect your family's legacy, to ensure. I know what they were created for. Harry cut him off. I also know what they became. The addenda added after my parents died. The clauses that gave you control over everything. The way you used their signatures against them. Silence. Dumbledore's hands, old, spotted, trembling slightly, rested on the closed book in his lap. You found the addenda. Gornik found them. The ink analysis proves they were added after my parents were dead. After they couldn't consent. After they couldn't say no. I see. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. And what do you think, Harry? What do you believe my motives were? I think you believed you were right. I think you still believe it. Harry leaned forward slightly. But I also think you knew, somewhere, deep down, that what you were doing was wrong. That's why you hid it. That's why you added clauses instead of creating new contracts. You didn't want anyone to know. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the twinkle was gone. In its place was something raw and real, grief, perhaps, or shame. You're right, the words hung in the air. I told myself it was protection. I told myself I was the only one who could keep you safe, keep your fortune safe, keep your future safe. The war had just ended. Voldemort's followers were everywhere. The Ministry was in chaos. And you were just a baby, Harry. A baby with a target on his back. So you decided to control everything. I decided to do what I thought was necessary. Dumbledore's voice cracked. And yes, I hid it. I added clauses quietly because I knew, even then, that your parents wouldn't have approved. James was proud, fiercely independent. He would have hated the idea of anyone controlling his son's future. And Lily trusted people, believed in them. But she also saw clearly. She would have questioned me. Would have demanded explanations I wasn't ready to give. Harry absorbed this. The image of his parents grew sharper, flawed, complicated. Real. But there's something else. He reached into his shirt and pulled out the torn covenant, wrapped now in protective cloth, but still radiating a faint wrongness that made Dumbledore's eyes widen. Something the other contracts didn't explain. Something from the night they died. Dumbledore's face went white. Where did you get that? It was in the files. Hidden at the bottom. The goblins almost missed it. Harry held it out, though he didn't unwrap it. A covenant of shadow. Between the dark wizard and something else. Something that would have taken my magic and trapped my parents' souls forever. Dumbledore reached for it, then stopped. His hand hung in the air, trembling. I didn't know about this. His voice was barely a whisper. I knew Voldemort had tried to kill you. I knew the curse rebounded. But this is dark magic beyond anything I've ever encountered. Soul magic. Death magic. The kind that leaves marks on the world forever. It's torn. Broken. Whatever happened that night destroyed it. Harry wrapped it again and tucked it away. But it existed. He planned it. And you left me with the Dursleys. You set wards. You watched. But you never told me about this. Never warned me that something like this had almost happened. Because I didn't know. Dumbledore's voice rose for the first time. Harry, I swear to you, on your parents' memory, on everything I hold sacred, I did not know about this covenant. If I had, I would have. What? Taken more control, made more contracts without asking. Harry's voice was sharp. That's what you do, isn't it? You decide what's best. You make plans. You hide things, for protection. And everyone else just has to trust you. The words hit like blows. Dumbledore sagged in his chair, suddenly looking every one of his many years. Yes, he whispered. That's exactly what I do. And look where it's led. Silence stretched between them. Outside the small window, London W. is fully awake now. Distant sounds of traffic, of people going about their ordinary lives. Inside, two people sat in the wreckage of 16 years of secrets. Harry spoke first. The control clause. Dumbledore looked up. In all those contracts, the ones with addenda, the ones without, there's a pattern. A clause that appears in almost every document that gives you authority over something. It's phrased differently each time, but it's always there, always giving you the final say. You've been studying. I've been learning. Harry met his eyes. The clause gives you control over my vaults, my education, my guardianship, my future. It's in the Order Agreement, the Hogwarts Scholarship, the Education Trust, the Backup Guardianship. Everywhere, like a thread running through everything. Dumbledore was silent. Why? Harry asked. Why did you need so much control? Because I was afraid. The words came slowly, painfully. Afraid of what Voldemort's followers might do if they got to you. Afraid of what the Ministry might try if they realized how much power you represented. Afraid of what you might become if you grew up without guidance, without protection, without someone who understood the weight you carried. So you decided to be that someone. I thought I was the only one who could be. Dumbledore's voice broke, arrogant, prideful. I see that now. But Harry, the prophecy, you have to understand. What prophecy? Dumbledore stopped. The silence that followed was different from before. Heavier. Darker. Harry, there are things I haven't told you. Things I thought you were too young to know. But after everything, after the contracts, after the covenant, you deserve the truth. Then tell me." Dumbledore took a long breath. "The night Voldemort came to kill you, he wasn't acting randomly. He was responding to a prophecy made shortly before your birth, by a seer named Sybil Trelawney. I was there when she spoke it. I heard every word." He recited, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." Harry's scar burned. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. That's me, partially. The prophecy could have referred to 2 boys, you or Neville Longbottom. But Voldemort chose you, marked you as his equal, gave you that scar and the connection that comes with it. Connection. When Voldemort tried to kill you, a piece of his soul latched onto yours. That's why your scar burns when he's near. That's why you can sometimes feel his emotions, see through his eyes. Part of him lives in you." Harry's hand pressed against his forehead. "He's in me. The monster who killed my parents is in me. Not in the way you think. It's a fragment, a piece of soul, damaged and unstable. It doesn't make you evil. It doesn't make you him. But it creates a connection. A bond that neither of you can break." Harry's mind reeled. The ancestors were silent, shocked, perhaps, or simply letting him process alone. All this time, all these years in the cupboard, believing he was just a freak, just a burden, just nothing. And inside him, hidden in his own scar, lived a piece of the monster who'd destroyed his family. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because you were too young. Because I hoped, foolishly, that Voldemort was truly gone and the fragment would fade. Because I didn't want you to grow up believing you were tainted, cursed, marked for darkness. I am marked." Harry's voice was flat, literally marked, with his soul. "You're marked with his failure. His magic tried to destroy you and rebounded. His soul tried to claim you and shattered. You are living proof that he could not win." Dumbledore leaned forward urgently. "Harry, that fragment doesn't define you. It's a scar, nothing more. What defines you is what you choose to do with the life you have." Harry stared at him. All the contracts, all the control, all the secrets, and now this. "The prophecy," he said slowly. "It says either must die at the hand of the other. That means, one of us has to kill the other. For it to end." Dumbledore's face twisted. "I believe so, yes. And he's not really gone, is he? Voldemort. He's out there somewhere, waiting, planning, gathering strength." Another pause. Then, "No, he's not gone. His followers believe he will return. And I fear they may be right." Harry absorbed this, added it to everything else. "So I've been living in a cupboard, starving and alone, while a dark wizard plots his return and a piece of his soul lives in my head. And you knew all of this and left me there anyway." "Harry, no." Harry stood. "No more explanations, no more justifications. You did what you did. You had your reasons, but I'm done being the person things are done to." He walked to the door, then paused. "The control clause, the one in all those contracts, it's void now. The lordship overrides everything. You have no authority over me, my vaults, my future." "Nothing." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I understand. Do you? Because I'm not going away. I'm not going to hide. I'm going to learn everything I can, become everything I can. And when Voldemort comes back, because apparently he will, I'm going to be ready." For the first time, something like pride flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. "Your parents would be proud of you. They'd better be." Harry opened the door. "They're the ones who died to give me this chance." He left Dumbledore in the room with his bad tea and his books and his regrets. Gornick was waiting in the corridor. "Well, he told me about the prophecy. About the soul fragment. About Voldemort still being out there." Harry's voice was steady. He didn't try to hide it. "Not this time." The goblin nodded slowly. "And how do you feel about that?" Quote, "Like I've been given a weapon I don't know how to use." Harry looked down at his small hands. "I'm 6 years old. I have a Dark Lord's soul in my head and a prophecy hanging over my future. How am I supposed to fight something like that?" "You're not supposed to fight it alone." Gornook's voice was surprisingly gentle. "That's what the contracts are for. What the alliances are for. What the family is for. The Potters have survived 1,000 years because they understood something important: power shared is power multiplied." Harry thought about this. About the ancestors in his head. About the goblins at his back. About Mrs. Fig, waiting somewhere in the bank, ready to help. I'm not alone. No, you're not. Gornick began walking, and Harry fell into step beside him. Now, about the Dursleys. We've prepared a little visit. If you're interested. Harry's steps slowed. What kind of visit? The kind that ensures they never forget what happened. To those who mistreat a lord of the realm. Gornook's smile was sharp. Nothing fatal. Nothing that would attract ministry attention. But memorable. Harry thought about the cupboard. About Vernon's fists. About Dudley's laughter. About 6 years of hunger and fear and loneliness. Yes, he said quietly. I'd like to see that. They traveled by Portkey again, a different one this time, keyed specifically to Harry's blood. The sensation was still nauseating, but less overwhelming than before. Harry landed on his feet outside number 4, Privet Drive, and looked up at the house where he'd spent his entire life. It looked different now, smaller, dingier. The perfectly manicured lawn seemed pathetic rather than pristine. The shiny car in the driveway seemed like a sad attempt to impress neighbors who didn't care. Gornick appeared beside him, along with 2 other goblins Harry didn't recognize. All 3 wore expressions of grim satisfaction. The wards? Harry asked. Dismantled. Your lordship overrides them completely. Gornick gestured toward the door. Shall we? Harry knocked. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then heavy footsteps, Vernon's footsteps, approached the door. It swung open. Vernon Dursley stood in the doorway, massive and purple-faced, his small eyes blinking in confusion at the sight of Harry standing with 3 goblins. Boy, what? How did you? What are those creatures doing on my property? Gornook's eyes glittered dangerously. Creatures, he calls us. Vernon. Harry's voice was calm. We need to talk. Vernon's face went through several colors. Purple to red to white, before settling on an ugly mottled shade. You'll talk when I say you can talk. Get inside this instant, and take these things with you. He reached for Harry's arm. His hand stopped about 6 inches from its target. Gornick hadn't moved, hadn't spoken, but Vernon's hand simply would not advance. It hung in the air, trembling, while Vernon stared at it in horror. Touch Lord Potter again, Gornick said quietly, and you will lose the hand. Possibly the arm as well. We haven't decided. Vernon's mouth opened and closed like a fish. From inside the house, Petunia's voice called out, Vernon. Who is it? She appeared in the doorway behind her husband, took in the scene, and went the color of old parchment. Harry. Hello, Aunt Petunia. Harry's voice was still calm. I've come to tell you I won't be living here anymore. And to make sure you understand what that means. Petunia's eyes darted from Harry to the goblins to her frozen husband. You see, Aunt Just, were your legal guardians. Not anymore. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a document, official looking, covered in seals. This is a legal notice from Gringotts. It determines your guardianship effective immediately. I am now a ward of the bank until I choose alternative arrangements. You can't do that. You're 6 years old. I'm Lord Potter. Harry's voice hardened for the first time. That means I can do a lot of things you don't understand. Dudley appeared behind his parents, his small piggy eyes widening at the sight of Harry standing with strange creatures. Mum, what's happening? Why is the freak? Dudley. Harry's voice cut across him. Don't call me that, ever again. Dudley's mouth snapped shut. Something in Harry's tone, something that hadn't been there before, made even spoilt. Bullying Dudley pause. Gornick stepped forward, holding another document. This is an accounting of the Potter family assets. You'll note that Lord Potter's wealth exceeds the combined value of this house, this street, and this entire neighborhood. For the past 6 years, you have received monthly stipends from the Potter vaults for his care and maintenance. Petunia's face went gray. Stipends? Vernon managed, his hand still frozen in mid-reach. What stipends? The Ministry of Magic allocates funds for orphaned magical children placed with Muggle guardians. 200 galleons per month, approximately £1,000 in your currency, deposited directly into your account since Harry arrived. Harry stared at his aunt and uncle. They'd been paid to keep him, to feed him, to clothe him, and they'd spent it on Dudley's toys and Vernon's car and Petunia's endless renovations while he starved in a cupboard. You took money for me. His voice was barely a whisper. And you gave me nothing. Petunia found her voice. We used it for household expenses, for things you benefited from. I slept in a cupboard. I wore rags. I ate your leftovers. Harry's voice rose. Where did that money go, Aunt Petunia? What did you spend it on? Silence. Dudley shifted uncomfortably. Even he spoiled as he was, seemed to understand that something had gone very wrong. Gornik spoke again. The total misappropriated funds amount to approximately 14,400 galleons, roughly 72,000 pounds. This does not include compensation for physical abuse, emotional distress, or illegal imprisonment. Vernon's hand finally dropped. He stared at it, then at Harry, then at the goblins. You're trying to steal from us. We're trying to recover what was stolen from Lord Potter. Gornook's voice was ice. The difference, Mr. Dursley, is that we have legal standing to do so. Harry looked at his aunt and uncle. At the house where he'd suffered for 6 years. At the life he was leaving behind. I don't want the money back. His voice was quiet but clear. Not for me, but I want you to know, to really understand, what you did. You took money meant for my care and spent it on yourselves. You locked me in a cupboard and called it a bedroom. You hit me and starved me and told me I was nothing. Vernon's face was still purple, but something in his eyes had changed. Fear, Harry realized. Actual fear. You're nothing, Vernon tried, but his voice cracked. You're just a freak. I'm Lord Potter. Harry stepped forward, and Vernon actually flinched back. I have more money than you'll ever see. I have allies you can't imagine. And I have power, real power, that you'll never understand. He stopped at the threshold, not quite entering the house. But I'm not going to use that power to hurt you. That's not who I am. That's not who my parents raised me to be. He looked at Petunia. My mother, your sister, she was good, kind. She believed in people. She died protecting me. Petunia's eyes filled with tears. Actual tears. I'm going to try to be like her. To believe in people. To be kind. Harry's voice hardened again. But I'm also going to remember what you did. And if you ever, try to contact me again, or hurt another child, or do anything that reminds me of the last 6 years, I won't be kind. I'll be Lord Potter, and you won't like what that means. He turned away. Gornik and the other goblins fell into step beside him. Behind them, the door to number 4, Privet Drive, hung open, the Dursleys frozen in its frame, staring after the small boy who'd just destroyed everything they thought they knew. Harry didn't look back. They walked in silence to the end of the street. At the corner, Harry stopped. The money, he said quietly. The stipends. Did they really get all that? Every month, without fail. Gornook's voice was carefully neutral. The ministry has records going back 16 years. Your guardians received funds intended for your care from the moment you arrived. Where did it go? Some we can trace: luxury purchases, holidays, Dudley's private school tuition. Some is simply gone. Spent on ordinary living expenses that should have been covered by their own income. Harry nodded slowly. In the house, the cupboard, the way they treated me. All documented. Mrs. Figg's reports alone would be enough for a ministry investigation. Combined with the financial records, the Dursleys could face serious consequences. Harry thought about this. About Vernon in Azkaban, the wizard prison Mrs. Figg had mentioned. About Petunia alone, trying to explain to the neighbors. About Dudley, finally understanding what his parents had done. No, he shook his head. I don't want them punished. I want them to know. To live with what they did. To look at Dudley every day and remember that they stole from me to spoil him. Gornik raised an eyebrow. That's remarkably restrained. My mother wouldn't want revenge. Harry touched his scar. She died to give me a chance at life. I'm not going to waste that chance on hating people who aren't worth hating. The goblin studied him for a long moment. You are unlike any wizard I've ever met, Lord Potter. And I've met a great many. Harry almost smiled. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. Gornik began walking again. Come, there's more to do. The vaults won't organize themselves. Harry followed, leaving Privet Drive behind without a single backward glance. Chapter 10. The Decision. The Gringotts guest quarters were nothing like the cupboard. Harry stood in the center of a room larger than the entire ground floor of number 4, staring at a bed so vast and soft it looked like a cloud had been captured and tamed. Curtains of deep green velvet framed windows that overlooked Diagon Alley, bustling now with midday shoppers who had no idea that the most important event in decades had occurred beneath their feet. Mrs. Figg had fussed over him for an hour after they returned from Privet Drive. Had he eaten enough? Was he cold? Did he need more blankets? More pillows? More anything? Harry had endured it patiently, understanding that this was how she showed care. But when she finally retreated to her own quarters down the hall, he'd been left alone with his thoughts. And his ancestors. They were quieter now than during the awakening, but they never fully silenced. A constant presence at the edge of his awareness, not intrusive, but available. Like having 100 grandparents in the next room, ready to offer advice if he asked. He hadn't asked yet. There was too much to process first. The bed called to him. He hadn't slept in nearly 30 hours, but his mind wouldn't stop racing. The contracts, the covenant, the prophecy, the soul fragment, Dumbledore's confession, the Dursleys, frozen faces. And underneath it all, one question that refused to be ignored. What now? He was 6 years old. He was Lord Potter. He had more money than he could spend in a lifetime, allies who would die to protect him, and enemies who would kill him without a second thought. He carried a piece of the darkest wizard in history inside his own scar, and a prophecy declared that one of them must die at the hand of the other. What was a 6-year-old supposed to do with all that? Harry climbed onto the bed. It took effort. It was so high, and lay back against pillows that smelled of lavender and something else, something magical. The ceiling above him was painted with scenes from Goblin history, battles, treaties. The founding of Gringotts itself. He stared at it without seeing. What now? A soft knock roused him from a daze he hadn't realized had claimed him. Lord Potter. Griphook's voice through the door. Gornick requests your presence. There are developments. Harry sat up, heart quickening. Developments could mean anything, good or bad. He slid off the bed, crossed the room, and opened the door. Griphook's expression was unreadable. This way, please. They walked through corridors Harry hadn't seen before, narrower than the main passages, lined with doors that bore symbols instead of numbers. The ancestors stirred slightly, recognizing some of the markings, but offered no explanation. Gornick waited in a small chamber furnished with comfortable chairs and a table laden with food. Mrs. Fig was already there, looking worried. And at the table's center, arranged in neat stacks, were more documents. Thank you for coming. Gornick gestured to a chair. Please, sit, eat if you wish. We have much to discuss. Harry sat. He wasn't hungry, but he took an apple anyway, more to have something to do with his hands. What developments? Several. Gornick settled into his own chair. Ancient joints protesting. First, the ministry has been informed of your lordship. The news reached them approximately 2 hours ago. There has been significant reaction. What kind of reaction? The usual kind when established power structures are disrupted. Shock, disbelief, concern. A few have already begun positioning themselves to approach you, some as allies, some as other things. Harry's jaw tightened. They want something from me. Always. That is the nature of politics. The question is not whether they want something, but whether what they want aligns with what you want. Gornick pulled a document from the nearest stack. We've already received 3 formal requests for meetings. 2 from members of the Wizengamot, 1 from a representative of the Pureblood Coalition. Pureblood Coalition, families who value blood purity above all else. Many of them were neutral during the war, not Death Eaters, but not fighters against Voldemort either. EY sat on the sidelines and waited to see who would win. Harry's apple paused halfway to his mouth. And now they want to meet me. They want to assess you. Determine whether you're useful to them. Perhaps offer alliances that would benefit both parties. Gornook's eyes glittered. They do not know you yet. They do not understand what they're dealing with. What am I dealing with? I don't even know that. Silence. Gornick leaned forward. That, Lord Potter, is the question you must answer today. Not for them, for yourself. What kind of lord do you want to be? What kind of person? What kind of power will you wield? Harry set down the apple. I've been asking myself that since we got back. Since Dumbledore told me about the prophecy. Since I saw the covenant. He met Gornook's eyes. I don't have an answer yet. Then let us help you find one. Gornick gestured to the documents. These are summaries, brief overviews of the options available to you. Not contracts, not obligations. Just possibilities. Harry looked at the stacks. There were 5 of them, each tied with a different colored ribbon. What do the colors mean? Red for political alliances, blue for educational paths, green for financial strategies, gold for magical development, and black. Gornook's voice shifted slightly. Black for the path of the warrior. The path your father chose. Harry's hand reached for the black ribbon before his mind caught up. The documents inside were different from the others, not summaries, but profiles. Profiles of training programs, combat tutors, defensive magic specialists. Profiles of people who could teach him to fight. James Potter was an exceptional duelist, Gornick said quietly. Not the best of his generation, that honor belonged to others. But he was brave, quick, and utterly fearless. He died fighting, Harry. Standing between his family and destruction. Harry read through the profiles. Names he didn't recognize, qualifications he couldn't fully understand. But the message was clear: there were people who could teach him to protect himself. To protect others. To fight back. He set the black ribbon aside and reached for the gold. Magical development. This stack was thicker than the others. Filled with information about tutors, courses, accelerated programs. Harry's eyes caught on one name repeated across multiple documents: Goblin trained battle magic. Goblin forged artifacts. Goblin crafted warding techniques. You train wizards. Rarely. Exceptionally rarely. But for a lord of an allied house, exceptions can be made. Gornook's voice was carefully neutral. Goblin magic is different from wizard magic. More grounded. More practical. More deadly. It would not be an easy path. Harry thought about the Covenant. About the prophecy. About Voldemort, waiting somewhere in the shadows. Easy doesn't matter. Effective does. He set the gold ribbon beside the black and reached for the blue. Education. Hogwarts, primarily, detailed information about the school, its houses, its curriculum, but also alternatives. Beauxbatons in France, Durmstrang in Northern Europe, even rumors of a school in Africa that taught magic Harry had never heard of. Hogwarts is where your parents went, Gornick observed, where most of your ancestors went. But you are not bound to attend. Lords can choose alternative education paths. Harry read about Durmstrang's focus on dueling and dark arts defense. About Beauxbatons, elegance and political connections. About schools that taught magic is war, magic is art, magic is life. He set the blue beside the others and reached for the green. Financial strategies. This stack was thickest of all, filled with investment opportunities, business partnerships, charitable foundations. Harry's eyes widened at some of the numbers: millions of galleons. Potentially, if he played his cards right. The Potter wealth is considerable, Gornick said. But it could be more. Much more. With the right investments, you could become one of the richest wizards in Britain within a decade. Harry thought about money. About what it could buy: freedom, safety, influence. About what it couldn't buy: trust, loyalty, love. He set the green aside and reached for the red. Political alliances. This stack was different, not summaries of options, but profiles of people. Families, mostly, with detailed breakdowns of their histories, their values, their current positions. The Weasleys, the Longbottoms, the Malfoys, the Blacks. Names Harry had heard in whispers, names that meant nothing and everything. The political landscape is complex, Gornick said. Dumbledore has dominated it for decades, but his influence is waning. There are opportunities for a new player, especially one with your name and your power. Harry studied the profiles. Some families were marked as friendly: the Weasleys, the Longbottoms. Some as hostile: the Malfoys, most of the Blacks. Some as neutral, waiting to be convinced. And some had no markings at all. These, he said, pointing. Why are some blank? Gornook's expression flickered. Those are the families who made no choice during the war. Who hid, who fled, who refused to take sides. They are complicated. Complicated how? They are not evil. Most of them, anyway. But they are not brave either. They watched while others fought and died, and they did nothing. Gornook's voice hardened. Some would call that cowardice. Others would call it survival. The choice of how to judge them is yours. Harry looked at the blank profiles. At the families who'd done nothing while his parents fought and died. I don't know how to judge them yet. He closed the stack. I need more information first. Gornick nodded slowly. Wise. Judgment without information is just prejudice. Harry sat back, looking at the 5 colored ribbons spread before him. Black for war, gold for magic, blue for education, green for wealth, red for politics. 5 paths, 5 choices, 5 ways to become the person he needed to be. Can I choose more than one? Eventually, yes, but starting out, focus is valuable. Spread yourself too thin and you'll master nothing. Gornick leaned forward. What calls to you, Lord Potter? What feels right? Harry's hand hovered over the ribbons. Black, the warrior's path. His father's path. The path of standing and fighting, of protecting others with your own body and magic. Gold, the magical path. Deeper understanding, greater power, control over forces most wizards never touched. Blue, the educational path. Knowledge, credentials, the respect that came from formal training. Green, the financial path. Wealth, influence, the ability to shape the world without ever casting a spell. Red, the political path. Alliances, negotiations, the slow work of building coalitions and changing systems. Which one was him? Which one would make him strong enough to face what was coming? His hand moved, slowly at first, then with certainty, and closed around. Gold. Magical development. The ancestors stirred with approval. Gornook's eyebrows rose slightly. You choose the magical path. I choose to understand what I am. Harry's voice was steady. There's a piece of Voldemort in my head. There's a prophecy hanging over my future. There's a covenant, a dark covenant, that nearly destroyed my family. I need to understand magic. Real magic. Deep magic. The kind that can counter things like that. A wise choice. Gornook nodded slowly, but also a dangerous one. Deep magic has a cost. It changes those who wield it. Everything changes us. Harry looked at the other ribbons. I'm not abandoning the other paths. Just focusing. For now. Understood. Gornook gathered the other stacks, leaving the gold before Harry. Then let us discuss your options. The next hour was an education in itself. Gornook walked him through the various magical training paths available. Goblin battle magic. Intense, practical, physically demanding. Traditional wizard tutoring. Slower, more theoretical. But with deeper foundations. Specialized courses in specific disciplines, wards, rituals, enchanting, healing. Self-study from the Potter family library, thousands of volumes collected over centuries. Many of them unique. Harry listened, asked questions, absorbed information. The ancestors helped, pointing out which paths had served previous Potters well, which had led to disaster. Which were worth considering. By the end, 3 options stood out. Option 1. Goblin training, full immersion. Live with the goblins for a year, learning their magic from the ground up. Intense, dangerous, but potentially transformative. Option 2. Private tutors, selected by Gornook and approved by Harry. A mix of goblin and wizard instructors, tailored to his specific needs. Less intense, more flexible, but slower. Option 3. The Potter Library, supplemented by occasional tutoring. Self-directed study, with guidance from the ancestors and periodic check-ins with experts. The most independent path, but also the most isolating. Harry considered each carefully. The goblin training, would I have to stay here? Underground? Mostly, yes. There are surface facilities, but the deep training happens below. Gornook's voice was neutral. You would not see sunlight for months at a time. Harry thought about the cupboard. About years of darkness. About how much he'd craved light, air, space. I don't think I can do that. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Gornook nodded as if he'd expected this. Understandable. The deep places are not for everyone. Option 2. Private tutors. How private? How many people would know? Knowledge of your training would be restricted to those who need to know. The tutors themselves would be bound by magical contracts of confidentiality. The outside world would see only what you chose to show them. Harry liked this. Control over information. Control over perception. And option 3. The library. Would I have access to everything? Even the restricted sections? With your lordship, yes. The Potter Library recognizes blood. Every book would open to you, though some might challenge you. Challenge me. Some magical texts test their readers. Present riddles. Demand proof of worth, even attack if approached improperly. The Potters collected dangerous knowledge, Harry. Not all of it is safe. Harry's scar tingled with interest. Option 2, he said finally. Private tutors, tailored training. But with access to the library as well. Can we combine them? Gornook's lips curved. We can combine anything you wish. You are Lord Potter. The resources are yours to command. Then that's what I want. Tutors for structured learning, library for exploration. And maybe, later, some of the goblin training, once I'm ready. A balanced approach. Gornook nodded approvingly. I will begin compiling a list of potential tutors. We'll want a mix of specialties, defensive magic, certainly, but also warding, enchanting, perhaps ritual work if you're inclined. I'm inclined toward anything that helps me survive. Then we shall find you the best. Gornook stood. One more thing, Lord Potter. A decision that cannot wait. Harry tensed. What? Your living arrangements. You cannot return to Privet Drive. You cannot stay at Gringotts indefinitely. The deep magic here is not healthy for young wizards long-term. You need a home. A home. The word felt strange. Harry had never had a home, only a cupboard, only a prison. The idea of choosing where to live, of having space that was truly his, felt felt almost impossible to imagine. What are my options? Several. The Potter estates, there are 3 in Britain alone. Godric's Hollow, where your parents died, is the most significant. There's also a London townhouse, currently closed, and a country estate in Wales that hasn't been used in generations. Harry's heart clenched at the mention of Godric's Hollow, where his parents had lived, where they'd died, where he'd somehow survived. I could live there, in their house. It would need preparation. It's been sealed for 16 years, preserved, but not maintained. Goblins could prepare it within weeks, if you wished. Weeks. In weeks, he could be living in his parents' house, walking where they'd walked, sleeping where they'd slept, seeing what they'd seen. I want that. Gornick nodded. Then Godric's Hollow it shall be. But there's another matter. Who will live with you? You're 6 years old, Lord Potter. You cannot live alone. Harry hadn't thought of this. The practicalities of daily life, meals, cleaning, safety, things the Dursleys had provided, badly, and Mrs. Fig had supplemented, secretly. Mrs. Fig, she has offered, unofficially. She waits outside this chamber even now. Gornook's expression softened slightly. She is not powerful, not young, not particularly skilled in magic. But she is loyal, and she cares for you genuinely. Harry thought about Mrs. Fig, about the years of watching, the guilt she carried, the way she'd finally chosen him over Dumbledore, about the warm milk and the cat-filled kitchen and the box she'd guarded for 3 years. I'd like her to stay. If she wants to. She wants to very much. Gornick moved toward the door. Shall I tell her? Wait. Harry stopped him. There's something else. Something I need to decide first. Gornick turned back. Harry took a breath. The ancestors were very quiet, waiting, perhaps, for him to prove himself. Dumbledore. He's still here, isn't he? In the waiting room. He is. Reading Goblin metallurgy and drinking terrible tea. What would happen if I formally cut ties with him? Legally, I mean, removed him from everything, the guardianship that's already void, the education trust, all of it. Gornook's eyes glittered. It would be a statement. A powerful one. It would tell the wizarding world that you are your own master, that Dumbledore's influence over you is ended, that anyone who wants to deal with Harry Potter must deal with you. It would make enemies. It would make enemies of those who follow Dumbledore unquestioningly. It would make allies of those who've chafed under his dominance. And it would make everyone else watch and wait. Harry considered this. The political path, the red ribbon, calling to him even as he'd chosen the gold. He left me with the Dursleys. He tried to control my money. He kept secrets, huge secrets, about my life, my future, my enemies. Harry's voice hardened. I'm not going to punish him. I'm not going to attack him. But I'm not going to pretend nothing happened either. So you'll cut ties. I'll cut the legal ties. The official ties. The ones that let anyone think he still has authority over me. Harry met Gornook's eyes. But I won't cut him off completely. Not yet. He knows things, about the prophecy, about Voldemort, about my parents. I need that knowledge, even if I don't trust the source. A balanced approach again. Balance seems important. The ancestors keep saying that. Power without wisdom destroys. Judgment without information is prejudice. Harry straightened. I want Dumbledore to know that I'm making my own choices now. That he doesn't control me. But I also want him to know that I'm willing to listen, to him and to others, as long as they're honest with me. Gornick studied him for a long moment. You are 6 years old. I know, and you speak like someone who has lived centuries. The ancestors help with that. Harry touched his scar, not the lightning bolt, but the ring on his finger. They're part of me now. I don't always hear them clearly, but I feel them. Their wisdom, their mistakes, their hopes, a heavy burden for such small shoulders. Maybe. Harry stood. But they're my shoulders, and it's my burden. I'll carry it. Gornick bowed. A deep bow, lower than before. You are truly Lord Potter. The bloodline is safe in your hands. Harry didn't feel like a lord. He felt like a 6-year-old boy who'd been awake for 30 hours, who'd discovered horrors beyond imagination, who'd made decisions that would shape the rest of his life. But he also felt something else. Something new. Purpose. Mrs. Fig cried when he asked her to stay. Not polite tears, real crying, the kind that came from somewhere deep. She pulled him into a hug that smelled of cats and lavender and something that might have been love. And she held him for a long time without speaking. When she finally pulled back, her eyes were red but her smile was real. I'll take care of you, Harry. I swear it. No more watching from a distance. No more following orders. Just us. A proper family. The word made Harry's chest ache. Family. He'd never had one. Not really. The Dursleys were jailers, not family. His parents were ghosts, beautiful and gone. The ancestors were voices, not arms to hold him. But Mrs. Fig, strange, cat-obsessed, guilty Mrs. Fig, was offering to be there, offering to care, offering to stay. Okay, he whispered. Okay. That evening, Harry made his decision formal. In the council chamber, with Ragnarok and Gornik and a dozen other goblins as witnesses, he signed documents that changed everything. A residence order, establishing Godric's Hollow as his primary home, with Mrs. Fig as his official guardian for day-to-day matters. A magical education contract, commissio. Ning Gornik to select and oversee a team of tutors for his training. A financial directive, transferring operational control of his vaults to a team of goblin managers who would report directly to him. And finally, a formal notification to the Ministry of Magic, the Wizengamot, and all other relevant bodies that Harry James Potter, Lord of the Ancient and Noble House of Potter, was assuming full authority over his own affairs. And that any previous agreements or arrangements made without his knowledge or consent were hereby declared void. The last document was the hardest. It was addressed to Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster, I have reviewed the contracts and agreements made in my name over the past 16 years. Many were made without my knowledge or consent. Some were made after my parents' deaths, using their signatures in ways they could not have approved. I do not believe you acted out of malice. I believe you acted out of fear, and out of a genuine desire to protect me. But good intentions do not excuse bad actions. Effective immediately, all legal ties between us are severed. You are no longer my magical guardian, my financial supervisor, or my educational proxy. These roles are now mine to fill, with the assistance of those I choose to trust. This does not mean I never wish to speak with you again. You knew my parents, you fought beside them, you have knowledge I need, about the prophecy, about Voldemort, about the war and its aftermath. I am willing to listen, when you are willing to speak honestly. But I will never again be controlled by anyone. Not you, not the Ministry, not anyone. If you wish to be part of my life, you will have to earn that right. Just like everyone else. Harry James Potter, Lord of the Ancient and Noble House of Potter. He signed it with the same quill that had signed the charter. The ink blazed gold, then settled into ordinary black. Shall I deliver it? Griphook asked. Harry nodded. The goblin left, the letter in his hand, and Harry stood alone in the council chamber. Surrounded by centuries of goblin history and the weight of his own decision. He'd chosen, not just a path, gold for magic, but a way of being. Independent, thoughtful, unwilling to be controlled, the ancestors whispered approval, and somewhere in the depths of Gringotts, the seventh vault, the dark vault, the one that had chosen him, pulsed with quiet satisfaction. The boy who'd been nothing was becoming something. Something the world would have to reckon with. Chapter 11. Vault Authority Transfer. The hour before dawn was always the coldest. Harry stood at the window of his guest quarters, watching Diagon Alley emerge from darkness. The street below was empty, no shoppers, no workers, no witches or wizards going about their business. Just cobblestone, enclosed shops and the distant gleam of Gringotts' marble facade catching the first pale light. He hadn't slept. Every time he closed his eyes, the documents appeared. The contracts with their hidden clauses. The covenant with its dark promises. The prophecy with its terrible weight. And underneath it all, the knowledge that somewhere in the depths of this very bank, 7 vaults waited for him, 3 open, 3 conditional. 1 dark and mysterious. The 7th vault, the one that had chosen him. Harry pressed his palm against the cold glass and felt the 7 marks respond, a faint warmth, a pulse of recognition. They'd faded since the inheritance test, but not disappeared entirely. Small silver scars now, arranged in a pattern that felt significant even if he didn't understand it. A soft knock at the door. Lord Potter. Griphook's voice. It is time. Harry turned from the window. Time for what? The vault authority transfer. The final step. The goblin's eyes gleamed in the dim light. You have claimed lordship. You have signed the charter. But the vaults themselves must still acknowledge the transfer. It is a ceremony. Harry's heart quickened. What kind of ceremony? The kind that involves blood and magic in the deepest chambers of Gringotts. Griphook's expression was unreadable. Are you ready? Harry thought about it, about everything that had brought him here, the cupboard, the letters. Mrs. Fig's confession, his grandfather's box, the trials, the contracts, the decisions. About the ancestors in his head, waiting and watching. I'm ready. They descended deeper than before. The carts this time were different, smaller, sleeker, pulled by creatures Harry couldn't identify in the darkness. They moved faster too, racing through tunnels that seemed to go on forever. Past vaults of every size and description, past doors sealed with magic older than Gringotts itself. Harry held on tight and didn't look down. Gornik met them at the bottom. The Y stood in a cavern so vast its ceiling was lost in shadow. Crystals grew from every surface, pulsing with inner light, blue and green and gold and red, a rainbow of magic that made Harry's scar tingle with recognition. In the center of the cavern, rising from the stone floor like a mountain born of the earth itself, stood 7 doors. Harry knew them instantly. The gold door, the silver door, the wooden door, the iron door, the crystal door, the stone door, and the dark door, the one he'd chosen, the one that had swallowed him whole. The vaults of Potter. Gornook's voice echoed in the vast space. 7 doors, 7 chambers. 7 aspects of your family's legacy. You have claimed them in blood and charter. Now they must claim you in return. How do they claim me? By letting you enter. By accepting your presence. By acknowledging that you are worthy to hold what they contain. Gornik gestured toward the doors. The first 3 will open easily, your blood has already proven sufficient. The 4th, 5th, and 6th will resist, testing you in different ways. And the 7th, he paused. The 7th has already chosen you. It will open when you need it most, not before. Harry looked at the doors. At the golden light spilling from the first, the silver gleam of the second, the warm wood of the third. His parents' vaults, his grandparents' vaults, the wealth and history of 1,000 years. Waiting for him to claim it. Where do I start? Wherever you wish, but I would suggest the first 3 first. Establish your authority before attempting the conditional vaults. Gornik stepped back. We will wait here. What happens beyond the doors is between you and your blood. Harry walked forward alone. The gold door loomed before him, covered in intricate carvings he hadn't noticed in the inheritance vision. Potters through the ages, he realized, generations of his family, depicted in scenes of magic and battle in everyday life. He recognized some from the ancestors' voices. Others were strangers, waiting to be known. He pressed his palm against the door. The 7 marks blazed silver. And the door swung open. Vault 711 was not what he expected. After the mountains of gold in the Potter Cavern, Harry had assumed all the vaults would be similar, treasure piled on treasure, wealth beyond imagination. But this chamber was different. Smaller, for one thing. More organized. Shelves lined the walls, each one neatly labeled, each one containing objects rather than coins. He stepped inside, and the door closed softly behind him. The air was warm and dry, scented with something Harry couldn't identify, old parchment, perhaps, or the faint trace of magic long since faded. He walked slowly down the aisles, reading labels as he passed. Potter Family Grimoires, Restricted Section. Potter Family Artifacts, Protective Magics. Potter Family Artifacts, Household Enchantments. Potter Family Correspondence, pre-1600. Potter Family Correspondence, 1600-1700. Potter Family Correspondence, 1700-1800. Potter Family Correspondence, 1800-1900. Potter Family Correspondence, 1900-1980. Harry stopped at the last shelf. 1900-1980. His great-grandparents, his grandparents, his parents. He reached for a box labeled Correspondence 1970-1980 * and lifted the lid. Letters. Dozens of them, neatly stacked and tied with ribbon. He recognized the handwriting on the top envelope, his father's. Messy and hurried, the same script he'd seen on the order contract. To Mum and Dad, from James. Harry's hands trembled as he opened it. Dear Mum and Dad, Lily says, I have to write proper letters now that we're married, not just scribble notes like a schoolboy. She's probably right. She's always right, which is incredibly annoying but also kind of wonderful. Hogwarts is strange without you here. I keep expecting to see you in the Great Hall, or hear Dad's laugh echoing in the corridors. Professor McGonagall says I'm being sentimental. Lily says I'm being sweet. I say I'm being honest. I miss you both terribly. But Merlin, I'm happy. Lily is everything, every single thing. I didn't know it was possible to love someone this much and still function. She says I'm being dramatic. She's probably right about that too. We're working on the house. Godric's Hollow, I mean. It needs so much work, you wouldn't believe the state of the garden, but it's ours. Ours. Our home. When you visit, and you will visit, I won't take no for an answer, you'll see what we've done with it. Right back soon. Lily sends her love. I send mine too, obviously, but she's better at expressing it. Your loving son, James. Harry read it twice, 3 times. His father, writing to his parents. Happy, in love, building a home, and then, 4 years later, dead. He folded the letter carefully and tucked it inside his shirt, next to his grandfather's key and the void contract and the torn covenant. His family, carried with him always. The rest of the vault called to him, grimoires and artifacts and centuries of history, but Harry knew he couldn't absorb it all at once. The ancestors whispered agreement, encouraging him to move on, to complete the transfer before exploring. He left Vault 711 and approached the silver door. Vault 712 was wealth. Not the organized wealth of the Potter Cavern, this was raw, primal treasure. Gold coins piled to the ceiling. Jewels spilling from chests. Goblets and plates and statues and crowns, centuries of accumulation heaped together without order or care. Harry stood at the entrance, overwhelmed. This, the ancestors whispered, is what most people think of when they think of Potters. The visible wealth. The public face. He walked through slowly, letting the gold crunch beneath his feet. It felt wrong somehow, like walking on something sacred. But the ancestors assured him this was normal, expected, part of being a Potter. At the far end of the chamber, set apart from the rest, stood a small table with a single object on it. A music box. Harry approached it carefully. The box was old, very old, made of wood so dark it was almost black, inlaid with silver in patterns that shifted as he watched. A note lay beside it, writ, and in a hand he recognized from his grandfather's letter. Harry, this box belonged to your mother. She kept it on her nightstand, wound it every evening, listened to its song when she couldn't sleep. Lily had nightmares sometimes, visions of the war, of the future, of things she couldn't control. This box helped. I retrieved it from Godric's Hollow after. I couldn't bear to leave it there. Couldn't bear to think of it buried under rubble. So I brought it here, to the vault, where it would be safe until you were ready. The song is an old Celtic lullaby. Your mother's mother sang it to her, and she would have sung it to you. Given time, listen to it, Harry. Let it remind you that you were loved, by more people than you'll ever know. Grandfather. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly, refusing to cry, and reached for the music box. The moment his fingers touched it, the box opened. A melody filled the chamber, soft and sweet and achingly beautiful. Harry didn't recognize the language, but he understood the feeling behind it. Love, loss, hope, all the things his mother had carried, had passed on to him without knowing. He stood in the middle of a mountain of gold, listening to his mother's lullaby. And let himself feel. When the song ended, he closed the box carefully and tucked it under his arm. This, too, would come with him. Vault 713 was practical. Storage, mostly, items too valuable or dangerous to keep elsewhere. Harry walked through aisles of weapons, armor, potion ingredients, magical components. Everything labeled, everything organized, everything waiting for a Potter who might need it. He didn't linger. The ancestors were growing impatient, urging him toward the conditional vaults. He left the first 3 and approached the 4th, the stone door. This one was different. The moment he stepped close, he felt resistance, not physical, but magical. A pressure against his skin, his magic, his very soul. The door tests you, the ancestors explained. Prove yourself. Harry pressed his palm against the stone. The 7 marks blazed, then dimmed. The door remained closed. Not yet, the ancestors whispered. You are not ready. Train first, then return. He moved to the 5th, the crystal door. More resistance. Stronger this time. The door seemed to look through him, assessing, judging. Then it too refused. Politics, the ancestors said. Alliances. Influence. You have not yet built what this door requires. The 6th. The iron door. Harry's scar burned as he approached. This was the death vault, the one that required facing mortality and surviving. The door pulsed with dark energy, recognizing him, acknowledging him, but still not opening. You have faced death once, the ancestors said. But not as a wizard. Not with full understanding. Return when you have stood at death's door and chosen to walk away. 3 refusals. 3 tests still to pass. Harry turned to the 7th door, the dark one. It waited in silence, impossible to look at directly. Impossible to ignore. He felt its pull, its promise, its warning. The door that had chosen him, that would open only when he needed it most. He approached it anyway, pressing his palm against darkness that wasn't quite darkness. The door didn't open, but it responded, a pulse of energy that traveled up his arm, through his body, into his scar. And for a moment, Harry saw a battlefield, fire and smoke and figures struggling in the darkness. A flash of green light, a scream that might have been his own. Then it was gone. Harry stumbled back, gasping. His scar felt like it was on fire. The ancestors were shouting warnings he couldn't quite hear. Not yet, the dark door seemed to say. But soon, he returned to the goblins pale and shaking. Gornik took one look at him, and gestured to a seat that appeared from nowhere. Sit, breathe. The dark door is not meant to be approached lightly. Harry sat, his hands were trembling. It showed me something. A battle, death, green light, the night your parents died, perhaps. Or a vision of what's to come. Gornuk's voice was grim. The seventh vault is tied to death, Harry. To sacrifice. To the moments that define us. T will show you things you may not want to see. Can I refuse? Can I just not open it? You can, but the door will not stop calling. And one day, you may need what it contains. Gornik studied him. The choice is yours, as all choices now are. Harry looked back toward the 7 doors. 3 open, waiting for him to explore. 3 closed, demanding he grow. 1 dark, patient, inevitable. I want to complete the transfer now. The formal ceremony, I mean. So there's no question, no loophole, nothing Dumbledore or anyone else can use. Gornik nodded. Then we proceed. The transfer ceremony took place in a chamber Harry hadn't seen before, circular, with a domed ceiling painted with stars, and in the center, a pedestal of pure obsidian. Ragnarok waited there, along with a dozen other ancient goblins. Their faces were solemn, their eyes ancient, their presence overwhelming. Lord Potter, Ragnarok's voice echoed in the chamber. You have claimed your lordship. You have visited your vaults. You have proven your blood and your worth. Now comes the final step, the transfer of authority, binding and absolute. Harry stepped forward. Place your hand upon the stone. He obeyed. The obsidian was cold, colder than anything he'd ever touched, but he didn't pull away. Speak your name, your full name, the name that binds you to every Potter who has ever lived. Harry James Potter. The stone warmed slightly. Speak your titles, the titles you have claimed. Lord of the ancient and noble house of Potter. Heir to the 7 vaults. Keeper of the Potter legacy. The stone warmed more. Light began to glow from within, deep red, the color of blood and fire. Speak your intention. Why do you seek full authority over the Potter vaults? Harry thought about it, about all the reasons, safety, freedom, control. About the Dursleys and Dumbledore and the prophecy and the war that was surely coming. But those weren't the real reason. Not the deepest reason, because my parents died to give me this chance. Because my grandfather planned for it. Because my ancestors built it across 1,000 years. Because I'm the last Potter, and if I don't claim what's mine, everything everything they fought for, will be lost. The stone blazed white. Pain lanced through Harry's hand, not the sharp pain of the blood quill, but something deeper, something that felt like his very essence being rewritten. He gasped, tried to pull away, but his hand was stuck, fused to the stone. Accept it, the ancestors urged. This is the binding. This is the transfer. This is what makes you truly Lord Potter. He forced himself to stay still, to breathe, to accept. The pain built, then crested, then faded. When it was gone, Harry looked down at his hand. The 7 marks were gone. In their place, a single symbol glowed silver against his palm, the Potter crest, the same one from his grandfather's ring. It is done. Ragnarok's voice was reverent. The vaults recognize you completely. Every goblin in Gringotts now knows your authority. No contract involving Potter assets can be signed without your consent. No withdrawal can be made without your approval. No force in the magical world can override your claim. Harry stared at the crest on his palm. At the proof that he was truly, finally, in control. Does Dumbledore know? Does he feel it? He will, soon. The moment he next tries to access anything connected to the Potter vaults, he will discover the truth. Ragnarok's lips curved. I imagine that will be memorable. They didn't have to wait long. Barely an hour after the ceremony. As Harry sat in his quarters eating breakfast with Mrs. Fig, the wards of Gringotts screamed. It wasn't a sound, not exactly. It was more like a vibration, a pressure change, a sudden awe. Awareness that something had happened somewhere in the bank. Harry felt it in his new crest, which blazed silver hot against his palm. Griphook appeared at the door, breathless. He tried. Dumbledore. He tried to access the Education Trust, the one with the control clause. The wards detected it instantly. Harry set down his toast. What happened? The vault refused him, completely. The magic Rico, GNISED your lordship, and blocked his access. He's not taking it well. Despite everything, Harry felt a small smile tug at his mouth. Is he still here, in the main hall, demanding to speak with you? Griphook's eyes glittered. The guards are containing him. Harry looked at Mrs. Fig. She looked back, expression caught between fear and satisfaction. Should I go? That depends. Mrs. Fig's voice was careful. Do you want to see him? To witness what your choice has done? Harry thought about it, about the man who'd left him with the Dursleys, about the contracts with hidden clauses, about the prophecy and the soul fragment and all the secrets kept for 16 years. Yes, he said, I want to see. The main hall of Gringotts was chaos. Goblins lined the walls, watching with expressions of grim satisfaction. Wizards who'd been conducting business stood frozen, unsure whether to flee or stay. And in the center, surrounded by armed guards, stood Albus Dumbledore. His robes were disheveled, his hair was wild, and his eyes, those famous twinkling eyes, blazed with something Harry had never seen before. Frustration. Pure, undiluted frustration. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was strained. We need to talk. We are talking. Harry walked forward, the goblins parting before him. What do you want? You know what I want. Access to the Education Trust, funds that were set aside for your schooling. That I need to access to make arrangements for. The funds are mine now. Harry's voice was calm. All of them. The Education Trust, the guardianship funds, everything. The transfer is complete. Dumbledore's face went very still. Complete. But that's impossible. The transfer requires my blood, my magic, my choice. Harry held up his palm, showing the crest. The vaults recognize me, only me. You have no authority anymore. For a long moment, Dumbledore simply stared. Then, slowly, something shifted in his expression. The frustration faded, the wildness calmed, and in their place, something that looked almost like respect emerged. You've done it, truly done it. His voice was quiet now. You've locked me out. Yes, I can't access anything, not the education funds, not the guardianship accounts, not the nothing. It's all mine now. Every galleon, every contract, every decision. Harry met his eyes. You told me once that you only wanted what was best for me. Now I get to decide what that means. The hall was absolutely silent. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, really looked, as if seeing him for the first time. Your parents would be proud. You keep saying that. Harry's voice hardened. But they're not here. I am, and I'm the one who has to live with the choices everyone made for me. He turned away. Harry. Dumbledore's voice stopped him. I won't fight this. I won't challenge the transfer or try to reclaim control. But I meant what I said. I want to be part of your life, if you'll let me. Not as a controller. Not as a manipulator. Just as someone who cares. Harry didn't turn around. We'll see. He walked out of the hall, the goblins closing ranks behind him, leaving Albus Dumbledore alone with the weight of 16 years and the knowledge that the boy he'd tried to protect had become something he could no longer control. Chapter 12. Dumbledore locked out. The journey back to Hogwarts was the longest Albus Dumbledore had ever taken. He didn't use magic, couldn't. Really, not with his thoughts in such turmoil. Instead, he walked through the dawn-lit streets of London like an ordinary muggle, his purple robes attracting stares he barely noticed, his mind churning through everything that had just happened. Harry Potter had locked him out. Not metaphorically, literally, legally, magically. The vaults that Dumbledore had overseen for 16 years, the funds he'd carefully managed, the contracts he'd painstakingly arranged, all of it, gone. Severed. Transferred to a 6-year-old boy who now held more power than most wizards accumulated in a lifetime. Your parents would be proud. He'd meant it, even as Harry walked away, even as the goblins closed ranks, even as the final door of Gringotts SLA shut behind him. Dumbledore had meant every word. James and Lily would have been proud. Terrified, probably, at the weight their son now carried. But proud. The boy had done what few adults could accomplish. He'd seen through manipulation, uncovered hidden contracts, claimed his birthright, and faced down the most powerful wizard in the world without flinching. At 6 years old, what have I created? No, that was wrong. Dumbledore hadn't created anything. That was the whole point. Harry had created himself, with help from goblins and a grandmotherly squib and a grandfather's letter from beyond the grave. Dumbledore had only provided the obstacles. Hogwarts materialized around him sometime later, he wasn't sure when. The gates opened at his approach, the grounds stretched green and peaceful in the morning light. And the castle rose before him like it had for 1,000 years, unchanging, eternal, home. But for the first time in centuries, Albus Dumbledore felt like a stranger in his own halls. Students were beginning to stir, early risers heading to breakfast, their laughter echoing in the corridors. He avoided them, taking hidden passages and winding stairs until he reached the sanctuary of his office. The gargoyle leapt aside at his whispered password. The spiral staircase carried him upward. And then he was there, surrounded by the familiar, whirring silver instruments, portraits of former headmasters. Fawkes preening on his perch. Home. He sank into the chair behind his desk and buried his face in his hands. The first attempt came an hour later. Not deliberate, not exactly. Dumbledore had simply reached out automatically, the way he'd done for 16 years, to check the balance of the Potter Education Trust. It was habit, routine, a small piece of the vast machinery he'd built to protect Harry Potter. His magic touched the Gringotts wards, and screamed. Dumbledore jerked back as if burned. Pain lanced through his wand arm, his chest, his very core. He connection he'd maintained for so long, the careful web of contracts and permissions and authorities, had been not just severed but reversed. The wards had recognized him as an intruder and reacted accordingly. Fawkes squawked in alarm. The portraits stirred, ancient wizards and witches blinking awake. Albus. Dilys Derwent's voice was sharp. What happened? We felt something. Dumbledore couldn't answer. He was staring at his hand, at the wand still smoking slightly, at the faint red marks where the backlash had burned him. He tried again. Different this time, the guardianship account. The one that held funds for Harry's care. Same result. The wards recognized him, rejected him, punished him for attempting access. The education trust, the scholarship fund, the property maintenance account, the emergency reserve. One by one, Dumbledore reached for the connections he'd maintained for 16 years. One by one, they burned him. By the time he stopped, his hands were blistered and his magic felt thin, frayed, exhausted. The portraits had fallen silent, watching with expressions ranging from concern to alarm to something that might have been satisfaction from a few. He's truly done it, Dumbledore whispered. Locked me out of everything. Who? Phineas Nigellus Black's voice was sharp. Who has locked you out of what? Harry Potter. The boy, the child I tried to protect. He's claimed his lordship, transferred all authority to himself. I can't access anything anymore. The portraits exchanged glances. Good for him, Phineas muttered. Never trusted you with those vaults anyway. Phineas. Dilys sounded shocked. What? The Potters are my descendants. Well, distant ones, through Doria. Charles was a fool to trust anyone with his family's future, even Dumbledore. Apparently young Harry agrees. Dumbledore ignored them. He was already reaching for something else, something deeper, older, more significant. The prophecy. The memory of the prophecy, stored in the Department of Mysteries. Accessible only to those with the proper authority. Dumbledore had always had that authority, as headmaster, as chief warlock, as the one who'd been present when it was made. He reached out now, not to Gringotts but to the ministry, to the ancient wards around the Hall of Prophecy. And hit another wall, not the same as Gringotts, this was different, softer, more like a door closing gently than a barrier slamming shut. But the message was clear. The prophecy sphere that bore Harry's name was now keyed to Harry alone. No one else could access it, not even the one who'd heard it spoken. Dumbledore stared into space, understanding dawning. Harry hadn't just locked him out of vaults. The boy, guided by goblins, informed by ancestors, had locked him out of everything. Every contract, every agreement, every piece of magic that connected Dumbledore to the Potter name. 16 years of careful planning, 16 years of quiet protection, 16 years of position. Ing himself as the one person who could guide Harry through the coming storm, all of it, gone in a single night. The third attempt came from habit rather than hope. Dumbledore reached for the connection he'd maintained with the Dursley household, the monitoring wards he'd set 16 years ago, designed to alert him if Harry was in danger. They were subtle things, barely magical, easily overlooked. Ked by anyone not specifically looking for them. They were also gone. Not blocked, not reversed, simply gone, as if they'd never existed. Harry's lordship had overridden them completely, erasing Dumbledore's magical signature from the property as thoroughly as if he'd never been there. For a long moment, Dumbledore simply sat, absorbing the implications. He couldn't monitor Harry anymore. Couldn't access his funds. Couldn't influence his education. Couldn't even check on his safety without the boy's permission. The child he'd tried to protect had become a fortress, and Dumbledore was standing outside the walls. Fawkes flew to him then, landing on the desk and pressing his warm head against Dumbledore's trembling hands. "You knew," Dumbledore whispered. "You knew this would happen. When? Why? Oh, you sang this morning. When you wouldn't stop, you were trying to warn me." The phoenix trilled softly, neither confirming nor denying. "I thought I was protecting him. I thought the Dursleys, for all their faults, would keep him safe. I thought the contracts would ensure he had resources when he came of age. I thought the monitoring would let me intervene if..." He stopped. The ifs were endless. If Voldemort returned. If Death Eaters found him. If the prophecy came true before he was ready. If. But Dumbledore had never considered the possibility that Harry might not want to be protected. That the boy in the cupboard might grow into something that refused to be controlled, even for his own good. "You were right to lock me out," he said quietly. "I see that now. I would have kept you a child forever, Harry. Kept you dependent, kept you manageable, kept you safe. And in doing so, I would have destroyed exactly what makes you special." Fawkes trilled agreement. "But the war is coming. Voldemort will return. And Harry, alone, untrained, burdened with a prophecy and a soul fragment, will have to face him without the guidance I could have provided. Unless..." Dumbledore straightened slowly. "Unless he found another way." The office door burst open without warning. Minerva McGonagall stood on the threshold, her tartan robes flying, her eyes wide with something between alarm and accusation. "Albus, the Ministry is in an uproar. Something about the Potter vaults, about lordship transfers, about..." She stopped, taking in his appearance. "Merlin's beard, what happened to you?" Dumbledore looked down at himself. Blistered hands, smoke-stained robes, hair wilder than usual, if that were possible. "I had a disagreement with a goblin banking system. This is no time for jokes. The Wizengamot is convening an emergency session. Cornelius Fudge is having kittens, literally, I think." His Patronus kept changing shapes. "And everyone is demanding to know how a 6-year-old boy nagged to claim lordship without any adult supervision." Dumbledore met her eyes. He had help. Goblins, mostly, and a squib named Arabella Fig who finally decided to stop following my orders. McGonagall's mouth opened, closed, opened again. "You're saying you knew about this?" "I'm saying I created the conditions that made it possible. The rest..." He spread his burned hands. "The rest was Harry." She stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she crossed the office and lowered herself into the chair across from his desk. "Tell me everything," he told her. "Not everything. Some things were too dangerous, too secret, too bound by prophecy and oath. But enough. The Dursleys, the contracts, the goblin intervention, the lordship, the locking out." McGonagall listened in silence, her face growing paler with each revelation. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. "You left him with muggles who starved him." Her voice was flat. "You knew, or suspected, and you did nothing. I thought the blood protection. Damn the blood protection, Albus." She slammed her hand on the desk. "He was a baby, a helpless infant who'd just lost his parents. And you handed him to people who would treat him like vermin because it was convenient for your plans." The words hung in the air like accusations. Dumbledore had no defense, no explanation that would satisfy. He'd told himself the same lies for 16 years, protection, necessity, the greater good. But hearing them spoken aloud, hearing the disgust in Minerva's voice, he finally understood. There was no greater good that justified a child's suffering. "I know." His voice was barely a whisper. "I know now. Too late, but I know." McGonagall stared at him. Then, slowly, her expression softened, not into forgiveness, but into something like pity. "What will you do?" Quote, "What I should have done from the beginning. Let Harry make his own choices. Support him when he asks. Stay away when he doesn't." Dumbledore looked at his burned hands. "He's locked me out of everything, Minerva. The vaults, the contracts, even the prophecy. I can't control him anymore, and that's exactly as it should be." "The prophecy." McGonagall's voice sharpened. He knows about the prophecy. He knows it exists. He doesn't know the full content. No one does, except those who heard it spoken. But he knows enough to understand that his life is not his own. Merlin, help us all, Fawkes sang softly, a note of hope threading through the tension. Dumbledore looked at his familiar, at the warmth in those golden eyes, and felt something he hadn't felt in years. Hope, not for his own plans, those were in ruins. But for Harry, for the boy who'd taken control of his own destiny at 6 years old. For the wizard he would become. The war is coming, Dumbledore said quietly. Voldemort will return, and when he does, he'll find a Harry Potter very different from the one he expects. McGonagall shivered. That's what frightens me, a 6-year-old with that much power, that much money. That much independence. What happens when he makes mistakes? When he trusts the wrong people? When he's targeted by those who want to use him? The same thing. That happens to every wizard who grows up too fast. He learns. He adapts. He survives. Dumbledore met her eyes. Or he doesn't. But either way, it's his choice now. Not mine. The emergency Wizengamot session was chaos. Cornelius Fudge paced before the assembled lords and ladies, his green bowler hat askew, his face the color of spoiled porridge. This is unprecedented. A 6-year-old claiming lordship without guardian approval. Without ministry oversight. Without any of the proper channels. Proper channels. Augusta Longbottom's voice cut through the noise. You mean the channels that old have kept a child dependent on others for another 11 years? The channels that would have let Albus Dumbledore continue controlling the Potter fortune without accountability. Fudge sputtered. I didn't say, that's not. Dumbledore is the most respected wizard in. Dumbledore is a man who left an infant on a muggle doorstep and forgot about him for 6 years. Amelia Bones's voice was calm but carried. The boy's actions, however unusual, appear to be legally sound. The goblins have confirmed the lordship transfer. The vaults acknowledge his authority. There's nothing the ministry can do. Nothing. Fudge looked like he might explode. We're the Ministry of Magic. We can do anything, not when it comes to goblin treaties. Bones held up a document. I've been reviewing the ancient compacts. The Potter family has a standing agreement with Gringotts that predates the ministry itself. Any attempt to interfere with their inheritance processes would be considered a violation of that treaty. Silence fell over the chamber. A 6-year-old boy, protected by treaties older than the ministry. A 6-year-old boy, wealthier than most families in this room. A 6-year-old boy, completely outside their control. He'll need representation, someone muttered. Someone to guide him through Wizengamot procedures. He'll need education, another added. Proper magical training. He'll need allies, Augusta Longbottom said quietly. The kind that come from family connections, not purchased loyalty. Amelia Bones looked around the chamber. Then perhaps we should stop panicking and start thinking about how to help him. The boy is 6. He's alone, legally independent, yes, but still a child. If we approach him with respect rather than demands, with offers rather than orders, we might actually build something useful. Fudge looked unconvinced. And if he refuses, if he tells us all to take our offers in, then he refuses, and we've lost nothing except the chance to help. Bones gathered her documents. I'll be sending a formal letter of congratulations and an offer of assistance. Anyone who wants to do the same is welcome too. Anyone who wants to try controlling him, her eyes swept the chamber, will find themselves facing the same locks Dumbledore just encountered. She left. The chamber erupted. In Gringotts, Harry sat in his quarters, watching the sunrise paint Diagon Alley in gold. Mrs. Fig had finally fallen asleep in the chair by the window, her snores soft and rhythmic. The plate of food beside her was empty. She'd eaten well, for once, without worrying about rationing or saving or stretching meals too far. Harry wasn't tired. The crest on his palm pulsed gently, a constant reminder of what he'd become. The ancestors murmured in the background, offering commentary on the day's events, on Dumbledore's attempts to access the vaults, on the Wizengamots' panicked response. They'll come to you now, they whispered, bearing gifts and offers and promises. Some will be genuine, most won't. Your task is to learn the difference. How do I do that? Harry asked aloud. How do I know who to trust? A pause. Then, you listen, you watch, you wait. Trust is not given, it's earned. Over time, through actions. Anyone who demands your trust immediately is not worthy of it. Harry nodded slowly. That made sense. Dumbledore had demanded trust, expected it, assumed it. And look where that had led. What about the vaults? The 3 that are still locked? How do I open them? Grow, learn, become. The fourth requires magical skill, you must master branches of magic to a level few achieve. The fifth requires political influence, you must build alliances, earn respect, prove you can lead. The sixth requires facing death, truly facing it, as a wizard, with full understanding of what you risk. And the seventh, silence. Then, the seventh will open when you need it most. Not before, not after. When the moment comes that everything else has failed. When you stand at the edge of destruction with nowhere left to turn, that door will open. And what you find inside may save you, or destroy you. Harry's scar tingled. He thought about the vision the dark door had shown him. The battlefield, the green light, the scream that might have been his own. That's my future, he realized. That's what's coming. And for the first time, he understood why the door had chosen him. Griphook found him an hour later, still sitting by the window, still watching the city wake. Lord Potter, there are developments. Harry turned. The ministry. They've confirmed your lordship. Formally, there was an emergency session. Chaos, mostly, but some useful voices emerged. Griphook held out a stack of letters. These arrived for you. Congratulations, mostly. Offers of assistance. A few other things. Harry took the letters but didn't open them. Who sent them? Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Augusta Longbottom, grandmother of your contemporary. Neville. Several neutral families who wish to introduce themselves. And, he paused. One from Lucius Malfoy. Harry's scar prickled at the name. The ancestors whispered warnings. Malfoy. That's one of the families that supported the Dark Wizard. Supported is a strong word. They were sympathetic. Lucius claims he was under the Imperious curse during the war, but many doubt it. He's wealthy, influential, and dangerous. Harry set that letter aside. Not destroyed, not yet, but separate from the others. And the Bones letter, the Longbottom letter, genuine, as far as we can tell. Amelia Bones is known for her integrity. Augusta Longbottom is fierce but fair. Neither would approach you with ill intent. Harry opened the Bones letter first. Lord Potter, please accept my congratulations on your successful lordship claim. What you have accomplished at your age is remarkable, and, I suspect, necessary. I won't pretend to understand everything that led you to this point. But I know enough about the situation with your former guardians and the complications surrounding your parents' estate to recognize that you have been failed by the very people who should have protected you. If you ever need assistance, legal, political, or simply someone to talk to who isn't trying to control you, my door is always open. No strings, no expectations, just an offer of help from someone who believes that children deserve better than the world often gives them. With respect, Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry read it twice. The words felt genuine, felt like the kind of thing someone would write if they actually meant it. He opened the Longbottom letter next. Lord Potter, I never had the pleasure of meeting your parents, though I knew of them. James was a year ahead of my son Frank at Hogwarts. They weren't close friends, but they fought on the same side during the war, the side of light, of decency, of everything worth fighting for. My grandson Neville is your age. He's a shy boy, quiet, not showing much magical talent yet. His grandmother worries about him constantly. But he has a good heart, and I believe he'll grow into a good man. I'm not writing to offer alliance or ask for favors. I'm writing to say that if you ever need a connection to your parents' world, to the people who knew them, who fought beside them, who remember them, you have one in me. We Longbottoms don't forget our debts. Your parents helped save this country from darkness. The least we can do is help their son however he needs. With respect, Augusta Longbottom. Harry set the letters down carefully. 2 offers, genuine ones, he thought. From people who wanted nothing except to help. What should I do? Griphook's expression was unreadable. What do you want to do? Harry thought about it, about the weight he carried, about the war coming, about all the things he didn't know, didn't understand, couldn't do alone. I want to write back. Thank them, accept their offers, carefully, slowly, with boundaries. He looked at the Malfoy letter, still unopened. That one can wait. Griphook nodded. Wise. Harry reached for parchment and quill. The sun had fully risen now, painting Diagon Alley in gold and shadow. Below, the first shoppers were beginning to appear, ordinary witches and wizards going about ordinary lives. Unaware that the world had shifted in the night. But Harry knew, and soon, everyone else would too. Chapter 13. Goblin Negotiations. The negotiation chamber was different from any room Harry had seen in Gringotts. Smaller. For one thing, intimate rather than imposing. A circular table dominated the center, polished to a mirror shine, with 7 chairs arranged around it. Each chair was different, some tall, some short, some ornate, some simple. Harry's eyes were drawn to the one directly opposite the door, a chair of dark wood carved with the same symbols that now marked his palm. "That is your seat." Gornook's voice was quiet. "The Lord's chair. It has waited empty for 16 years. Harry approached it slowly. The wood seemed to hum as he drew near, a low vibration that resonated in his bones, in his scar. In the very core of his magic. He sat. The chair accepted him. That was the only word for it. The moment his body touched the wood, something settled into place, a connection, a recognition. A bond between him and this place that felt ancient and unbreakable. Gornook nodded approvingly. "The chair knows its lord." "Good." Other goblins filed in as Harry watched. He counted them, 6 in total. Including Gornook. Each took a seat at the table, their ancient eyes fixed on him with expressions he couldn't quite read. "These are the members of the Gringotts Financial Council," Gornook explained. "They oversee all major accounts, all significant transactions, all contracts between goblins and wizards. Normally, they would not meet with a client directly, especially not a client your age. But these are not normal circumstances." The goblin at Gornook's right spoke first. Female, Harry thought, though it was hard to tell with goblins. Her face was less lined than the others, her eyes sharper, hungrier. "Lord Potter, I am Bogrod's deputy. My name is not important. What is important is your portfolio. The Potter accounts are among the oldest and largest we manage. They have been mismanaged for 16 years. Harry's attention sharpened. Mismanaged how? Passively, not actively. Dumbledore did not steal from you, we would have noticed that. But he also did not grow your wealth. The Potter investments have stagnated. Opportunities were missed. Inflation has eroded purchasing power. You are still rich, Lord Potter, obscenely so, but you could be richer." The goblin to Gornook's left leaned forward. "We can fix that. With your permission, we can restructure your portfolio, pursue aggressive growth strategies, and double your wealth within 5 years." Harry held up a hand. "Slow down." His voice was calm, but the ancestors were murmuring urgently in his head. "Caution. These are negotiations. They will push. You must hold. Let me understand something first. When you say, double my wealth within 5 years, what's the risk?" The goblins exchanged glances. "All investment carries risk," the hungry-eyed female said carefully. "But our strategies are proven. We have centuries of experience." "That's not what I asked." Harry's voice didn't rise, but something in it sharpened. "I asked what the risk is. If I say yes to this, aggressive growth, what's the worst that could happen?" Quote. Silence. Gornook spoke slowly. "The worst case, significant losses. Possibly as much as 40% of the portfolio. And if I do nothing, if I leave the money where it is, then you lose nothing, but you also gain nothing. Over time, inflation will slowly reduce your purchasing power. In 50 years, you might have only 80% of what you have now." Harry considered this. The ancestors whispered options, considerations, historical examples of Potters who'd taken risks and won, or lost everything. "I'm not saying no to growth. But I'm not saying yes to blind risk either." He looked at each goblin in turn. "I want options. Multiple strategies with different risk levels. I want to understand each one before I choose. And I want regular reports, monthly, so I can see what's happening to my money in real time." The hungry-eyed female's expression shifted, surprise, perhaps, or respect. "That is unusually prudent for a wizard. I've had to be prudent. The Dursleys didn't leave me much choice." Harry's voice was flat. "Now, tell me about these strategies. Start with the safest." The next hour was an education. The goblins ate out options ranging from preservation of capital, essentially, locking the money away and ignoring it, to speculative growth, investing in ventures so risky they might vanish overnight. Harry listened carefully, asked questions constantly, and slowly built a mental map of the financial landscape. The ancestors helped. Generations of Potters had managed this wealth, made these decisions, learned these lessons. Their voices guided him now, pointing out pitfalls, highlighting opportunities, warning against goblins who pushed too hard. By the end of the hour, Harry had made his first decision as Lord Potter. "I want a split strategy." He pointed to the documents spread across the table. 60% in preservation, the safest investments you have. 20% in moderate growth, established businesses. Reliable returns. 15% in aggressive growth, the riskier options, but with caps on how much can be lost. And 5% in speculative, the long shots, the gambles. But only the ones with unlimited upside. Gornook's eyebrows rose. That is, sophisticated for someone your age. I have help. Harry touched his temple. The ancestors. They remember. Ah, understanding dawned in the goblin's eyes. The bloodline memory. That explains much. The hungry-eyed female, Harry still didn't know her name, was studying him with new intensity. Lord Potter, if I may ask, what experience do you have with money? Before tonight, I mean. Harry met her gaze. The Dursleys gave me £1 per week for chores. They took it back if I broke anything, which happened often. Because they didn't feed me enough. I learned to hide money, to budget, to make a little last a long time. I learned that people who have money treat those who don't like their worthless. His voice hardened. I learned that money is power, and power is survival. The goblins exchanged glances. You are, not what we expected, Gornook admitted. What did you expect? A child who'd be easy to manipulate. Someone you could guide into decisions that benefited Gringotts more than himself. Silence. Harry leaned forward slightly. I know you're not my enemies. The compact proves that, but I also know you're not my friends, not in the human sense. You're business partners, allies of convenience. That's fine, I understand that, but understand this in return. I will never be anyone's pawn again. Not Dumbledore's, not the Ministry's, not yours. The hungry-eyed female's lips curved, the first hint of a smile Harry had seen from her. Merlin's beard. You really are a Potter. What's that supposed to mean? Potters are known for two things: reckless courage and stubborn independence. You've clearly inherited both. She sat back. Very well, Lord Potter. Your terms are acceptable. We will prepare the documentation for your split strategy and present it for your final approval within 3 days. Good. Now, what about the other vaults? The ones I can't access yet. Gornook took over. The conditional vaults remain closed, as you experienced. But that doesn't mean they're useless. The very fact that they exist, that they're waiting for you, gives you leverage. Leverage how? Other families will know about them. Word spreads in the magical world. The fact that you have 3 vaults still to unlock suggests potential, growth, power, resources yet to be claimed. That makes you more interesting as an ally, more dangerous as an enemy. Harry filed this away. In the 7th vault, the dark one, the atmosphere in the room shifted. The goblins exchanged glances, uneasy ones, Harry thought. The 7th vault is complicated, Gornook said carefully. Even we don't know exactly what it contains. It was sealed by your ancestor Linfred himself, using magic so old that most records of it have been lost. What we do know is this: it responds to need. True need, the kind that comes when all other options are gone. Like the Covenant, like the night my parents died. Perhaps, or like a battlefield, when death is certain and hope is lost. The vault chooses its moment, Lord Potter. Not you. Harry absorbed this. The dark door's vision flickered in High's memory, fire and smoke and green light. A battle, death, him. When it opens, will I survive? No one answered. The negotiation shifted after that, from grand strategy to practical details. Harry learned about interest rates, management fees, withdrawal limits. He learned about the difference between liquid assets and long-term investments. He learned about the various properties owned by the Potter family, not just the houses, but commercial buildings, farmlands, even a small island off the coast of Scotland. An island, gifted to the family in 1682 by a mermaid chieftain whose life was saved by a Potter ancestor. It's technically under the sea, accessible only by magic or at low tide, but it's yours. Harry filed that away too. An island, his own island. The goblins also presented him with a list of current investments, businesses the Potter family had backed over the years. Some were familiar: Flourish and Blot's bookshop, Madame Malkin's robes, Ollivander's wand shop. Hers were less so: a dragon reserve in Romania, a potion ingredients company in Morocco, a magical creature sanctuary in the Scottish Highlands. These all pay dividends, mostly. The dragon reserve is currently operating at a loss, but it's considered a long-term strategic investment, good for the family's reputation, connections with the creature community. Harry nodded, filing that away too. By the time the negotiation ended, his head was spinning with information. But beneath the overwhelm, something solid was forming, understanding. Of his wealth, his power, his options. One last thing. Gornook's voice stopped him as he rose to leave. The ministry will send representatives. Possibly today. They'll want to welcome you, to guide you, to help you navigate your new position. Harry's jaw tightened. More people trying to control me. Perhaps. But also an opportunity. Gornook's eyes glittered. The ministry is not monolithic. Different departments have different agendas. Some genuinely want to help. Some want to use you. Some just want to be left alone. Your task, should you choose to accept it, is to learn the difference. And if I don't want to deal with them at all, then you don't. You're Lord Potter. You can refuse any meeting, decline any request, ignore any summons. The worst they can do is complain, and no one listens to complaints from the powerless. Harry considered this. The ancestors murmured agreement. I'll meet them, some of them, anyway. The ones who seem genuine. He thought of Amelia Bones's letter, Augusta Longbottom's offer. But on my terms. Here, in Gringotts, with goblins present. A wise precaution. Gornook bowed his head. We will arrange it, Mrs. Fig was waiting when Harry returned to his quarters. Her face lit up at the sight of him, an expression so warm, so genuine, that Harry felt something loosen in his chest. How did it go? The negotiations? Good, I think. I learned a lot. Harry sank into a chair, suddenly exhausted. There's so much. Vaults and investments and properties and, he stopped, rubbing his eyes. I didn't know being rich was so complicated. Mrs. Fig laughed softly. Being rich is exactly that complicated. The Dursleys spent their whole lives trying to look rich while actually being comfortably middle class. Real wealth, old wealth, comes with responsibilities they couldn't imagine. Like what? Like decisions that affect hundreds of people. Like being the reason some businesses thrive while others fail. Like having your name attached to causes and controversies whether you want it or not. She settled into the chair across from him. Your parents understood that. They used their wealth carefully, supported causes they believed in, helped people who needed it, built connections that mattered. Harry thought about the order contract. About the scholarships. About all the ways his family had used their money before he was born. I want to be like that. Like them. Then you will be. Mrs. Fig's voice was firm. You've already proven you're not like the Dursleys, not greedy, not cruel, not obsessed with appearances. The rest is just learning. Harry nodded slowly. There's something else. Gornook said ministry representatives might come today. Wanting to meet me. Mrs. Fig's expression flickered. Already. That was fast. They want to welcome me. Guide me. Help me. Harry's voice held air quotes. Gornook says some might be genuine. Some might not. And what do you think? Harry thought about it. About the letters he'd received. About Amelia Bones's offer. Augusta Longbottom's connection to his parents. About the hungry looks in some of the goblins' eyes during the negotiation, not hostile, but calculating. I think I need to be careful. To listen more than I talk. To watch what people do, not what they say. Mrs. Fig smiled. A real smile, warm and proud. Your mother would be so proud of you. Harry's chest ached at the words. He didn't respond, couldn't. Really, but he felt them anyway. Felt the weight of parental approval from beyond the grave. I should rest, he said instead. If they're coming today, I need to be ready. Then rest. Mrs. Fig stood, moving toward the door. I'll wake you if anything happens. Sleep well, Harry. She left, and Harry lay back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. The ancestors murmured softly, a comforting background presence. You did well today, they whispered. Negotiated like a true Potter. Your grandfather would be proud. Harry closed his eyes, and for the first time in what felt like forever, he slept without nightmares. The dream came anyway. Not the cupboard, not the Dursleys, not even the green light he'd come to associate with his parents' death. Instead, he stood in a vast hall, surrounded by shadows that shifted and whispered. At the far end, a door waited, the dark door, the seventh vault, pulsing with ancient magic. He walked toward it, feet moving without his control. The door opened. Beyond lay a battlefield. Fire rained from the sky. Figures struggled in the darkness, wizards in black robes, wizards in ordinary clothes, all fighting, all dying, all screaming. And in the center, alone, stood a figure Harry knew. Himself. Older, taller, wearing battle robes and carrying a wand that blazed with light. But his eyes were wrong. Empty, hollow, like Someone who'd seen too much and lost too much and kept fighting anyway. Harry. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. This is what's coming. This is what you'll face. Are you ready? The older Harry turned, looked directly at him, and smiled. Not a happy smile. A terrible smile. The smile of someone who'd made peace with death because death was the only peace left. Run, the older version said. Run while you still can. Harry tried to move, but his feet were rooted to the ground. The battlefield surged toward him, fire and shadow and screaming, and he couldn't escape, couldn't fight. Cool. Didn't do anything but watch as destruction claimed everything. He woke gasping. Mrs. Fig knelt beside him, her face creased with worry. Harry, it's all right, you're safe, it was just a dream. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. His scar blazed with pain. The crest on his palm burned silver hot. It wasn't just a dream. His voice was hoarse. The seventh vault. It showed me something. A battle. Death. Me. Older. Fighting. And he told me to run. Mrs. Fig's face went pale. The seventh vault. The dark one. Harry nodded. I saw it. When I touched the door. I saw a battlefield and myself. Older. Fighting. Looking like. He stopped, swallowing hard. Looking like he'd already lost everything. Mrs. Fig was quiet for a long moment. Then she pulled him into a hug, tight and warm and surprisingly strong. Listen to me, Harry Potter. Whatever you saw, whatever the vault showed you, it's not fixed. The future isn't written. Prophecies twist and turn and change based on choices people make. Your parents' deaths weren't inevitable, they were choices. Voldemort's fall wasn't inevitable. It was a choice, his choice, to attack a child protected by love. Harry pulled back, meeting her eyes. You really believe that? I really do. She cupped his face in her hands. The vault showed you a possibility. A warning, not a certainty. You still get to choose. You always get to choose. Harry thought about this. About the prophecy Dumbledore had recited. About the covenant the Dark Wizard had made. About all the forces pushing and pulling at his life. You always get to choose. He took a deep breath. Okay. He straightened. Then I choose to be ready. To learn everything I can, become everything I can, so when that battle comes, if it comes, I'm not the boy in the dream. I'm someone who can fight back. Mrs. Fig smiled, a shaky smile, but real. That's my boy. The ministry representatives arrived at noon. Harry met them in the negotiation chamber, flanked by Gornick and Griphook. Mrs. Fig waited in the wings, technically not part of the proceedings but present nonetheless. There were 3 of them. Amelia Bones he recognized from her TTER, a stern-faced woman with an eye patch and an air of quiet authority. Beside her stood a younger man, nervous-looking, clutching a briefcase like it might save his life. And trailing behind them both, looking distinctly uncomfortable, was Cornelius Fudge, Lord Potter. Bones stepped forward, offering a formal bow. Thank you for agreeing to see us. I know you've had an eventful few days. Harry inclined his head, the way he'd seen Gornick do. Thank you for coming. Please, sit. They sat. The nervous man placed his briefcase on the table but didn't open it. Fudge fidgeted with his bowler hat. Bones got straight to the point. Lord Potter, the ministry recognizes your lordship as legally valid. The goblins have confirmed the blood tests, the charter signature, and the vault transfer. There is no question of your status. Harry waited. There was always a but. Bones continued, your situation is unprecedented. A 6-year-old lord, independent of guardianship, controlling. One of the oldest fortunes in Wizarding Britain. There are those who will try to take advantage. There are those who will try to discredit you. There are those who will try to use you for their own ends. I know. Harry's voice was calm. I've already encountered some of them. Bones's eyebrow rose, the one above her good eye. Dumbledore, among others. A pause. Then Bones nodded slowly. I won't pretend to understand everything that happened between you and the headmaster. That's not my business. But I will say this. Albus Dumbledore has dominated Wizarding Britain for decades. His influence is everywhere. The fact that you've stepped outside that influence, at your age, is either the smartest thing you could have done or the most dangerous. Which do you think it is? Bones considered him for a long moment. I think it's too early to tell. Which is why I'm here. She leaned forward. Lord Potter, I'm offering you something simple, information, knowledge, understanding of how this world works. Not guidance. You've made clear you don't want that. Just facts. Who to trust, who to avoid, how to spot manipulation before it traps you. Harry studied her. The ancestors murmured, genuine, I think. Cautious but genuine. Why would you do that? What do you get out of it? Bones's lips curved slightly. Direct. Good. She sat back. I get a Lord Potter who understands how the ministry works. Who can navigate its complexities, who won't be blindsided by the first smooth talker who crosses his path. That benefits everyone, including me. And if I decide to use that information against the ministry, against you, then you use it. That's your right as a lord. Bones's voice was steady. I'm not offering you loyalty, Lord Potter. I'm offering you clarity. What you do with it is your own affair. Harry considered this. It felt genuine, felt like the kind of offer someone made when they actually meant it. Okay, he said finally. I accept. Bones nodded once, sharply. Then she gestured to the nervous man beside her. This is Percival Weasley. He works in my department. He's been researching the Potter family history, the contracts, the properties. He has a report for you. The nervous man, Weasley, fumbled with his briefcase, finally extracting a thick folder. Lord Potter. His voice was higher than Harry expected. I've compiled everything I could find on the Potter holdings. Properties, investments, outstanding contracts, family connections. Some of it you probably already know, but some, he opened the folder, revealing page after page of densely written notes. Some of it might be new. Harry took the folder. It was heavy. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Oh, you're welcome. It was nothing, really, I mean, it was something, obviously, quite a lot of something, actually. But, he caught Bones's eye and stopped himself. I mean, you're welcome. Despite everything, Harry felt a small smile tug at his mouth. This man, awkward, nervous, clearly terrified, was nothing like the other adults he'd encountered. He was just, ordinary. Trying to do his job. Mr. Weasley, Harry said, do you have a family? Weasley blinked. Yes, wife, 7 children, boys, all of them. Loud boys, very loud, 7, redheads, every one. My wife's family, the Pruitts, they're all redheads. I'm the odd one out, really, being a Weasley and all, but, he stopped again, flushing. I'm rambling, sorry, I ramble when I'm nervous. Harry's smile grew slightly. It's okay, I like rambling, it's honest. Bones watched the exchange with something like approval in her eye. Lord Potter, if there's nothing else, we should let you rest. You've had a long few days. Harry nodded. Thank you for coming, for the information, he looked at the folder. For treating me like a person, not a pawn. Bones stood, and the others followed. You are a person, Lord Potter. A remarkable one. Don't let anyone make you forget that. They left. Harry sat alone with the heavy folder. The ancestors murmuring approval, and the first faint sense that maybe, just maybe, he wasn't entirely alone in this new world. Chapter 14. Multiple vaults discovered. The folder from Percival Weasley was thicker than Harry's arm. He sat cross-legged on the massive bed in his Gringotts quarters, the folder spread before him, pages and pages of information spilling across the duvet like a paper waterfall. Mrs. Fig had brought tea and sandwiches an hour ago, both sat untouched on the nightstand. Harry couldn't stop reading. Potter Family Holdings, Comprehensive Overview. Compiled by P. Weasley, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Confidential, for Lord Potter's eyes only. The first section detailed properties. Harry already knew about Godric's Hollow and the London townhouse and the Welsh estate. But there were more, so many more. A cottage in Cornwall, bequeathed to the family in 1765 by a spinster aunt who'd lived there her entire life. Currently occupied by a family of half-blood tenants who paid rent to Dumbledore's appointed agent for 16 years. Asterisk. A farm in Yorkshire that had been in the family since the 1400s, now managed by a magical creature. A sanctuary that used the land to house injured hippogriffs. A building in Diagon Alley itself, number 93, currently leased to a potion supplier who'd never once dealt with a Potter directly. A forest in Wales, thick with ancient magic, where Potter ancestors had once harvested wand wood. An island off the coast of Scotland, the one the goblins mentioned, with a permanent residence charm that kept it habitable despite the North Sea storms. Harry's head spun. He owned a forest, an island, buildings he'd never seen, land he'd never walked, homes he'd never visited. And that was just the properties. The investments section was even longer. Flourish and blots, yes, but also a share in the daily profit, a stake in several apothecaries, partial ownership of a broom manufacturing company. Had gone out of business 50 years ago but still generated income from licensing agreements. There were international holdings too. A vineyard in France, a small castle in Transylvania that was technically within vampire territory and therefore complicated. Gold mines in Norway that had been closed for centuries but still held dormant mineral rights. Harry set down the page he was reading and pressed his palms against his eyes. "How is this possible?" he whispered. "How did one family accumulate so much?" The ancestors stirred, their voices soft but clear. "We built, we bought, we married well, we invested wisely, and sometimes, we stole." Harry's eyes snapped open. Stole. A dragon horde, once. In the 1300s, a Potter ancestor convinced a dragon to share its treasure in exchange for a service. The dragon agreed. The service was performed. The treasure was shared. The ministry never found out. Despite everything, Harry felt a laugh bubble up. His ancestors had conned a dragon. We prefer to call it creative negotiation. He was still smiling when he turned to the next section. Potter family vaults, supplementary information. Harry's attention sharpened. He already knew about the 7 vaults, the 3 open, the 3 conditional, the 1 dark. But this section suggested there was more. Much more. In addition to the primary 7 vaults maintained at Gringotts, London, the Potter family maintains or has maintained the following secondary repositories. Vault 934, Gringotts, London, discretionary fund for family members, status, active. A small vault approximately 50,000 galleons used historically to provide younger family members with startup funds upon coming of age. Not subject to lordship control, any Potter of age can withdraw up to 1,000 galleons annually with proper identification. Asterisk. Harry blinked. Any Potter of age, but he was the only Potter left. That meant, this vault was effectively his anyway, but with extra steps. Vault 12, Gringotts Diagon All. EY, Potter Family Charitable Trust, status, active. A separate account used to fund charitable activities. Currently managed by a board of trustees including representatives from St. Mungo's Hospital, the Werewolf Support Services, and the Society for Distressed Wizards. The trust receives automatic deposits from the main Potter accounts annually. The Lord Potter has oversight authority but cannot unilaterally redirect funds. Harry liked this. His family had set up a charity. A real one, with rules and oversight and ongoing support for people who needed it. Repository Alpha, location Classif. IED, Potter Family Emergency Reserve, status, unknown. Historical records indicate that the Potter family maintained a hidden repository of gold and artifacts at an undisclosed location, to be accessed only in times of extreme crisis. The location of this repository was known only to the family lord and was passed down verbally through generations. It may or may not still exist. Harry's heart quickened. A hidden repository. Gold and artifacts, hidden somewhere, waiting for a crisis. The last known Potter lord to reference this repository was Charles Potter, in a private journal from 1978. The journal's current whereabouts are unknown. Grandfather. Of course, he'd hidden so much already. The key, the ring, the letter. Why not a secret repository too? Harry made a mental note to find that journal. Repository Beta, Gringotts, Paris, Potter Family Continental Holdings, status, active but dormant. When Potters traveled or conducted business on the continent, they often used this small vault to hold foreign currency and local artifacts. It has not been accessed since 1932 and contains approximately 200,000 French gold francs, assorted jewelry, and several items of historical interest. A vault in Paris, money in France, artifacts Harry had never seen. Repository Gamma, location, Potter Manor Grounds, family time capsule, status, active. Every 50 years, the Potter family bury a time capsule containing items representative of the current generation. The most recent burial was in 1970, by Charles and Doria Potter. The capsule is magically sealed and will open automatically in 2070. Or earlier if a Potter lord performs the unsealing ritual. His grandparents had buried a time capsule. In 1970, with things from their lives, their time, their generation. Harry could open it now. Right now, if he wanted. The thought was dizzying. He read for another hour, absorbing details about vaults and repositories and hidden caches. By the end, he'd identified no fewer than 12 separate Potter holdings beyond the main 7. 12. His family had been busy. Mrs. Fig found him still reading when she returned with fresh tea. Merlin's beard. Boy, haven't you moved? Harry looked up, blinking. There's so much. Properties I didn't know about. Vaults in other countries. A hidden repository somewhere in Britain. A time capsule buried by my grandparents. Mrs. Fig set down the tea and sat on the edge of the bed. The Potters were always good at accumulating. Your grandfather especially. Charles believed in preparing for every contingency. He hid a key for me. A letter. A ring. He knew, somehow, that I'd need them. He was a clever man. Paranoid, some said, but clever. Mrs. Fig's voice softened. He also loved you, Harry. Before you were born, he talked about you constantly. About the future. About what you'd be like. About all the things he wanted to teach you. Harry's chest ached. He died before I was born. He knew he was dying. The last time I saw him, he told me. She stopped composing herself. He told me to watch over you. That you'd need someone who saw you, not just the prophecy or the scar or the name. That you'd need to be loved for yourself. Tears pricked Harry's eyes. He blinked them back. He sounds like he was a good grandfather. The best. Your father was devastated when he died. James and Charles were close, closer than most fathers and sons. They understood each other. Harry looked at the papers spread across the bed. At the evidence of a family that had planned, prepared, loved. I want to see them. The other vaults. The repositories. The time capsule. His voice firmed. I want to know everything they left behind. Mrs. Fig nodded slowly. Then we'll go. But Harry, she hesitated. Some of these places haven't been opened in decades. The magic will be old, unstable, potentially dangerous. You'll need goblin support, possibly other experts too. Gornick can help. And Griphook. They've been honest with me so far. They've been professional with you so far. There's a difference. But Mrs. Fig smiled as she said it. Still, they're the best allies you have in this. I'll talk to them while you rest. Harry shook his head. I'm not tired. You've been awake for, she checked the window, nearly 40 hours, with maybe 2 hours of fitful sleep. You're exhausted, Harry. You just don't know it because your mind is spinning. He wanted to argue, but even as he opened his mouth, a yawn cracked his jaw. Mrs. Fig's smile widened. Thought so. Sleep. The vaults will still be there tomorrow. Harry wanted to protest. There was so much to do, so much to learn, so much to see. But the bed was soft and warm, and Mrs. Fig was pulling the curtains closed, and the ancestors were murmuring gently, and before he knew it, his eyes were closing and sleep was claiming him at last. He dreamed of vaults. Not the dark door, not the battlefield, just vaults. Endless rows of them, stretching into infinity. Each one labeled with a Potter name he didn't recognize. He walked through them, opening doors, peering inside, seeing glimpses of lives lived centuries ago. A music box that played a lullaby he almost knew. A sword, ancient and battle-scarred, hanging on a wall. A portrait of a woman with his mother's eyes, smiling at him with love. A cradle, empty, waiting. He walked and walked, the vaults never ending, the names never stopping. Potters upon Potters upon Potters, stretching back to the beginning, forward to the end. And at the very last vault, the one at the end of everything, a door waited. Not the dark door, different, smaller, made of plain wood, unremarkable, ordinary. But when Harry reached for it, his hand passed through. Not yet, a voice whispered. Not yet. He woke. Morning light streamed through the curtains. Harry blinked, disoriented, then remembered. Gringotts. His quarters. The folder. The vaults. He was alone, but a note lay on the pillow beside him, written in Mrs. Fig's spidery hand. Harry. Gone to speak with Gornick about the other vaults. Food in the sitting room. Rest if you can, you'll need your strength. Back soon. A.F. Harry smiled. A.F. Arabella Fig. His, what was she? Guardian, caretaker, friend. The words didn't quite fit, but the feeling behind them did. He swung out of bed, washed quickly in the small bathroom attached to his quarters, A.N.D. dressed in fresh clothes the goblins had provided, simple things, but well made, and they actually fit. In the sitting room, he found more than food. A goblin waited, not Gornick or Griphook, but a younger one Harry didn't recognize. She stood at attention near the door, her expression carefully neutral. Lord Potter, I am Ragnarok's assistant. My name is Ironclaw. I am to escort you to the deep vaults when you are ready. Harry blinked. Now, Mrs. Fig isn't back yet. She will meet us there. Gornik has already descended to prepare. Ironclaw's eyes flickered to the folder on the table. You have been studying. Trying to. There's a lot. There's always a lot when one inherits an ancient house. Something like approval crossed her face. Most wizards your age would be playing with toys. You are planning vault expeditions. Quote, I'm not most wizards. No. Ironclaw's lips curved slightly. You are not. Shall we? Harry grabbed a roll from the food tray, stuffed it in his mouth, and followed. The descent felt different this time. Not faster or slower, just different. The tunnels seemed to recognize him now, the crystals pulsing as he passed, the very stone vibrating with awareness of his presence. Ironclaw noticed his expression. The deep magic knows you. You are Lord Potter. These tunnels were carved by goblins, but they exist to serve wizards like you, the ones with ancient blood, old contracts. Deep ties to the earth. Harry thought about this. Do all wizards feel it? The connection? Few. Most have lost the sensitivity over generations. Their blood has thinned, their magic diluted. But the old families, the Potters, the Blacks, the Longbottoms, a handful of others, they still carry enough of the ancient essence to feel the deep places respond. They passed. Vaults Harry hadn't seen before, smaller than the Potter chambers, but still impressive. Ironclaw named them as they went. Greengrass, Bulstrode, Abbott, Macmillan. Families with old money, old blood, old secrets. And the newer families, the ones who earned their wealth recently. They use the upper levels. Perfectly safe, perfectly functional, but lacking depth. Ironclaw's voice held subtle condescension. The deep places are for those who have been here longest. Finally, they stopped. Before them stretched a cavern Harry hadn't seen before, smaller than the Potter chamber, but filled with doors. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. The Potter family has used Gringotts for over 800 years, Ironclaw explained. In that time, they have opened many vaults. Some are still active, some are dormant, some have been sealed so long that even we have forgotten what they contain. Harry stared at the doors, at the names and numbers carved into each one. Potter, 1123-1198. Potter, 1201-1276. Potter Peverell, 1278-1342. Potter, 1345-1401. Generation after generation, each with their own vault, their own space, their own contribution to the family legacy. Gornik emerged from between two doors, looking pleased. Lord Potter, you're here. He gestured at the cavern. Welcome to the Potter ancestral vaults. Not the main 7, those are elsewhere, as you know. These are the personal vaults of individual family members. Most have been sealed for centuries. Why were they sealed? Why not combine everything? Sentiment, mostly. Each Potter wanted their own space, their own legacy, their own contribution to the family. When they died, their personal effects remained here, untouched, preserved, waiting for future generations to discover. Harry walked forward slowly, reading names as he passed. Fleemont Potter, 1910-1972 his grandfather's father. Great-grandfather. Euphemia Potter, 1915-1972 his grandmother. They'd died together, he remembered. Dragon pox, taken within days of each other. Charles Potter, 1938-1980 his grandfather. The one who'd left him the key, the ring, the letter. Doria Potter née Black, 1940-1980 his grandmother. A Black who'd married a Potter, scandalizing both families. And then, James Fleemont Potter, 1960-1981. Lily Evans Potter, 1960-1981. Harry's feet stopped. 2 doors, side by side. Smaller than the others, newer. The wood still relatively fresh. Names carved in letters that gleamed with magic. His parents' personal vaults. No one had told him these existed. He turned to Gornik, voice rough. These are theirs. Their own vaults. Yes, every adult Potter maintains a personal vault alongside the family accounts. Your parents opened these when they came of age and continued using them until... Gornik trailed off. Until they died. Harry approached the doors slowly. His father's first, James Fleemont Potter. The name carved in elegant script, with the Potter crest beneath. He pressed his palm against the wood. The 7 marks on his palm, no, the single crest now, blazed silver. The door swung open. James Potter's personal vault was not large. Maybe the size of the cupboard under the stairs, that terrible. Familiar space, but filled with light instead of darkness. Shelves lined the walls, each one stacked with objects Harry's father had chosen to keep. A Quidditch trophy from Hogwarts. Engraved Most Promising Seeker, 1977. A photograph album, its cover worn, its pages thick with memories. A stack of letters tied with ribbon, his mother's handwriting on the top envelope. A broomstick, old and battered, propped in the corner like it was waiting for its owner to return. Harry walked through the space slowly, touching nothing, just looking. His father's life, preserved in objects. His father's choices, frozen in time. He picked up the photograph album first. The pictures moved, of course. Wizarding photographs always did, and there was his father, young and laughing. Arm in arm with people Harry didn't recognize. School friends, probably. Teammates. People who'd loved him. He turned pages slowly. Saw his father grow from a boy to a teenager to a young man. Saw the first pictures of Lily, his mother, appearing more and more frequently. Saw their wedding, small and intimate, both of them glowing with joy. And then, the last page. A photograph of 3 people. James, holding a baby. Lily, beaming beside him. And between them, tiny and wrinkled and perfect. Himself. Harry stared at the image. At his parents, so alive, so happy, holding I am like he was the most precious thing in the world. The baby in the photograph cooed and reached for the camera. James laughed, pulled him closer, said something Harry couldn't hear. Lily pressed a kiss to the baby's forehead. And Harry, 6 years old, alone in a vault deep underground, felt tears streaming down his face. He didn't know how long he stood there. Long enough for the tears to dry. Long enough to study every detail of that photograph, to memorize his parents' faces, to understand that they'd loved him, really loved him, before the end. When he finally emerged, Gornick and Ironclaw waited in respectful silence. Mrs. Fig had arrived too, her face creased with worry that softened when she saw him. Harry, I'm okay. His voice was rough but steady. I'm okay. I needed to see. She nodded, not pressing. There's more, Gornick said quietly. Your mother's vault, and others, grandparents, great-grandparents, generations of Potters waiting to be discovered. You don't have to do it all today. Harry looked at his mother's door. Lily Evans Potter, the name that meant more to him than almost anything. One more, he said. Just one more today. Lily's vault was different from James's. Smaller. For one thing. More organized. Shelves labeled in neat handwriting, each one containing carefully arranged items. Harry recognized the order, the same way Aunt Petunia organized her kitchen. Her cupboards, her life. Lily had been a Muggle born, raised in a world where order mattered, and she'd brought that with her into magic. He walked slowly, reading labels. Childhood photographs, pre-magic. Letters from home, 1971-1978. Asterisk. Hogwarts achievements. Wedding memories. Pregnancy keepsakes. Harry, first year. His breath caught at the last label. The shelf held a box, simple wooden, unadorned, and a small album. Harry opened the album first. Pictures of him as a baby. Not the formal ones from the prophet, the ones everyone had seen, private pictures. Him sleeping, him laughing, him reaching for his mother's hand, him cuddled against his father's chest, tiny and perfect. Page after page of evidence that he'd been loved. At the back of the album, tucked into a pocket, was a letter. For my son, Harry, when he's old enough to understand. Harry's hands trembled as he opened it. My darling boy, if you're reading this, I'm gone. I hope it's because I'm old and gray and you're reading it at my funeral, surrounded by your own children and grandchildren. But I'm a realistic woman, and I know the world we live in. So I'm writing this now, while you're sleeping in your cot. While your father is downstairs making tea, while everything is peaceful and perfect. I want you to know, you were wanted. You were planned. You were prayed for, hoped for, dreamed about long before you existed. Your father cried when we found out I was pregnant, actual tears, running down his face, while he laughed and hugged me and said he was the luckiest man alive. You were born at home, in our bedroom, because I wanted you to come into the world somewhere safe and warm and full of love. Your father caught you, nearly dropped you, actually, but caught you in the end. The Meadowitch said she'd never seen a man so terrified and so happy at the same time. You have your father's hair, messy and impossible to tame. You have my eyes, green as the hills where I grew up. You have a temper from both of us, I'm afraid, and a stubborn streak a mile wide. But you also have love, Harry. So much love. From us, from your grandparents, from friends who've become family. I don't know what the future holds. I don't know if you'll read this when you're 11 or 20 or 50. But I know this. You are the best thing I ever did. The best thing your father ever did. The best thing either of us will ever do. Be brave, my son. Be kind. Be yourself. Not what others want you to be, not what the world expects, but truly, deeply yourself. That's all I've ever wanted for you. All my love, forever and always. Mum. Harry read it 3 times. Then he folded it carefully, pressed it to his heart, and tucked it into the same pocket that held his grandfather's letter, his father's letter, the void contract. The torn covenant, his family, carried with him always. When he emerged from Lily's vault, Mrs. Fig took one look at his face and pulled him into a hug. He let her. Needed it, actually. Needed the warmth, the solidness, the proof that someone in this world still existed in flesh and blood. You okay? She murmured. No. His voice was muffled against her shoulder. But I will be. She held him tighter. Gornick waited until Harry pulled back, then spoke quietly. There are dozens more vaults, Lord Potter. Generations of Potters waiting to be discovered. But perhaps, for today, this is enough. Harry nodded. His eyes felt raw, his head ached, his heart was full to bursting. One thing. He looked at Gornick. The time capsule. My grandparents buried it in 1970. Can we open it? Gornick considered. The unsealing ritual is not complex, but it requires a Potter Lord's blood and intention. You could perform it now, if you wish, or wait for another day. Harry thought about it, about his grandparents, who'd planned for him before he was born. About the box they'd buried, filled with things from their lives. Now, he said, I want to do it now. Gornick nodded and began the preparations. The time capsule was not in Gringotts. It was buried on the grounds of Potter Manor, the main family estate, which Harry still hadn't seen. But the goblins had arranged for a portkey, and within minutes, Harry found himself standing in an overgrown garden, staring at a house that had once been his family's home. Potter Manor. It was beautiful. Old stone, climbing ivy, mullioned windows that caught the afternoon light. The garden was wild, 16 years of neglect, but beneath the chaos, Harry could see the bones of something lovely. The capsule is this way. Gornick led them past a fountain that no longer flowed, through a rose garden gone to thorns, to a small clearing ringed by ancient oaks. In the center, a stone marker bore the Potter crest. Harry approached it slowly. The crest on his palm burned in recognition. The ritual is simple, Gornick instructed. Place your hand on the marker. Speak your name and intention. Let your blood, 1 drop, fall upon the stone. Harry obeyed. His palm touched the marker. The stone warmed beneath his skin. Harry James Potter, Lord of the ancient and noble house of Potter. I come to open what my grandparents sealed. I come to know what they chose to leave behind. He pricked his finger on the edge of the marker, sharp as a blade, and let 1 drop of blood fall. The ground trembled. The marker split in 2, revealing a compartment below. And within that compartment, wrapped in cloth that shimmered with preservation charms, sat a box. Harry lifted it out carefully. It was heavy, heavier than it looked, and warm, as if it had been waiting for his touch. He carried it to a moss-covered bench and sat. Mrs. Fig and the goblins waited at a respectful distance. Harry opened the box. Inside lay letters, photographs, small treasures. A ring that matched the one he already wore, his grandfather's, perhaps. A locket with a woman's picture inside, his grandmother Doria, young and beautiful. A child's drawing, clearly done by James as a boy, labeled, My Mummy and Daddy, in wobbly letters. And at the bottom, a letter addressed to him. Harry, if you're reading this, you've found the capsule. You've claimed your lordship. You've begun to understand what it means to be a Potter. We buried this in 1970, when your father was 10 years old. We wanted to leave something for the future, for you, specifically. Though we didn't know your name yet, we just knew that someday, a Potter would come looking. The things in this box are pieces of our lives. Your grandmother's locket, my signet ring, the twin of the one you already wear. I suspect, if Charles did his job properly, photographs of your father growing up, letters we wrote to each other when we were young. But the most important thing is this: you are loved. By us, by your parents, by everyone who came before. We may never meet you, the future is uncertain, and we are not young, but we know you exist. We know you carry our blood, our magic, our hopes. Be worthy of them, Harry. Be worthy of yourself. With all our love, from beyond the grave. Your grandparents, Charles and Doria. Harry closed the box. Around him, the garden whispered in the afternoon breeze. The house waited, silent and patient, for him to explore it. The ancestors murmured gentle approval. He had found so much today. Vaults and letters in proof of love. And somewhere, in the depths of Gringotts and the grounds of this manor and the hidden places of Britain, more waited. More vaults, more secrets, more of his family, preserved and patient, waiting to be discovered. Harry looked at the house where his father had grown up, at the garden where his grandparents had walked, at the box in his lap, filled with love from people he'd never meet. Tomorrow, he said quietly. Tomorrow we'll see the rest. Mrs. Fig smiled. Gornick nodded. And Harry Potter, 6 years old and burdened with centuries, sat in the afternoon sun and let himself simply be. Chapter 15. Political Ripples. The first rumor started in the leaky cauldron. It was a Tuesday, ordinary in every way. Tom the barman was polishing glasses behind the counter. Doris Crockford was nursing her usual morning tea. Daedalus Diggle was showing off his new hat to anyone who'd look. And then, did you hear? A witch in purple robes burst through the door, her face flushed with excitement. The Potter boy, the boy who lived, he's claimed his lordship. The pub went silent. Tom's glass slipped from his fingers and shattered on the floor. Doris Crockford choked on her tea. Daedalus Diggle's hat fell forgotten to the ground. He's what? Someone demanded. He's only a child, 6 years old, I heard. Walked into Gringotts with a squib and a letter and came out Lord Potter. The witch was practically vibrating. Locked Dumbledore out of everything, the vaults, the contracts, even the prophecy. The goblins are backing him completely. Silence stretched. Then the pub exploded. Within hours, the rumor had spread through every corner of Wizarding Britain. Diagon Alley hummed with speculation. Shoppers gathered in clusters, trading information like currency. Shopkeepers abandoned their posts to join the discussions. Even the goblins at Gringotts found themselves fielding questions from customers who usually avoided them entirely. Can it be true? Madame Malkin asked her assistant. Her tape measure forgotten around a customer's neck. A 6-year-old lord. The goblins aren't denying it, the assistant whispered. My cousin works in the bank, she says the Potter vaults have all been rekeyed. The old signatures won't work anymore. At Flourish and Blots, the manager found himself besieged by customers demanding books on inheritance law, lordship protocols, and Potter family history. We're sold out of everything, he told a disappointed wizard. Completely sold out. There's a waiting list of 60 people for the next shipment. At Ollivander's, the old wandmaker stood in his doorway, watching the chaos with knowing eyes. Curious, he murmured to himself. Very curious. The boy who survived the Dark Lord, now Lord Potter at 6. The wand chooses the wizard, indeed. By evening, the Daily Prophet had printed a special edition. The headline screamed across the front page, Boy WHO lived claims lordship, Dumbledore locked out. Beneath it, a photograph of Harry, taken years ago, when he was smaller. Sadder, still living in the cupboard, stared out at the world. In an unprecedented move that has sent shockwaves through Wizarding Britain, 6-year-old Harry P. Potter has claimed the lordship of the ancient and noble House of Potter, effectively seizing control of one of the oldest fortunes in the magical world. According to sources within Gringotts, the boy, who until this week was believed to be living with Muggle relatives in Surrey, presented himself at the bank with a squib companion and a letter from his deceased grandfather, Charles Potter. He underwent the traditional inheritance tests, passed them all, and signed the lordship charter before a full council of goblins. The most shocking revelation, Albus Dumbledore, who has managed the P. Potter estate since the death of Harry's parents 16 years ago, has been completely locked out of all Potter accounts and contracts. Multiple sources confirm that the headmaster attempted to access the Education Trust yesterday morning, and was magically rejected by the new wards. The boy has goblin backing, one insider revealed. Full backing. Any attempt to challenge his lordship would violate ancient treaties. He's untouchable. Quote, reaction from the ministry has been mixed. Cornelius Fudge reportedly called an emergency session of the Wizengamot, only to be told that there was nothing the ministry could do. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, has issued a statement acknowledging the lordship is legally valid. Dumbledore himself could not be reached for comment. Those sources at Hogwarts describe him as subdued but unsurprised. What happens next? The boy is only 6. He cannot attend Hogwarts for another 5 years. He has no family, at least, none willing to claim him. And he now controls a fortune that could rival the ministry's own budget. Wizarding Britain is watching, and waiting. At the Ministry of Magic, chaos reigned. Department heads, who rarely spoke to each other, were huddled in corridors, debating the implications. Junior staffers ran messages back and forth, their arms full of documents no one had time to read. And in the cafeterias, every table buzzed with the same topic. 6 years old. Can you imagine? At 6, I was still trying to control my accidental magic. The goblins never back anyone. Never. What's special about this boy? He's Harry Potter. That's what. The boy who lived. That was an infant. This is. I don't know what this is. In the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones sat in her office, reading the Prophet article with an expression of grim satisfaction. She'd known, not the details, but enough. The boy was sharper than anyone gave him credit for. And Dumbledore, well, Dumbledore had finally met his match. Her assistant poked his head through the door. Ma'am, the minister wants to see you. Immediately. Bones folded the newspaper calmly. Tell the minister I'll be there when I've finished my tea. But ma'am, when I've finished my tea, Weasley. That's final. The assistant withdrew, and Bones allowed herself a small smile. Let them panic. Let them scramble. She'd made her offer to the boy, genuine. No strings, and that was enough. Whatever happened next, she'd be on the right side of history. In a lavish manor somewhere in Wiltshire, Lucius Malfoy read the same article with very different emotions. His elegant fingers tightened on the parchment until it crumpled. Potter, he hissed. The Potter brat. His wife Narcissa looked up from her embroidery. Lucius, he's claimed lordship. Locked Dumbledore out. The goblins are backing him. Lucius's voice was controlled, but just barely. A 6-year-old child now controls the second largest fortune in Wizarding Britain. Narcissa set down her needlework. That's unexpected. Unexpected. It's catastrophic. Lucius rose, pacing the length of the drawing room. I had plans, careful plans, for when the boy came of age. Approaches to make, alliances to forge. The Potter name carries weight, even now. But this changes everything. Can we adapt? Lucius stopped pacing. Adapt? Yes. We'll have to. He stared out the window at his perfectly manicured gardens. The boy is 6. He's alone. He has no family, no guidance, no understanding of how this world works. He'll need allies, whether he knows it or not. You're thinking of approaching him. I'm thinking of waiting, watching, seeing how this plays out. Lucius's eyes narrowed. Dumbledore will try to reassert influence. The ministry will try to control him. The goblins will try to guide him. And somewhere in all of that, there will be opportunities. Narcissa rose and joined him at the window. For what? For the Dark Lord's return. For the day when proper order is restored. Lucius's voice dropped. If we can position ourselves correctly, if we can earn the boy's trust, or at least his neutrality, then when the Dark Lord rises again, the Potter fortune won't be used against us. His wife studied him for a long moment. You're playing a dangerous game, Lucius. I've always played dangerous games. It's the only kind worth playing. At the Burrow, the Weasley family gathered around their kitchen table, passing the Prophet back and forth. 6 years old, Molly Weasley breathed. Mercy me, 6 years old and all alone. Arthur took the newspaper, scanning the article with furrowed brows. It says he was living with muggles. Relatives of some sort. Muggles. Molly's voice sharpened. What kind of relatives would let a child live with muggles? The kind Dumbledore arranged, apparently. Arthur's voice was carefully neutral. He worked at the ministry. He knew better than to speak openly about the headmaster. But his eyes said enough. Percy, home for the evening, adjusted his glasses importantly. I met him, actually. When I delivered the file. He's not like other 6-year-olds. Molly's attention snapped to her third son. You met him. What was he like? Was he well? Did he seem healthy? Percy considered the questions carefully. He was small, thin, but his eyes, he shivered slightly. His eyes were old, like he'd seen things no child should see. Fred and George, who'd been unusually quiet throughout the conversation, exchanged glances. Old eyes, Fred murmured. Seen things, George added. We should visit him, they said together. Molly's eyebrows rose. You, visit Lord Potter. Why not? We're charming, delightful company, exactly the sort of friends a lonely boy needs. Arthur hid a smile behind his hand. Molly looked torn between exasperation and consideration. We'll see, she said finally. Let the dust settle first. Then maybe. In a small room at St. Mungo's Hospital, A different conversation unfolded. Frank and Alice Longbottom sat in chairs by the window, their eyes vacant, their bodies present but their minds long gone. They didn't respond to the healer's questions. Didn't recognize their own son when he visited. Didn't know that the world outside their room continued to turn. But Augusta Longbottom, sitting between them, read the prophet aloud anyway. Harry Potter has claimed his lordship, she said quietly. 6 years old, and he's done what most adults couldn't. Your old friend's son, Frank. James and Lily's boy. No response from the empty eyes. He locked Dumbledore out. Can you imagine? The great Albus Dumbledore, outmaneuvered by a child. Augusta's voice held something like satisfaction. I always said the man had too much power. Too much influence. Too many secrets. Quote. Still nothing. Augusta reached out and took her son's hand. It lay limp in hers, unresponsive. I'll watch over him, Frank. The Potter boy, as best I can. For you, and for James. And for everything you fought for. She squeezed gently. Neville will need friends when he's older. Good friends. Maybe this Harry will be one of them. Outside the window, London bustled on, oblivious. Inside, a grandmother kept vigil over her broken son and daughter-in-law, and made quiet plans for the future. Back at Hogwarts, the staff room had become a battlefield. Minerva McGonagall sat in her usual chair, knitting furiously, always a sign of deep agitation. Phileas Flitwick hovered nearby, sipping tea he wasn't tasting. Pomona Sprout had abandoned her greenhouses entirely to join the discussion, and Severus Snape lurked in the shadows by the window, his expression unreadable. 11 years, McGonagall muttered. 11 years we waited for that boy to come to Hogwarts. And now he's a lord before he's even started school. It's unprecedented, Flitwick agreed. In all my years studying wizarding law, I've never heard of a minor claiming lordship without guardian approval. Goblin law, Sprout pointed out, different rules. They recognize blood above all else. In Dumbledore, Snape's voice cut through the chatter like a blade. What does the Great Albus Dumbledore have to say about all this? The room fell silent. McGonagall's needles paused. He hasn't said anything. Not to me, anyway. He's been in his office since he returned from London. How convenient. Snape's lip curled. The man who arranged everything, controlled everything, planned everything, now silent when his plans crumble. You sound pleased, Severus. I sound realistic. He turned from the window, his dark eyes sweeping the room. Dumbledore has dominated this school, this country, this world for decades. Maybe it's time for someone else to have influence. Noggle's needles resumed their furious clicking. And you think that someone should be a 6-year-old child? I think, Snape said quietly, that Lily's son has more right to his own future than any of us. Including Dumbledore. The name hung in the air like smoke. McGonagall's knitting slowed. Flitwick set down his tea. Sprout reached for the sherry. And outside, in the corridors of Hogwarts Street, Udens whispered about the boy who lived, the boy who'd become something none of them understood. The rumors reached even the darkest places. In a crumbling manor house, hidden from Muggle eyes by the most powerful concealment charms available, a gathering of hooded figures listened to the news in silence. The Potter brat, a rough voice growled. He's claimed lordship. At 6 years old, apparently. The goblins confirmed it. Dumbledore's locked out. Silence stretched. Then, from the head of the table, a figure spoke. Higher than the others. Colder. More patient. This changes nothing. But my lord, this changes nothing. The voice hardened. A child playing at lordship is still a child. He has no training, no allies, no understanding of the power he wields. When the time comes, when I return, he will fall like his parents fell. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering. But one figure, older than the rest, wiser, kept his thoughts to himself. He'd seen the boy's photograph in the prophet. Had seen those eyes, so like his mother's, staring out at the world with an expression no child should wear. And he wondered. In Gringotts, Harry knew nothing of the chaos he'd caused. He sat in his quarters. The box from the time capsule opened beside him, reading through his grandparents' letters one by one. Each word was a gift, a window into lives he'd never known, love he'd never felt. Mrs. Fig came and went, bringing food he barely touched, tea he let grow cold. She didn't push, didn't demand, just watched over him with quiet patience. Gornick visited twice, bearing updates about the vaults and the ministry's reaction. Harry listened, nodded, filed the information away. But his mind was elsewhere, in 1970, with his grandparents, with his father as a child. with a world that had ended before he was born. The 7th letter was the last. Harry, if you're reading this, you've made it through the others. You've seen your father as a boy, your grandmother's locket, the ring that matches the one you wear. You've started to understand who we were, who your parents were, who you come from. But understanding isn't enough, not for what's coming. There's a war on the horizon. We can feel it, the darkness gathering, the whispers of a wizard who calls himself Lord Voldemort. Your father is young, too young to fight, but he will when the time comes. And you may have to fight too. Someday. When that day comes, remember this, you are not alone. Not because of us, we'll be gone, most likely, by then. Not because of your parents, though they'll fight beside you as long as they can. But because of the blood that runs in your veins. The magic that flows through your family. The ancestors who watch over you from beyond the grave. We are with you, Harry. Always. Even when you can't feel us, can't hear us, can't remember us. We are with you. Fight well, love deeply, live fully. Your grandfather, Charles. Harry folded the letter carefully and added it to his collection. Then he looked out the window at Diagon Alley, buzzing with rumors about him, and felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Not fear, not loneliness, not despair, connection. The ancestors murmured softly, a comforting presence in the back of his mind. The crest on his palm pulsed gently, a reminder of who he was, what he carried, where he came from. He wasn't alone. He'd never been alone. He just hadn't known it until now. The knock came at dusk. Harry opened the door to find Griphook, his expression more animated than usual. Lord Potter, there's someone here to see you. Someone you should meet. Harry's heart quickened. Who? A representative from the Department of Mysteries. They've been trying to reach you all day. The Ministry finally agreed to let them through. The Department of Mysteries. The place where the prophecy was kept. The place Dumbledore had tried to access and failed. Send them in. Griphook nodded and disappeared. Moments later, a figure in silver robes entered Harry's quarters, tall, thin, with eyes that seemed to look through rather than at. Lord Potter. The voice was soft, neutral. I am Saul Croaker. I've been assigned to the Hall of Prophecy for 37 years. I'm here to discuss the prophecy concerning you. Harry's scar tingled. I'm listening. Croaker settled into the chair across from him, his movements precise, economical. The prophecy was made shortly before your birth by Sybil Trelawney. Dumbledore was present when she spoke it. He has controlled access to it ever since. Controlled. The sphere, containing the prophecy is keyed to certain individuals. Originally, only Dumbledore and Trelawney could retrieve it. After your parents' deaths, Dumbledore added protections that prevented anyone else from accessing it at all. Harry's jaw tightened, including me, especially you. The prophecy is about you, but until yesterday, you couldn't have touched it if you tried. And now, Croaker's lips curved slightly, now the protections are gone. Dumbledore's authority over Potter matters has been severed. The sphere recognizes you as the primary subject. You could walk into the Hall of Prophecy right now and claim it. Harry considered this. The ancestors murmured warnings. Careful, this could be a trap, the department has its own agendas. Why are you telling me this? Because the Department of Mysteries does not take sides in wizard politics. We study, we observe, we preserve. The prophecy belongs to you by right. We merely wished to inform you of that fact. And if I want to see it, to hear it, then arrangements can be made. At your convenience, with whatever safeguards you require. Croaker stood. The department will not pressure you, Lord Potter. We will not manipulate you. We will simply be here when you're ready. He bowed slightly and left. Harry sat alone, the weight of the offer settling over him. The prophecy, his future, his fate, he could learn it now. See, old know exactly what the dark wizard had feared, what Dumbledore had hidden, what his parents had died for. Or he could wait, could grow stronger first, more prepared, more able to handle whatever the words revealed. The ancestors offered no guidance. This choice was his alone. Harry looked out the window at the darkening sky. Not yet, he whispered. Not yet, but soon. He could feel it, soon. Chapter 16. Dumbledore's concern. The office had never felt so small. Albus Dumbledore stood at the window, watching the sun set over the Hogwarts grounds, but seeing none of it. His mind was elsewhere, in a Gringotts negotiation chamber. In a 6-year-old boy's quarters, in a future he could no longer control. 16 years of planning, 16 years of careful positioning, 16 years of waiting for the right moment to reveal himself, to guide the boy, to prepare him for what was coming. All of it, gone in a single night. Fawkes trilled softly from his perch, a note of concern threading through the melody. I know, my old friend. Dumbledore's voice was tired. I know, I should have seen this coming. Should have known that leaving him with the Dursleys would breed resentment, not trust. Should have visited, checked, seen what was happening, but he hadn't. And now Harry Potter, the boy who was supposed to trust him, rely on him, turn to him when the darkness came, wanted nothing to do with him. The worst part, Dumbledore couldn't even blame him. The fire in the grate flared green, and Minerva McGonagall stepped through, her expression grim. Albus, you need to see this. He held out the evening edition of the Daily Prophet. The headline was even worse than the morning's. Potter heir refuses ministry oversight, Goblin alliance confirmed. Dumbledore took the paper, scanning the article with growing dismay. Sources close to the Potter camp confirmed that the 6-year-old lord has formally declined all offers of ministry assistance, choosing instead to rely on Goblin advisors in a small circle of personal confidants. Among those confidants, Arabella Figg, a squib long believed to be acting on Dumbledore's behalf, who has reportedly switched allegiances to the boy. He's made his position clear. An insider revealed, he will not be controlled by anyone, not the ministry, not Dumbledore, not the pureblood families who've already begun circling. He's building his own power base. And he's doing it fast. The Goblin alliance is particularly concerning to ministry officials. Ancient treaties grant Gringotts significant autonomy, and the Goblins have made clear that any attempt to interfere with Lord Potter's affairs will be treated as a violation of those treaties, effectively an act of war. We have our hands tied, admitted one ministry source. The boy is untouchable. Dumbledore lowered the paper. She's switched allegiances. Arabella, McGonagall's lips tightened. Apparently watching you leave a child in an abusive home for 6 years was enough to shift her loyalties. Can't imagine why. The words hit harder than any curse. Dumbledore had known Minerva for decades, respected her, trusted her, considered her a friend. The disappointment in her voice was almost worse than the anger. You think I was wrong. I think, McGonagall said carefully, that you made choices I didn't question at the time. Choices I assumed were based on knowledge I didn't have. But now, she spread her hands. Now I'm not so sure. Dumbledore turned back to the window. The last light was fading over the black lake, painting the water in shades of purple and gold. I never meant to hurt him. I know, but you did, and now he's building walls you can't breach. McGonagall moved to stand beside him. The question is, what do you do now? It was the same case Tion Dumbledore had been asking himself all day. I don't know, he admitted. For the first time in decades, I truly don't know. The fire flared again, green, then gold, then green once more. A series of flow calls, all rejected. Dumbledore had instructed the portraits to screen his visitors, and they were doing their job well. But one call got through. Albus. The voice was cold, controlled, familiar. Dumbledore turned to find Severus Snape stepping out of the flames, his dark robes billowing, his expression unreadable. Severus, I wasn't expecting you. No, you rarely expect what's coming these days. Snape moved into the office, his eyes sweeping the room as if checking for threats. The boy, tell me everything. Dumbledore hesitated, but Snape had been his most valuable ally for years, and more importantly, Snape had loved Lily Potter. If anyone deserved the truth, he did. So Dumbledore told him, the Dursleys, the letters, the Goblin intervention, the lordship, the locked vaults, the prophecy sphere, now inaccessible. When he finished, Snape was very still. You left him with muggles who abused him. I thought the blood protection. You thought. Snape's voice was ice. You thought, and you assumed. And you failed. Lily's son, her only child, suffering in a cupboard while you played chess with the future. Dumbledore had no answer. Snape turned away, walking to the window, staring out at the same view Dumbledore had been watching moments ago. He has her eyes. His voice was quieter now. The photograph in the prophet, he has Lily's eyes. Yes, and he hates you. I don't know that he hates me. But he doesn't trust me. Won't let me near him. Dumbledore's voice cracked slightly. He's building walls, Severus. The kind of walls children build when the why have learned that adults can't be relied upon. Snape was silent for a long moment. Then, good. Dumbledore blinked. Good. Good that he doesn't trust you. You haven't earned his trust. Good that he's building walls. He'll need them when the Dark Lord returns. Snape turned, his dark eyes burning. But he'll also need someone who can breach those walls. Someone who can reach him, guide him, prepare him for what's coming. And you think that someone is you? Snape's lip curled. I think that someone is no one, yet. He's 6 years old, he has time, but when he's ready, when he starts asking questions about his mother, about her life, about who she was, I'll be there. Before Dumbledore could respond, Snape was gone, disappearing into the flames as suddenly as he'd arrived. The night wore on. Dumbledore tried to work, he had correspondence to answer, reports to review, decisions to make. But his mind kept drifting back to Harry, to the boy in the cupboard, to the child he'd failed. Fawkes sang softly, a melody of comfort and hope. I don't deserve your comfort, Dumbledore told him. I made choices that hurt an innocent child. Choices I justified with noble intentions. The road to hell, Fawkes trilled sharply, cutting him off. Yes, yes, I know. Dwelling on the past helps no one. Dumbledore straightened in his chair. The question is the future. What happens next? The answer came sooner than expected. Another flow call, this one from the Ministry, urgent and official. Dumbledore accepted it, and Cornelius Fudge's panicked face appeared in the flames. Albus, thank Merlin, we have a situation, Cornelius. The boy, Potter, he's refusing all Ministry contact. Won't take our calls, won't meet our representatives, won't even acknowledge our existence. And the goblins are backing him completely. Dumbledore sighed inwardly. Cornelius, the boy is 6 years old. He's been through a traumatic experience. Perhaps giving him space. He's a lord of the realm. He has responsibilities, obligations. He can't just hide in Gringotts and ignore us. He can, actually, as you've discovered, Fudge sputtered. But the Wizen. Gamut, the next session, he has a seat. An actual seat, and he's not even in school yet. Dumbledore pinched the bridge of his nose. Cornelius, the boy will attend Hogwarts when he's 11. Until then, he's entitled to manage his affairs as he sees fit. If he chooses to do so through goblin intermediaries, that's his right. But the pureblood families are circling. The Malfoys, the Knotts, the Greengrasses, they're all positioning themselves to approach him. If he falls under their influence, he won't. Dumbledore's voice was firmer now. Harry Potter is not easily influenced. I learned that the hard way. Fudge stared at him through the flames. You sound almost proud. Perhaps I am. Despite everything, despite my mistakes, despite his anger, the boy has shown remarkable strength. Independence. Wisdom beyond his years. Dumbledore met Fudge's eyes. Those qualities will serve him well in the years ahead. Fudge's face contorted. Years ahead? What years ahead? What aren't you telling me, Albus? But Dumbledore had already ended the call. He didn't sleep that night. Instead, he sat in his office, reviewing everything he knew about Harry Potter. The prophecy, the soul fragment, the covenant, that terrible, dark covenant he hadn't known about until the boy showed it to him. Voldemort had tried to claim Harry's magic, to bind his parents' souls, to destroy everything the Potters had built. And somehow, impossibly, the boy had survived. Not just survived, but thrived. At 6 years old, he'd done what most adults couldn't, seen through manipulation, claimed his birthright, and built walls against those who would use him. But those walls would also keep out those who could help. Dumbledore thought about the years ahead, about the training Harry would need, the knowledge he'd require, the allies he'd have to gather, about the darkness gathering on the horizon, waiting for the right moment to strike. The boy couldn't face that alone, but he'd made clear he didn't want Dumbledore's help. So who would guide him? Who would prepare him? Who would stand beside him when the final battle came? The goblins, perhaps. They were powerful, ancient, bound by compact to protect him. But they weren't wizards. They couldn't teach him the things he'd need to know, the subtle magics, the political nuances, the human connections that made the difference between survival and destruction. Mrs. Fig, she was loyal, but limited. A squib with minimal magical knowledge, however devoted. The ancestors, they could advise, but not act. Their voices in his head could guide, but not teach. Harry was alone, and Dumbledore had made him that way. Dawn broke over the mountains. Dumbledore watched it from his window, feeling every one of his many years. The sky turned pink and gold, then bright blue. And still he stood there, thinking. A knock at the door. Come. It was McGonagall, looking as tired as he felt. She held another newspaper, the morning edition, already printed. You'll want to see this. The headline was worse than before. Potter heir discovers multiple hidden vaults, family fortune even larger than expected. Sources within Gringotts confirm that Road Potter has accessed not only the main family vaults but also numerous personal repositories belonging to generations of Potters. The total value of the Potter estate is now estimated at over 10 million galleons, possibly more. He's uncovering things that have been hidden for centuries, one goblin revealed. Artifacts, documents, magics long forgotten. The boy is literally rewriting history. The discovery has sent shockwaves through Wizarding Britain. Pureblood families who had dismissed the Potters as diminished are now scrambling to re-evaluate. Merchants who had written off the family as a future customer are updating their ledgers. And politicians who had hoped to control the boy through financial pressure are realizing they have no leverage at all. Dumbledore set the paper down carefully. 10 million galleons, minimum. McGonagall nodded grimly. He's richer than half the Wizengamot combined. Richer than Malfoy. Richer than almost anyone. And completely independent. Yes. Dumbledore stared at the headline. At the photograph beneath it, a new one, clearly taken recently, showing Harry walking through Diagon Alley with goblin escorts. The boy looked different from the photographs of his infancy. Older. Harder. His eyes held something they hadn't before. Recognition, Dumbledore realized, of his own power. He's not the child we left on that doorstep anymore. No, McGonagall agreed. He's not. The morning brought more visitors. First came Augusta Longbottom, sweeping into his office with all the force of a woman who'd raised a son and was now raising a grandson. Albus. Augusta. To what do I owe? Spare me the pleasantries. She settled into the chair across from his desk, her head bristling with displeasure. I've come to discuss the Potter boy. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. You're interested in Harry. I'm interested in any ally my grandson might need in the years ahead. And from what I've heard, young Potter is going to need friends. She fixed him with a steely gaze. Friends. Albus. Not controllers. Not manipulators. Friends. Dumbledore felt the words like a slap. I never meant. I know what you meant. I also know what you did. Augusta's voice was sharp. The boy's been living with muggles. Abusive ones, from what I gather. And you knew. The accusation hung in the air. Dumbledore could have defended himself. Could have explained about the blood protection. The wards, the necessity. But what would be the point? Augusta wasn't interested in justifications. She was interested in results. Yes, he said quietly. I knew. Then you'll understand why I'm not asking your permission. She stood, straightening her robes. I'm going to approach the boy myself. Offer him what you should have offered long ago. Respect, support, and absolutely no strings. He may not accept, he may not, but I'll make the offer anyway. Because that's what decent people do. She paused at the door. You might consider doing the same, Albus. Stop trying to control him and start trying to help him. On his terms, not yours. She left. Dumbledore sat alone, her words echoing in his mind. On his terms, not yours. The final visitor of the day came at dusk. Dumbledore didn't hear him arrive, didn't sense him until a voice spoke from the shadows by the bookshelf. Headmaster. He turned to find a man he hadn't seen in years. Tall, gaunt, with the haunted eyes of someone who'd seen too much. Remus Lupin. Remus. Dumbledore's voice was warm despite his exhaustion. It's good to see you. Is it? Lupin stepped into the light, and Dumbledore saw the anger in his face. I've been reading the papers. Following the news about Harry. Me, Albus. You left James and Lily's son with muggles. You never checked on him. You never. Lupin's voice broke. He's been alone his whole life. Alone and suffering. And you knew. Dumbledore had no answer. Lupin moved closer, his shabby robes whispering against the floor. James was my best friend. Lily was like a sister. I would have done anything for them, including die. And you're telling me their son spent 6 years in a cupboard while I was out here, living my life, not knowing. I thought the blood protection. I don't care what you thought. Lupin's voice was cold. I care about what you did. Or didn't do. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Lupin spoke again, quieter. I'm going to find him. Offer to help. Not because you asked. Not because of any grand plan. Because it's what James and Lily would have wanted. They would have wanted that. Yes, they would have. Lupin turned toward the door. And Albus, stay away from him. If you care about him at all, if you ever really cared, stay away. Let him find his own way. The door closed behind him. Dumbledore stood alone in his office, surrounded by portraits of headmasters who'd made their own mistakes, their own compromises, their own bargains with conscience. Fawkes sang softly, a lament. "I know," Dumbledore whispered. "I know." The night brought clarity, not solutions, he had none of those. Not plans, those had crumbled. But clarity. He'd spent decades playing chess with people's lives. Moving pieces on a board, arranging outcomes, deciding fates. He'd told himself it was for the greater good. That the ends justified the means. That sacrifices were necessary. But the boy in the cupboard hadn't been a sacrifice. He'd been a person. A child with feelings, needs, hopes, fears. A child who'd needed love and received neglect. Who'd needed protection and received isolation. Who'd needed a family and received a cage. And Dumbledore had done that to him. Not deliberately, never deliberately. But intention didn't matter. Results did. And the result of 16 years of protection was a 6-year-old boy who trusted no one, who'd built walls around himself, who'd rather deal with goblins than with the wizard who was supposed to guide him. On his terms, not yours. Augusta's words echoed. Lupin's too. Let him find his own way. Dumbledore looked at the photograph on his desk, an old one, from happier times. James and Lily on their wedding day, beaming at each other with the innocent joy of youth. "I'm sorry," he whispered to their frozen smiles. "I'm so sorry." The photograph didn't answer. It never did. He made a decision then. Not a plan, he was done with plans. Not a strategy, those had failed. Just a decision. He would wait, not in the way he'd waited before, watching from a distance, monitoring, controlling. But truly wait. Let Harry come to him if he chose. Let the boy set the terms, the timing, the conditions. And if Harry never came, if the boy grew up hating him, distrusting him, rejecting everything he stood for, then Dumbledore would accept that too. Because Harry deserved to choose. Had always deserved to choose. And Dumbledore had spent 16 years taking that choice away. Fawkes sang approval, a brighter melody now, threaded with hope. "You think I'm doing the right thing?" The phoenix trilled. "Or you think it's the only thing left to do?" Another trill, softer this time. Dumbledore almost smiled. "Both." Then, he turned back to the window, watching the stars emerge over the mountains. Somewhere in London, a 6-year-old boy was sleeping, or not sleeping, probably, given everything. Somewhere in London, that boy was surrounded by goblins and secrets and power he couldn't yet fully wield. And somewhere in London, that boy was free. Free of Dumbledore, free of the Ministry, free of everyone who'd tried to shape him into what they wanted. Free to become whatever he chose. It wasn't what Dumbledore had planned. Wasn't what he'd hoped for, worked for, sacrificed for. But looking at the stars, at the vast darkness between them, at the small bright points of light that somehow made the darkness bearable, he thought it might be better. The letter arrived at dawn. Not by owl, the Hogwarts owls wouldn't carry it. Not by Flo, the connection was blocked. Just appeared on his desk, between one blink and the next. Dumbledore picked it up carefully. The envelope was plain, unmarked, but he knew the handwriting immediately. Harry's. He broke the seal. "Headmaster, I've been thinking about what you said. About wanting to be part of my life. About earning the right. I'm not ready to trust you. Maybe I never will be. But Mrs. Fig says holding grudges hurts the person holding them more than the person they're held against. And the ancestors say similar things. So here's what I'm offering, a chance. One chance. Not to control me, not to guide me, not to decide what's best for me. Just to be there. To answer questions when I have them. To tell me about my parents when I ask. To help if I ever need it and ask for it. I don't know if I'll ever need it. I don't know if I'll ever ask. But I'm leaving the door open, just a crack, in case. If that's not enough for you, I understand. If you want more, you won't get it. But if you can accept this small space, this tiny chance, then maybe, over time, something real could grow. Your choice. Harry Potter, Lord of the Ancient and Noble House of Potter. Dumbledore read it 3 times. Then he reached for parchment and quill, and began to write. Chapter 17. Ministry Curiosity. The first official inquiry arrived at Gringotts on Thursday morning. Harry was in the middle of breakfast, real breakfast, with eggs and sausages and toast and something called pumpkin juice that he was developing a taste for, when Griphook appeared at the door with a stack of parchment that reached his chin. "The Ministry," the Goblin announced flatly, "has discovered the concept of paperwork." Harry set down his fork. What do they want? Everything. Information about your vaults, your properties, your investments, copies of your inheritance test results, verification of your blood status, documentation of your lordship claim. Griphook dropped the stack on the table with a thud that rattled the plates. This is just the first wave. Harry stared at the mountain of parchment. All of this, and more coming. The Department of Magical Finance wants to review your tax status. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement wants to confirm your guardianship arrangements. The Department of Mysteries wants to discuss the prophecy. The Wizengamot T wants to schedule your formal introduction. And Cornelius Fudge wants to have tea. Harry's head spun. Tea. His exact words, a nice cup of tea and a chat about the future. Griphook's lip curled. Wizards and their tea. Mrs. Fig, who'd been reading her own newspaper at the other end of the table, set it down with a sigh. They're circling. The ministry always circles when there's power to be claimed or controlled. She looked at Harry. You need a strategy. I need to finish breakfast first. Despite everything, Mrs. Fig smiled. That's the spirit. The morning became a tutorial in ministry politics. Gornick arrived after breakfast, along with 2 other goblins Harry hadn't met, specialists, apparently, in wizard-goblin relations and magical law. They spread the ministry documents across the table and began explaining. Each department has different authority, Gornick began, pointing to the various seals. Magical Finance can request information about your assets, but they cannot compel access without a formal investigation order. Magical Law Enforcement can verify your guardianship status, but they cannot override goblin determinations of blood status. The Department of Mysteries can discuss the prophecy, but they cannot force you to hear it. Harry absorbed this. So they're asking for things, but they can't actually make me give them. Not without significant legal battles. Battles they would likely lose, given the ancient treaties protecting your family. Gornook's eyes glittered. The ministry is fishing, Lord Potter. Testing your knowledge, your resources, your willingness to cooperate. How you respond will set the tone for years to come. Mrs. Fig leaned forward. What are our options? Full cooperation. Provide everything requested. Answer all questions. Appear before the Wizengamot. This would establish goodwill but also reveal information that could be used against you. Harry shook his head. No, I don't know enough yet. I don't want them knowing everything. Partial cooperation. Respond to legitimate inquiries, decline those that overreach. This is the most common approach for established families. Harry considered. What's the third option? Minimal cooperation. Provide only what is legally required, and nothing more. This would be unusual for a new lord, but not unprecedented. It would signal strength and independence, but also create enemies. Harry thought about the letters he'd received, genuine offers from Bones and Longbottom, calculating silence from others. About the Malfoy letter still unopened on his desk. About all the people who wanted something from him. I need more information, he said finally. About each department, each request, each person involved. I need to know who's genuine and who's just trying to use me. Gornick nodded approvingly. A wise approach. We will prepare dossiers on every ministry official who has contacted you. By tomorrow, you will know more about them than they know about themselves. The dossiers arrived that evening. They were extensive, far more detailed than anything Harry had expected. Each one included family history, professional background, known alliances, political leanings. And, most importantly, an assessment of their motives regarding the Potter lordship. Harry read them by firelight, absorbing information like a sponge. Amelia Bones, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Assessment. Genuine. Bones has a reputation for integrity and fairness. Her interest in Lord Potter appears to be professional and protective rather than opportunistic. She lost her brother and sister-in-law during the First War. She has no tolerance for those who would harm children. Recommendation. Accept her offer of assistance. Maintain appropriate boundaries, but consider her a potential ally. Harry set this dossier aside with satisfaction. His instincts about Bones had been right. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Assessment. Complex. Fudge is not malicious, but he is weak, easily influenced, and desperate to maintain control. His interest in Lord Potter stems from fear of the unknown, fear of losing power, fear of Dumbledore's diminished influence. He will likely try to co-opt or control the Potter lordship for his own political purposes. Recommendation. Polite but distant. Accept tea if offered, but reveal nothing of importance. Keep him at arm's length. Harry almost smiled. Polite but distant. He could manage that. Lucius Malfoy, unaffiliated, former Death Eater, acquitted. Assessment. Dangerous. Malfoy maintains significant influence through wealth and connections. His interest in Lord Potter is almost certainly self-serving. He will attempt to ingratiate himself, offer friendship, and gradually position himself as an advisor. His ultimate loyalty remains unclear, but his history suggests sympathy for the Dark Lord's ideals. Recommendation. No contact. Do not respond to his letter. Do not meet with him. If approached in public, be polite but unreachable. Harry looked at the Malfoy letter, still sealed on his desk. He'd known, somehow, that it contained nothing good. Now he had confirmation. Augusta Longbottom, Wizengamot member. Longbottom family matriarch. Assessment. Genuine. Longbottom is fierce, proud, and fiercely protective of family, both her own and those connected to her son's generation. Her interest in Lord Potter stems from respect for his parents and concern for his welfare. She seeks no advantage beyond ensuring her grandson has worthy allies in the years ahead. Recommendation. Accept her offer. Develop the connection. The Longbottom boy is Lord Potter's age, they may become friends at Hogwarts. Harry set this dossier with Bones's. 2 genuine offers, 2 potential allies. He kept reading. Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Assessment. Dangerous in a different way. Umbridge appears friendly but is ruthlessly ambitious. She has no direct authority over Potter matters. But she will insert herself wherever power accumulates. Her interest is purely self-serving. She seeks to control or influence Lord Potter to advance her own position. Recommendation. Avoid. Do not meet alone. Do not accept invitations. If contact is unavoidable, be brief and non-committal. Harry didn't know Umbridge, didn't know anything about her. But the dossier's warning was clear enough. He read through the night. By dawn, he had a mental map of the Ministry, its departments, its players, its hidden alliances and open feuds. He knew who to trust, who to avoid, who to watch carefully. He knew which requests were legitimate and which were overreach. And he knew what he had to do. Griphook. He called for the Goblin, who appeared moments later. I need to send letters. Several of them. Griphook produced parchment and quill without comment. Harry wrote, Madam Bones, thank you for your letter and your offer of assistance. I would be honored to accept, on the condition that our interactions remain professional and that you never attempt to control or manipulate me or my affairs. I have learned, in the past week, that trust must be earned. I hope you will understand if I am cautious. But I also hope that, over time, we might build something genuine. I would be happy to meet with you at Gringotts, at your convenience. Please let me know when you would like to schedule such a meeting. With respect, Harry Potter, Lord of the ancient and noble House of Potter. He sealed it with the Potter crest, a small thing, but significant. The next letter was to Augusta Longbottom, similar in tone but warmer. The third was to the Department of Magical Finance, acknowledging their inquiry and requesting additional time to review his records. The fourth was to the Wizengamot, Polly, Telly declining to appear before them until he had familiarized himself with their procedures. And the fifth, the hardest, was to Cornelius Fudge. Minister Fudge, thank you for your invitation to tea. I appreciate the gesture. However, I must respectfully decline for the present. I am still adjusting to my new position and have much to learn about my family's affairs. When I am ready to meet with ministry officials, I will reach out to schedule appropriate appointments. I hope you understand. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Lord of the ancient and noble House of Potter. Polite but distant, exactly as recommended. The letters sent, Harry turned to the remaining stack, the genuine requests for information that required response. Tax status, property records, inheritance documentation. Boring but necessary. Mrs. Fig helped, explaining terms he didn't understand, guiding him through the maze of ministry forms. By midday, they'd completed responses to everything that was legally required. Now we wait, she said, setting down her quill. They'll respond. Some will be pleased, some will be angry. The angry ones are the ones to watch. Harry nodded. The dossiers mentioned Umbridge. Why would she be angry? She's not even in the departments that contacted me. Because she's the kind of person who gets angry when she's not included. When power moves and she's not part of it. Mrs. Fig's voice was grim. Watch out for her, Harry. People like that are more dangerous than obvious enemies. Harry filed the warning away. The first response came within hours. Amelia Bones arrived at Gringotts in person, accompanied only by her assistant, the nervous Mr. Weasley, who looked even more nervous than before. Harry met them in the negotiation chamber, flanked by Gornick and Griphook. Mrs. Fig hovered in the background. Technically not part of the proceedings but present nonetheless. Lord Potter. Bones bowed formally. Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for coming. Harry gestured to the chairs. Please, sit. They sat. Weasley fumbled with his briefcase but didn't open it. Bones got straight to the point. Your letter was refreshing. Direct, honest, appropriately cautious. I appreciate that. Harry nodded. I've learned that people who want things from me often hide their intentions behind pleasant words. I'm done with that. A wise policy. Bones's eye, the good one, studied him carefully. I won't pretend to understand everything that's happened to you, Lord Potter. But I know enough to recognize that you've been failed by the adults in your life. I intend to be different. How? By being honest. By never asking more than I'm willing to give. By treating you as a person, not a pawn. She leaned forward slightly. I have a niece, Susan. She's your age. When I look at you, I see someone who deserves the same chances she has, to grow up safe, to learn, to make mistakes, to become whoever he's meant to be. Harry's chest tightened. He didn't respond. Bones continued. I'm not here to ask for anything. I'm here to offer resources, information, protection, guidance if you want it. No strings, no expectations, just help. Why? Because it's right. B. 'Cause your parents fought and died for this world. Because someone should. Her voice hardened slightly. Because I've spent 20 years watching children suffer from the choices adults make, and I'm tired of it. Harry studied her for a long moment. The ancestors murmured, genuine, truthful, safe. Okay, he said quietly. Okay. Bones nodded once, sharply. Then she gestured to Weasley, who finally opened his briefcase. Percy has been compiling information on the ministry's structure, key players, and recent legislation. He thought it might be useful for you to understand how things work before you're forced to navigate them. Weasley pulled out a folder, not as thick as the dossiers, but substantial. I've organized it by department, with summaries of each section's responsibilities and the main people involved. There's also a section on Wizengamot procedures and a glossary of terms you might encounter. Harry took the folder. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Percy, please. The young man flushed. Mr. Weasley is my father. Quote. Despite everything, Harry smiled. Percy. Thank you. Bones stood. I won't take more of your time. But I'll leave you with this. My door is always open. If you need anything at all, send word. I'll come. She left, Weasley trailing behind her. Harry looked at the folder in his hands. At the evidence that someone in this world genuinely wanted to help. Maybe, he murmured, maybe it's going to be okay. The second response came the next day. Augusta Longbottom arrived in a swirl of green robes, her hat bristling with feathers that seemed to have opinions of their own. She took in the negotiation chamber with a single sweeping glance, then fixed her eyes on Harry. Lord Potter. Her voice was brisk but not unkind. You look like your father. Same hair, same stubborn chin. But your eyes, those are lilies. Harry had heard this before, but it still made his heart ache. Thank you for coming, Madame Longbottom. Augusta, if we're to be allies, we'll use first names. She settled into a chair without waiting for invitation. Now, let's talk about your future. Harry blinked. My future. Your education, your training, your place in this world. You're 6 years old and already a lord. That means you have advantages, and disadvantages. She counted on her fingers. Advantages. Wealth, status, ancient magic. Disadvantages. Enemies, expectations. People who want to use you. I'm aware of the disadvantages. Good. Awareness is half the battle. Augusta leaned forward. My grandson Neville is your age. He's a good boy, shy, uncertain. Not showing much magical talent yet. But he has a good heart, and he'll need good friends when he goes to Hogwarts. Harry thought about this. A friend. Someone his own age who wasn't trying to control him. I'd like to meet him sometime. Neville. Augusta's expression softened, just slightly. He'd like that too. He doesn't have many friends. His magic is slow to develop. The family worries. Magic isn't everything. No, but in our world, it often feels like it is. Augusta studied him. You speak like someone much older than 6. I've had to grow up fast. Something flickered in her eyes. Pain, perhaps. Or recognition. Yes, you have. They talked for another hour, About Hogwarts, about the Wizengamot, about the pureblood families and their complicated politics. Augusta was blunt, honest, and surprisingly warm beneath her formidable exterior. When she finally left, Harry felt like he'd gained more than an ally. He'd gained something like a grandmother. The third response was less welcome. Cornelius Fudge's reply arrived by official ministry owl, a magnificent bird with an official-looking scroll tied to its leg. Harry opened it with sinking anticipation. Lord Potter, I must express my disappointment at your refusal to meet. The ministry has only your best interests at heart, and your reluctance to engage with us is concerning. However, I respect your wishes and will not press the matter. When you are ready to meet, my door remains open. I do hope that will be soon. There are matters of state that require your attention, matters that cannot wait indefinitely. Minister Cornelius Fudge. Harry read it twice, then handed it to Gornick. The goblin's eyes narrowed. He's threatening you. Subtly, but threatening. I know. Harry's voice was calm. He's saying I can't avoid him forever. Can you? I don't know. Can I? Gornick considered. Legally, yes. The ministry has no direct authority over a lord's personal schedule. But politically, R.E.F. using to engage with the minister for magic is unusual. It will create enemies. Harry thought about this. About Fudge's weak face, his desperate need for control. About the dossier's warning. He's not the kind of enemy I need to worry about, is he? Not like Malfoy, not like the Death Eaters. No, Fudge is an annoyance, not a threat. But annoyances can become threats if ignored too long. Harry nodded slowly. Then I'll meet him, eventually, when I'm ready, but not today, and not on his terms. Gornook's lips curved. A wise compromise. The days that followed were a blur of information. Percy Weasley's folder proved invaluable, detailed, organized, surprisingly readable for a government document. Harry devoured it section by section, building a mental map of the ministry's labyrinthine structure. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement, headed by Bones, handled crimes, investigations, and general security. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes dealt with magical mishaps and their consequences. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures oversaw interactions with non-human magical beings, including goblins, which gave them some theoretical authority over Gringotts. Though they rarely exercised it. The Department of International Magical Cooperation handled foreign relations. The Department of Magical Transportation managed flow networks, apparition, and portkeys. The Department of Magical Games and Sports organized Quidditch and other competitions. And the Department of Mysteries, the one that held the prophecy, was deliberately mysterious. Even Percy's folder had little information about it. Harry read about the Wizengamot next, the legislative body where he now had a seat. 70 members, divided into 3 houses, the ministry faction, the pureblood families, and the independent lords. The Potters had always been independents, allied with neither side but willing to work with both when it served their interests. I can do that, Harry murmured. Stay independent, work with whoever's right. The ancestors murmured approval. The Malfoy letter remained unopened on his desk. Every day, Harry looked at it. Every day, he considered opening it, reading whatever Lucius Malfoy had to say. And every day, he left it sealed. I should burn it, he told Mrs. Fig one evening. The dossier said no contact. No response. Just ignore it. Then why haven't you? Harry considered the question. Because burning it feels like running. Like I'm afraid of what's inside. Are you? Maybe. A little. He touched the envelope. Malfoy was a Death Eater. He supported the monster who killed my parents. Anything he has to say to me is probably poison. Probably. But if I burn it without reading, I'll always wonder. Always imagine the worst. Always let him live in my head without even knowing what he wrote. Mrs. Fig was quiet for a moment. Then, you could read it. Just read it. You don't have to respond. Harry looked at the envelope. At the elegant script, the Malfoy crest, the faint scent of expensive parchment. Tomorrow, he said. I'll read it tomorrow. Tomorrow came, and Harry still didn't open it. Instead, he spent the day with Gornick, reviewing the newly discovered vaults and their contents. There were so many, generation after generation of Potters, each leaving behind pieces of themselves. Letters, journals, photographs, artifacts, a Wan-Jungda picture of a family he'd never known. By evening, he was exhausted but satisfied. He knew more about his ancestors than he'd ever thought possible. Knew their names, their faces, their triumphs and failures. Knew that he came from people who'd loved deeply, fought bravely, and lived fully. The Malfoy letter sat on his desk, still unopened. Harry picked it up, felt its weight, its texture, its faint magical signature. Then he set it down again. Not yet, he whispered. Not yet. The Ministry's curiosity didn't fade. More letters arrived, from departments Harry hadn't heard of, officials he didn't know, people who wanted things he didn't understand. Each one required response, or at least acknowledgement. Each one added to the mountain of paperwork that seemed to grow faster than he could manage. But Harry had help now. Gornick and Griphook handled the goblin-related inquiries. Mrs. Fig sorted through the personal correspondence, flagging anything that seemed urgent or important. Percy Weasley sent updates regularly, keeping Harry informed of Ministry developments. And slowly, surely, Harry learned to read between the lines of official correspondence. Learned to recognize genuine offers from political maneuvers. Learned to trust his instincts about people. The Malfoy letter remained unopened. 2 weeks after his lordship claim, Harry finally felt ready. Ready to meet the Ministry on his own terms. Ready to face the Wizengamot. Ready to begin the long process of becoming the lord his family deserved. He wrote to Amelia Bones first, scheduling a formal meeting, then to Augusta Longbottom, accepting her invitation to visit Longbottom Manor and meet Neville. Then to the Wizengamot clerk, requesting information about the next session and his responsibilities as a member. And finally, to Cornelius Fudge, Minister, thank you for your patience. I am now ready to meet, as you requested. I propose next Thursday, at 2 p.m., in the Gringotts negotiation chamber. This location is neutral, secure, and convenient for all parties. Please let me know if this time suits. Sincerely, Harry Potter, Lord of the ancient and noble House of Potter. He sealed it and handed it to Griphook. One more, he said quietly. The Malfoy letter. Harry picked it up, broke the seal, and read. Lord Potter, congratulations on your recent ascension. It is no small thing to claim one's birthright at such a young age, and you have my respect for accomplishing what many adults could not. I write not to ask for anything, but to offer something, perspective. The world you have entered is complex and dangerous. There are those who will smile at you while sharpening knives behind their backs. There are those who will offer friendship while positioning themselves to use you. And there are those, like myself, who simply wish to be left alone, but who recognize that isolation is not always possible. I have no desire to control you. I have no interest in your fortune. I have only one thing to offer, understanding of how power really works in Wizarding Britain. If you ever wish to talk, truly talk, without pretense or agenda, my door is open. Lucius Malfoy. Harry read it twice. Then he set it down and stared at the wall for a long time. Harry, Mrs. Fig's voice was soft. What is it? He's not asking for anything. That's what's strange. He's just offering perspective, he says, understanding. And do you believe him? Harry thought about the dossier. About Malfoy's history, his politics, his dangerous flexibility. No, he said finally. But I also don't think he's lying. Not completely. He's offering something real, wrapped in something dangerous. Then what will you do? Harry looked at the letter. At the elegant script, the careful words. The offer that was probably genuine and probably poisoned at the same time. Nothing. For now. He folded it carefully and placed it in the drawer with his other important documents. I'll keep it, remember it, and when I know more, when I understand better, maybe I'll decide what to do. Mrs. Fig nodded slowly. That's wise. Harry almost smiled. I'm learning. The Ministry's curiosity would continue. The letters would keep coming. The political pressure would grow. But Harry was ready. He had allies now, real ones, not manipulators. He had information, detailed, organized, useful. He had power, ancient, protected, growing. And he had time to learn, time to grow, time to become the lord his family deserved. The Malfoy letter sat in his drawer, waiting. But Harry didn't think about it. He thought about the future. About Hogwarts, 5 years away. About Neville Longbottom, a possible friend. About the prophecy, waiting in the Department of Mysteries. About Voldemort, somewhere in the shadows, planning his return. He thought about all of it, and felt, for the first time, not fear, but determination. Whatever came, he would face it. On his terms, not theirs. Chapter 18. Independent Lord Potter. The Wizengamot chamber had not changed in 500 years. Harry stood in the antechamber, staring through a small window at the vast circular room beyond. Rows of benches rose in tiers, each one filled with witches and wizards in plum-colored robes. Above them, enchanted ceilings showed a sky that matched the one outside, gray, uncertain, threatening rain. And at the center, on a raised dais, stood an empty chair. His chair, the Potter's seat, Gornick murmured beside him. Empty for 16 years, waiting for its lord. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. The ancestors were murmuring too, memories of other sessions, other votes, other moments when Potters had stood in this very spot and changed the course of history. "I'm 6 years old," he whispered. "I shouldn't be here, and yet here you are." Gornook's voice was steady. "The question is not whether you should be here. The question is what you will do now that you are." Harry took a breath, then another. Behind him, Mrs. Fig waited with Griphook, her face pale but determined. She'd insisted on coming, despite the formality of the occasion. "Someone should witness," she'd said. "Someone who remembers your parents." Harry was glad she was there. The door to the chamber opened. A wizard in elaborate robes appeared, the Wizengamot clerk, judging by his bored expression. "Lord Potter, the chief warlock will see you now." Harry straightened his robes, formal ones, provided by the goblins, in deep green trimmed with silver. The Potter colors, the Potter crest embroidered over his heart. He walked through the door. The chamber fell silent. Hundreds of eyes turned toward him as he walked down the central aisle. Harry felt their weight, curiosity, suspicion, calculation, a few glimmers of genuine warmth. He kept his gaze forward, focused on the chair at the center, on the figure rising from the dais beside it. Albus Dumbledore, of course, chief warlock of the Wizengamot. Harry had known he'd be here, had prepared for it, but seeing him now, in this place, in this moment, still sent a jolt through his chest. Dumbledore's expression was carefully neutral. No twinkle, no warmth, just waiting. "Lord Potter," his voice carried through the chamber. "Welcome to the Wizengamot." Harry stopped before the dais. "Thank you, Chief Warlock." A murmur rippled through the benches. The formal address, the calm voice, the way the boy held himself, none of it matched what they'd expected. Dumbledore continued, "You are here today to claim your seat as Lord of the ancient and noble House of Potter. This is a historic occasion, the youngest lord to ever address this body." More murmurs. Harry ignored them. "Before you can take your seat, you must answer certain questions. Standard procedure for any new lord." Dumbledore gestured, and the clerk stepped forward with a scroll. "Do you swear to uphold the laws of Wizarding Britain?" "I do." "Do you swear to act in the best interests of the magical community?" "I do." "Do you swear to honor the traditions and responsibilities of your house?" Harry paused. The ancestors whispered, "Careful, this one matters." "I swear to honor the traditions and responsibilities of the House of Potter," he said carefully. "As my ancestors understood them. As I understand them now." Another ripple. Dumbledore's eyebrow rose slightly. "That is an unusual response. I am an unusual lord." Harry met his eyes. "Shall I continue?" A long pause. Then Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Proceed." The questions continued for another 20 minutes. Some were routine, acknowledgments of authority, acceptance of obligations, promises to attend sessions and vote when required. Others were pointed, questions about his age, his readiness, his understanding of the role. Harry answered each one calmly, precisely, with the ancestors' guidance murmuring in the background. By the end, even his critics seemed impressed. The clerk approached with a massive book, the Wizengamot Register, bound in dragon hide and sealed with centuries of magic. "Sign here, Lord Potter. Your name will be entered among the lords of the realm." Harry took the quill, a feather from some bird he didn't recognize, its tip already inked, and signed. "Harry James Potter, Lord of the ancient and noble House of Potter." The parchment shimmered. Gold light traced the letters. Then faded. And just like that, it was done. Dumbledore rose. "I present to this body Lord Harry James Potter, 37th Lord of the ancient and noble House of Potter. May his tenure be long and his wisdom deep." The chamber erupted in applause. Not everyone clapped. Harry noticed several figures in the upper benches sitting on their hands, their expressions sour. Lucius Malfoy was among them. He'd spotted the pale hair, the cold eyes, the carefully neutral face. But most clapped, most smiled, most seemed genuinely pleased to see the Potter seat filled at last. Harry walked to his chair and sat. It fit perfectly. The session continued after the ceremony. Harry stayed in his seat, watching, listening, learning. The Wizengamot debated a new regulatio. Enon cauldron thickness, thrilling stuff, apparently, and Harry forced himself to pay attention, to understand how things worked. The ancestors helped. They'd sat through centuries of these debates, and their memories provided context. History, insight into the speakers, motives. That one's sincere, they murmured as a witch argued for stricter standards. That one's being paid by the cauldron manufacturers. That one doesn't care either way, just wants to go home to dinner. Harry filed it all away. When the session ended, he was approached by more wizards than he could count. Congratulations, offers of assistance, invitations to dinner, suggestions for meetings. He accepted the congratulations politely, declined the invitations gracefully, and made no commitments. Amelia Bones found him near the exit. Well done, Lord Potter. You handled yourself admirably. Thank you, Madam Bones. Harry meant it. Her presence had been a comfort throughout, a familiar face in a sea of strangers. Susan sends her regards. She's looking forward to meeting you properly someday. Harry blinked. Susan, my niece. She's 6, like you. We've told her about another child her age who's doing remarkable things. She's intrigued. Harry didn't know what to say to that. A girl his age who might want to meet him. A normal child, with normal interests, normal friends, normal life. I'd like that, he managed. Meeting her, I mean. Someday. Quote. Bones smiled, a rare expression on her stern face. Someday soon, I hope. She left, and Harry turned to find Augusta Longbottom approaching, Neville in tow. The boy was smaller than Harry, with round face, pale skin, and eyes that seemed perpetually worried. He clutched his grandmother's hand like a lifeline. Lord Potter. Augusta's voice was brisk. May I present my grandson, Neville? Neville stared at Harry with something like awe. You're the boy who lived. And you're Neville Longbottom. Harry extended his hand. It's nice to meet you. Neville shook it hesitantly. His grip was weak, but his eyes were earnest. Grandma says you're a lord now. That you have a seat and everything. I do. It's a lot, I bet. Neville's voice dropped to a whisper. I don't think I could do it. Be a lord. All those people staring. Harry almost smiled. You get used to it. Sort of. Augusta watched the exchange with satisfaction. Perhaps the two of you could write to each other. When there's time. Neville's face lit up. Really? You'd write to me? Harry thought about it. A friend. Someone his own age who wasn't trying to control him, manipulate him, use him. I'd like that, he said. Neville beamed. The journey back to Gringotts was quiet. Harry sat in the carriage, a ministry vehicle, provided for the occasion, and watched London pass by outside the window. Muggles going about their lives, oblivious to the magical world, to the 6-year-old lord in their midst, to the history that had just been made. You did well, Mrs. Figg's voice was warm. Very well. I was terrified. Of course you were. That's what bravery looks like, being terrified and doing it anyway. She reached over and squeezed his hand. Your parents would be so proud. Harry leaned against her, just for a moment, and let himself feel. Back at Gringotts, a stack of letters awaited. Congratulations from families he'd never heard of. Invitations to events he couldn't attend. Requests for meetings he didn't have time for. And one, just one, that made him pause. Lord Potter, I watched you today. Watched you walk into that chamber, answer those questions, take that seat. You did what I could not do at your age. What most adults cannot do. I am not writing to ask for anything. I am writing to offer something I should have offered years ago, my help. I was your father's best friend. I knew your mother almost as well. I watched them fall in love, get married, have you. I held you when you were hours old. If you ever want to know them, truly know them, not just through letters and photographs, I can tell you. I can tell you about James's stupid jokes and Lily's fierce loyalty. About the pranks they pulled and the fights they had and the way they looked at each other like nothing else mattered. No strings, no expectations, just the truth, from someone who was there. Remus Lupin. Harry read it 3 times. His father's best friend, someone who'd held him as a baby. Someone who'd watched his parents live and love and die. He looked at Mrs. Figg. Do you know this name? Remus Lupin. Her face went through several expressions, surprise, recognition, something like sorrow. Remus. Yes, I know of him. He was part of your parents' group during the war. A good man, from everything I've heard. He had difficulties, after. Disappeared for years. What kind of difficulties? Mrs. Figg hesitated. That's not my story to tell. But I will say this. If Remus Lupin is reaching out, it's genuine. He loved your parents more than almost anyone. Harry looked at the letter again. At the simple offer, the honest words, the promise of truth. Right back, he decided. Tell him I'd like to meet. The meeting was arranged for 3 days later. Rai spent the intervening time preparing, reading everything he could find about Remus Lupin, consulting with the ancestors, talking with Mrs. Fig about what to expect. But nothing really prepared for the man who walked into the Gringotts negotiation chamber on Thursday afternoon. Remus Lupin was shabby. That was Harry's first impression. His robes were patched, his shoes worn, his hair graying and unkempt. But his eyes were kind. Sad, but kind. And when he looked at Harry, they filled with tears. You look so much like him. Lupin's voice was rough. James, you have his face, his hair, he stopped. Swallowing hard. I'm sorry. I promised myself I wouldn't do this. It's okay. Harry didn't know what else to say. Lupin pulled himself together, taking the seat across from Harry. Mrs. Fig hovered in the background, ready to intervene if needed, but Lupin seemed harmless. Tired and sad and desperately earnest. Thank you for seeing me. I know you must be overwhelmed. Letters from strangers. Offers from everyone. I didn't want to add to that, but I couldn't. He stopped again. I couldn't not reach out. Not when I saw you in the Prophet, looking so much like them, handling everything alone. I'm not alone. Harry gestured vaguely. I have Mrs. Fig, the goblins, some new friends. That's good. That's very good. Lupin's eyes flickered to Mrs. Fig, then back to Harry. But you don't have anyone who knew them. Anyone who can tell you about the people they really were, not just the legends. No, I can do that, if you want. Lupin's voice was careful, offering no pressure. I can tell you about James's terrible jokes and Lily's amazing cooking. About the way they argued over baby names and the way they looked at each other when they thought no one was watching. About the night you were born, and how James cried, and how Lily laughed at him for crying, and how they both held you like you were the most precious thing in the world. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly. I'd like that, he whispered. I'd like that very much. They talked for hours. Lupin told him about Hogwarts, about James and Sirius and Peter, the 4 friends who'd been inseparable. About the pranks they'd pulled, the trouble they'd caused, the loyalty they'd shared. About Lily, who'd initially hated James for his arrogance, and how that hatred had slowly transformed into something else. Your father grew up, Lupin said quietly. A lot of people don't know that. They remember the arrogant boy who strutted around Hogwarts like he owned it. But by 7th year, he was different. More serious, more aware of what mattered. Lily saw that. She fell in love with the man he became, not the boy he'd been. Harry absorbed this. It matched the letters he'd read, the photographs he'd seen. His father, complex and real, and my mother, fierce, brilliant, the kind of person who made everyone around her better. Lupin smiled softly. She was Muggle-born, you know. Her parents were dentists, ordinary people who had no idea their daughter was magic until her Hogwarts letter arrived. But she never let anyone look down on her for it. She was proud of where she came from. Like me, Harry said quietly. I grew up with Muggles. Not good ones, but I understand her. Understanding them. Lupin's expression flickered, pain, quickly hidden. Yes, I imagine you do. They talked about the war next. About the Order of the Phoenix, the secret battles, the constant fear. About the prophecy, though Lupin didn't know the details. About the night everything ended. I wasn't there. Lupin's voice cracked. I should have been. James was my best friend. I should have been there to protect them. But I was on another mission, somewhere else, and by the time I got back. He stopped, unable to continue. Harry reached across the table and touched his hand. It's not your fault. I know. Intellectually, I know. But my heart. Lupin shook his head. My heart has never quite accepted it. By the time Lupin left, Harry felt like he'd gained something precious. Not just information, though that was valuable, but connection, a link to his parents that wasn't Jew. Saint letters and photographs and ancestor voices. A living person who'd known them, loved them, remembered them. Will you come again? Harry asked as Lupin gathered his things. Any time you want. Just send word. Lupin paused at the door. Harry, be careful. The world you've entered is dangerous. There are people who will try to use you, control you, destroy you. Your parents died fighting them. Don't let their sacrifice be in vain. I won't. Lupin nodded and left. Harry sat alone, the ancestors murmuring softly, the weight of the day settling over him. He was Lord Potter. Officially, Formally, legally. He had a seat in the Wizengamot, allies he could trust, and a future he was beginning to shape. And now he had Remus Lupin, his father's best friend, willing to tell him stories, answer questions, be a bridge to the past. It wasn't a family, not really, but it was something good. The next morning, Harry woke to find a small package beside his bed. No note, no return address, just a box wrapped in plain brown paper, tied with string. He opened it carefully. Inside lay a photograph, his parents on their wedding day, laughing at something off camera. A ring, simple gold, inscribed with words too small to read, and a letter, written in a hand he didn't recognize. Harry, I couldn't bring myself to say this in person, so I'm writing it instead. I should have been there for you. After your parents died, I should have fought to be part of your life, to raise you, to protect you. But I was a coward. I let grief consume me. I let Dumbledore convince me that you were better off without someone like me in your life. I was wrong. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't expect anything. But I want you to have these, your parents' wedding rings. I kept them after the funeral, meaning to give them to you someday. It just took me 16 years to work up the courage. If you ever want to talk, really talk, I'm here. No more running. Remus. Harry read the letter twice. Then he picked up the rings, small, warm, still holding traces of his parents' magic. His father's was plain gold, sturdy and simple. His mother's was more delicate, engraved with vines and flowers. He slipped them onto a chain and hung them around his neck, next to his grandfather's key and the letters he carried everywhere. His family, closer now than ever. The weeks that followed were a blur of activity. Harry met with tutors, selected by Gornick from the best in the magical world, a witch who taught him basic magical theory, the foundations of everything. A wizard who worked with him on control, channeling his accidental magic into intentional acts. A goblin who introduced him to warding, protection magic, the ancient arts of defense. He studied for hours each day, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. The ancestors helped, providing context and memory, but the work was his own. He also corresponded with Neville, short letters at first, then longer ones as they grew more comfortable. Neville wrote about his garden, his toad Trevor, his grandmother's strict rules. Harry wrote about his studies, his new friends, his plans for the future. It wasn't friendship, not yet, but it was something. And once a week, Remus Lupin visited. They talked about everything: Hogwarts, the war, Harry's parents, Lupin's own complicated life. Harry learned about Sirius Black, the godfather he'd never met, imprisoned for betraying his parents. Learned about Peter Pettigrew, the fourth friend, who'd died the same night. Learned about the Marauders, the nickname they'd given themselves, and the adventures they'd shared. The map, Lupin said one afternoon. We created a map of Hogwarts. Showed everything: secret passages, hidden rooms, people's locations. It was our greatest achievement. Harry's eyes widened. A map that shows people. Magical signatures, actually. But yes, it showed where everyone was, at all times. We were very proud of ourselves. Where is it now? Lupin's expression flickered. I don't know. Sirius had it last, I think. Before everything. It's probably lost. Harry filed this away. A map that showed everything. The kind of thing that could be very useful. Autumn arrived, and with it, Harry's 7th birthday. It was the first birthday he'd ever celebrated. Mrs. Fig organized a small party in his Gringotts quarters, just her, Gornick, Griphook, and Remus. There was cake, and presents, and something that almost felt like joy. Harry sat in the middle of it all, surrounded by people who actually cared about him, and tried to remember every moment. The Dursleys never celebrated my birthday, he said quietly. They didn't even acknowledge it. I didn't know when it was until I found my parents' letters. Remus's face tightened. I'm sorry, Harry. You deserved better. I know, but I have this now. He looked around the room, at the cake, the presents, the smiling faces. I have all of this. Mrs. Fig hugged him. Gornick nodded approvingly. Griphook raised a glass of something that fizzed. And Harry, for the first time in his life, felt like he belonged. The next day, a letter arrived from Hogwarts. Not an invitation, he was still 4 years too young for that. But a letter nonetheless, written on official school parchment and sealed with the Hogwarts crest. Lord Potter, in light of your unique circumstances, the Board of G. Overners has approved an exception to standard enrollment procedures. You are hereby invited to visit Hogwarts at your convenience, to tour the castle, meet with faculty, and begin familiarizing yours. LF with the school you will attend in 4 years. Please contact my office to arrange a suitable date. Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read it twice. Hogwarts. His parents' school. The place where they'd met. Fallen in love, made friends, built lives. The place where he would spend his own school years. He could visit now, could see it, walk its corridors, feel its magic. I want to go, he told Mrs. Fig. As soon as possible. She smiled. I thought you might. The arrangements were made for the following week. Harry spent the days leading up to the visit in a state of barely contained excitement. He read everything he could about Hogwarts, its history, its founders, its traditions. He asked Remus endless questions about the castle, the classes, the professors. He even wrote to Neville, who was almost as excited as Harry himself. My Gran says Hogwarts is the best place in the world, Neville wrote. She says I'll love it there. I hope she's right. Harry hoped so too. The night before the visit, he dreamed of his parents. They were young, Hogwarts age, walking through the castle together. James was pointing at something, laughing. Lily was rolling her eyes but smiling. They looked happy, free, alive. Harry watched them from a distance, not wanting to interrupt. Then Lily turned, looked directly at him, and smiled. We're proud of you, Harry. He woke, with tears on his face and the warm weight of his parents' rings against his chest. Chapter 19. Ancient wards activated. The dream lingered even after Harry woke. His parents, young and laughing, walking through Hogwarts corridors. His mother's voice, clear as morning, we're proud of you, Harry. The weight of their rings against his chest, warm and solid. He lay in bed, watching pale dawn light creep through the curtains. And let himself feel it. The longing, the loss, the love that somehow still reached him from beyond the grave. Mrs. Fig found him like that an hour later, still in bed, still staring at nothing. Still touching the rings through his shirt. Harry, are you all right? He blinked, focusing on her face. I dreamed about them, my parents. They said they were proud of me. Mrs. Fig's expression softened. They are, Harry. Wherever they are, they're watching, and they're proud. He nodded slowly, then sat up. Today's the Hogwarts visit. Yes. Are you still up for it? More than ever. They traveled by Portkey again, a different one this time, keyed specifically to Hogwarts wards. The sensation was becoming familiar. The hook behind the navel, the spinning darkness, the jarring landing. Harry landed on his feet this time, only slightly dizzy. They stood at the edge of a vast lawn, and before them, rising from the morning mist like something out of a dream, was Hogwarts. Harry forgot to breathe. The castle was enormous. Towers and turrets and battlements, windows catching the sunrise, a great lake glittering in the distance. It was older than anything he'd ever seen. More magical than Gringotts, more beautiful than he'd imagined. It's real, he whispered. It's actually real. It's been here for 1,000 years, Mrs. Fig said quietly, waiting for students like you. A figure approached across the lawn, tall, severe, wearing tartan robes that flapped in the morning breeze. Professor Minerva McGonagall, Lord Potter. She stopped before him, her eyes sharp but not unkind. Welcome to Hogwarts. Thank you for inviting me, Professor. Something flickered in her expression, surprise, perhaps, at his formality. You're very welcome. Shall we begin the tour? They walked for hours. McGonagall showed him everything. The great hall, with its enchanted ceiling and long house tables, the library, endless shelves of books that smelled of ancient parchment, the classrooms. Empty now but humming with residual magic, the corridors, lined with portraits that whispered and pointed as he passed. This is where your father got into trouble most often, McGonagall said. Pausing by a stretch of corridor near the 7th floor. He and his friends had a talent for finding mischief. Harry smiled. Remus told me some stories. I imagine he did. McGonagall's voice softened. Remus was always the sensible one. Kept the others from going too far, most of the time. They continued walking. Harry drank in every detail, storing them away for future reference. The room of requirement is somewhere near here, McGonagall mentioned casually. It appears when someone needs it, and provides whatever they require. Your father used it frequently for extracurricular activities. Like what? Like practicing illegal spells and hiding from professors. But McGonagall's lips twitched. He was a handful, your father. Brilliant, but a handful. Harry filed the room of requirement away too. A room that appeared when needed. That could be useful. The tour ended at the headmaster's office. McGonagall stopped outside the gargoyle, her expression carefully neutral. The headmaster would like to see you. Briefly, if you're willing. Harry's heart quickened. Dumbledore. He'd known this might happen, had prepared for it, but still, the memory of their last meeting, of the void contract and the hidden clauses and the 16 years of neglect, pressed against him. Okay, he said quietly. I'll see him. McGonagall spoke the password, Psalm. Thing Harry didn't catch, and the gargoyle leapt aside. The spiral staircase carried him upward, alone, into the office where the most powerful wizard in the world waited. Dumbledore stood by the window, his back to the room, gazing out at the grounds. He turned as Harry entered, and for a moment, they simply looked at each other. Harry. His voice was gentle. Thank you for coming. You asked. I came. Harry moved further into the office, taking in the strange silver instruments, the portraits of former headmasters, the magnificent phoenix on its perch. It's different from what I imagined. What did you imagine? I don't know. Something grander. More imposing. Harry met his eyes. It's just a room. Like any other room. Dumbledore almost smiled. Yes, I suppose it is. Silence stretched between them. Then Dumbledore spoke again. I received your letter. The one offering a chance. You did. I've thought about it constantly since. About what it means, what it offers, what it asks. He moved away from the window, settling into the chair behind his desk. I've decided to accept. On your terms. Harry said nothing. I won't try to control you. I won't make plans without you. I won't decide what's best for you without asking. Dumbledore's voice was steady, but something in his eyes, regret, perhaps, or grief, betrayed the cost of those words. But I would like to be part of your life, if you'll let me. Not as a controller. As a resource. Someone you can turn to when you need information, or perspective, or just someone to talk to who remembers your parents. Harry considered this. The ancestors murmured, genuine, I think. Painful but genuine. Okay, he said finally. We'll try. Slowly. Carefully. With boundaries. That's all I ask. Another silence. Hen Dumbledore reached into his desk and withdrew a small box. These belong to your mother. I found them among her things after she died and kept them, meaning to give them to you someday. He pushed the box across the desk. Today seems like the right day. Harry opened it. Inside lay letters, dozens of them, tied with ribbon. His mother's handwriting on every envelope. And beneath them, a photograph. Lily is a girl. Maybe 8 or 9, laughing at something off camera. She was beautiful, Harry whispered. She was. And brilliant, and kind, and utterly fearless. Dumbledore's voice was soft. She would have been so proud of you, Harry. So proud. Harry closed the box carefully and tucked it under his arm. Thank you, he said. For keeping these. For giving them to me. You're welcome. Harry turned to leave, then paused at the door. Headmaster. Yes. The Hogwarts wards. My family helped build them, didn't they? Centuries ago. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Yes. The Potters. Were among the original benefactors of Hogwarts. Their magic is woven into the very foundations. Harry nodded slowly. I thought so. I can feel it. Just a little. Like something waiting to wake up. He left before Dumbledore could respond. The feeling grew stronger as he descended from the office. Not unpleasant. More like a vibration, a hum just below the threshold of hearing. The ancestors stirred, murmuring recognition. The old wards, they whispered. They know you. They remember Potter blood. Harry walked through the corridors, letting the feeling guide him. Past classrooms, past portraits. Past staircases that shifted as he approached. Deeper into the castle, into places the tour hadn't covered. He stopped before a door. It was ordinary, old oak, iron banding, nothing special. But the hum was louder here, stronger, more insistent. And when Harry pressed his palm against the wood, the crest on his hand blazed silver. The door swung open. Beyond lay a room unlike any he'd seen in Hogwarts. Circular, with a dome ceiling painted with stars. Shelves lined the walls, filled with objects that gleamed with ancient magic. And in the center, on a pedestal of black stone, rested a single item. A wand. Not just any wand, Harry knew it instantly. The wood was dark, almost black, carved with symbols that matched the ones on his palm. The handle was wrapped in dragon hide, worn smooth by centuries of use. And when Harry reached for it, the wand sang. Not music, magic, pure, ancient magic that resonated with everything he was, everything his family had been, everything he might become. His fingers closed around the handle. The world exploded. He stood in darkness, not the cupboard darkness. This was vast, infinite, filled with stars that weren't stars. Points of light scattered across an endless void, each one pulsing with its own rhythm. And beneath his feet, though he couldn't see it, he felt connection. Threads of magic stretching in every direction, binding everything together, forming patterns too complex to understand. The wards. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Ancient, powerful, patient. You are Potter. The blood calls. The magic answers. Harry looked down at himself. He was glowing, silver light emanating from his skin, from the crest on his palm, from the wand in his hand. What is this place? The heart. The center. Where all protections meet. Your ancestors built this place. Generation after generation, weaving their magic into the very stones. And now you are here. Why now? Why me? Because the wards were sleeping. Waiting. 16 years without a Potter to tend them. They grew weak, thin, vulnerable. But you woke them. Harry felt it then, the enormity of what was happening. Magic flowing through him, into him, out of him. Reaching every corner of the castle. Every stone, every charm and enchantment laid down over 1,000 years. The wards were waking, and he was waking them. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore felt it. The shift was subtle at first, a change in the quality of the light, the texture of the air. Then the instruments began to whirl, faster and faster, their readings spiraling off scales. Fox sang, a note of warning, of wonder, of something in between. Dumbledore rose, moved to the window, looked out at the grounds. The forbidden forest seemed to shimmer, its edges pulsing with energy. The lake rippled without wind. The very stones of the castle vibrated with power. Harry, he breathed, what have you done? In the room of requirement, for that's what the circular chamber was, he realized now. Harry stood at the center of a storm. The wand blazed in his hand. The crest on his palm burned silver. And all around him, the wards of Hogwarts, ancient, layered, complex, were realigning themselves. Recognizing him, accepting him, binding themselves to his blood. You are Lord Potter now, the ancestors whispered. Not just of the family, of everything the family built. Hogwarts is yours as much as any Potter who came before. But I'm not even a student yet. Doesn't matter. Blood matters. Magic matters. You matter. The storm built to a peak, then released. Harry felt it happy. The moment the wards accepted him fully, the moment they integrated his magic into their ancient patterns, the moment Hogwarts became his in a way no other living wizard could claim. Then the light faded, and he was standing in an ordinary room, holding an ordinary wand, with no sign of what had just occurred. But he knew, felt it in his bones, in his blood, in the very core of his being. Hogwarts knew him now, and he knew Hogwarts. He found McGonagall waiting outside the room of requirement. Her face was pale, her eyes wide. Lord Potter. Harry, what happened? The whole castle felt something. The portraits are in an uproar. Dumbledore sent me to find you. Harry held up the wand. I found this, in a room that appeared when I needed it. And when I touched it, he shook his head. I don't know how to explain. The wards. They woke up. They know me now. McGonagall stared at the wand. At the symbols carved into its length. At the way it seemed to glow with inner light. That's the Potter family wand, she whispered. The original one, passed down from the first Potter who attended Hogwarts. It's been lost for centuries. It wasn't lost, it was waiting. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. Waiting for me. McGonagall was quiet for a long moment. Then she did something unexpected. She smiled. Your father would have been insufferably proud. And your mother would have ended to be annoyed while secretly bursting with joy. She reached out and touched his shoulder gently. Welcome to Hogwarts, Harry. Truly welcome. The news spread faster than fire. By the time Harry returned to the entrance hall, students were gathering, older ones, mostly, who'd felt the wards shift and come to investigate. They stared at him, this small boy with the lightning scar and the ancient wand, and whispered among themselves, that's him, the Potter heir. He did something to the castle. I felt it. He's just a child. How is this possible? Harry ignored them, walked past them, through them, toward the great oak doors where Mrs. Fig waited with Griphook. But a voice stopped him. Harry. He turned. A boy stood there, older than him, maybe 11 or 12, with dark hair and darker eyes. He looked familiar somehow, though Harry couldn't place him. I'm Theo. Theodore not. The boy's voice was quiet, careful. My father sits on the Wizengamot. He said you were interesting. I wanted to see for myself. Harry studied him. The ancestors murmured, not family. Neutral during the war, kept their heads down, their options open. And what do you think? Theo considered. I think you're going to change things. I don't know if that's good or bad yet. But it's interesting. He turned and walked away before Harry could respond. The portkey back to Gringotts deposited them in the main hall. Harry was immediately surrounded. Gornik, Griphook, half a dozen other goblins he didn't recognize. Their expressions ranged from curiosity to awe to something like fear. Lord Potter. Gornook's voice was carefully controlled. We felt it, all the way down here. The Hogwarts wards, they've changed. I know. Harry held up the wand. I found this. It woke them up. Gornik stared at the wand. Then, slowly, he bowed. Not the shallow bow of respect, the deep bow of reverence. The Potter family wand. The original. We thought it lost forever. He straightened, his eyes gleaming. You are truly your ancestors' heir, Lord Potter. In blood, in magic, indeed. Harry didn't feel like an heir. He felt like a 6-year-old boy who'd accidentally triggered something enormous. But the wand felt right in his hand. The wards hummed in the back of his mind. And somewhere, deep in the foundations of Hogwarts, ancient magic stirred and settled and began to wait. For him, that night, Harry dreamed of the castle. Not Hogwarts as it was, Hogwarts as it had been. 1,000 years ago, when the founders walked its corridors. He saw Gryffindor, bold and brave, Hufflepuff, kind and loyal, Ravenclaw. Wise and clever, Slytherin, cunning and proud. And among them, a figure he recognized. A Potter. The first Potter, Linfred of Stinchcombe, standing with the founders as they laid the first stones. You carry us with you, the figure said. All of us, everything we built, everything we loved, everything we fought for. It's in your blood, your magic, your soul. Use it well. Ari woke with the words echoing in his mind. The next weeks were a blur of activity. The wards' activation had consequences Harry hadn't anticipated. Magical signatures shifted across Britain. Ancient protections realigned. Families who'd traced their lineages back centuries felt echoes in their own blood. The ministry sent more inquiries. The pureblood families sent more letters. Even Dumbledore reached out, not to control, but to understand, to document, to preserve knowledge of what had happened. Harry answered what he could, ignored what he couldn't, and focused on his training. The wand helped. It responded to him in ways his practice wand never had, flowing with his magic, amplifying his intent, teaching him things he didn't know he needed to know. I've never seen anything like it, his tutor admitted. You're learning at twice the normal rate. 3 times, maybe. The wand is accelerating everything. Harry didn't tell her about the ancestors. About the voices in his head, guiding and teaching. About the dreams that showed him magic he'd never seen, techniques he'd never learned. Some things were private. The letter from Hogwarts arrived on a Tuesday. Lord Potter, in light of recent events, specifically the reactivation of the ancient Potter wards, the Board of Governors has approved an unprecedented measure. Effective immediately, you are granted visiting privileges at Hogwarts. You may come and go as you wish, within reason, to familiarize yourself with the castle, its magic, and its history. A small suite of rooms has been prepared for your use. We hope this will ease your eventual transition to full-time student status. Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read it 3 times. A suite of rooms. At Hogwarts. His own space in the castle his family had helped build. When can we go? He asked Mrs. Fig. She smiled. How about tomorrow? The rooms were perfect. Small, but comfortable. A bedroom, a sitting room, a small study with a window overlooking the lake. The walls were hung with Potter family tapestries, the shelves filled with books from the family library. Someone had thought of everything. Harry stood at the window, watching the sun set over the water. And felt something he'd never felt before. Home. Not the cupboard, not Gringotts, not even Godric's Hollow, though he hadn't seen it yet. Home. The castle hummed around him, its wards singing softly in the back of his mind. The wand rested on the desk behind him, warm and content. And somewhere in the depths of Hogwarts, ancient magic slept and dreamed and waited. For him, always for him. Chapter 20. Private tutors arranged. The first tutor arrived on a Monday. Harry stood at the window of his Gringotts quarters, watching the sun rise over Diagon Alley, and tried to calm his racing heart. He'd been preparing for this for weeks, meetings with Gornik, discussions with the ancestors, careful planning about what he needed to learn and who could teach it. But knowing and doing were different things. Ready, Mrs. Fig's voice was gentle. Harry turned from the window. Ready. The negotiation chamber had been transformed. Gone was the formal table with its 7 chairs. In its place stood a single desk, bare except for a quill and parchment. Around the edges of the room, comfortable chairs had been arranged, for Mrs. Fig, for Gornick, for any tutors who might need to observe before participating. And in the center, waiting, stood the first candidate. She was old, older than Mrs. Fig, older than anyone Harry had ever seen except the ancient goblins. Her hair was white as snow, pulled back in a severe bun. Her robes were plain gray, unadorned. But her eyes were sharp as daggers, missing nothing. Lord Potter. Her voice crackled like dry leaves. I am Griselda Marchbanks. I have been examining wizards for their magical qualifications for 73 years. I tested your grandfather, your father, and Albus Dumbledore himself. Now I am here to test you. Harry's heart lurched. Test me? I thought you were here to teach me. Marchbanks's lips twitched. Almost a smile. I teach no one, boy. I assess. Determine potential. Identify gaps. Once I know what you need, others will provide the actual instruction. She settled into a chair across from the desk. Sit. Let's begin. Harry sat. For the next 3 hours, Marchbanks asked questions. Not the kind of questions Harry expected. Not, what spells do you know, or, can you levitate a feather? Instead, she asked about theory. About the nature of magic, the sources of power. The differences between intentional and accidental casting. She asked about his ancestors, about the voices in his head, about the wand he'd found at Hogwarts. Harry answered as honestly as he could. The ancestors helped when the questions touched on things he didn't understand, but Marchbanks seemed to expect that. Good, she said finally, setting down her quill. Very good. You have raw potential, significant raw potential. But you also have gaps. Large ones. I've never had formal training. Obviously. But that's not the problem. She leaned forward. The problem is that you've learned to survive, not to thrive. Your magic is defensive, reactive, shaped by fear and scarcity. That's not how a lord should wield power. Harry's jaw tightened. The Dursleys didn't give me much choice. No, they didn't. Marchbanks's voice softened, just slightly. But the Dursleys are no longer your concern. Now you must learn to be proactive. To shape magic rather than being shaped by it. She stood, moving stiffly, and began to pace. You need 3 things, Lord Potter. First, foundational training in basic magical theory. You cannot build a house without a foundation. Second, practical instruction in controlled casting. Your accidental magic is strong but wild, it must be tamed. Third, specialized study in the areas where your bloodline excels, warding, protective magics, and the ancient arts your ancestors mastered. Harry absorbed this. Can you recommend tutors for these? I can. I already have. Marchbanks reached into her robes and withdrew a list. These are the best in Britain. Some will agree to teach you. Some won't. The ones who do will be bound by magical contract to your service for as long as you need them. Harry took the list. Names, qualifications, areas of expertise. A small army of potential teachers. How many should I take? As many as you can handle. But start small. 3 at most, for now. Master the basics before moving to advanced work. Marchbanks moved toward the door. Then paused. One more thing, Lord Potter. Yes, your father was talented, gifted, even, but he never applied himself fully. Too easily distracted, too fond of fun and games. Your mother was the opposite, focused, determined, relentless in her pursuit of knowledge. She met his eyes. Be like your mother. She left. Harry stared at the list in his hands. The Firs. Tutor he selected was a witch named Miranda Goshawk. She was young for a tutor, anyway, maybe 30, with bright eyes and an eager smile. Her specialty was basic magical theory, the foundations Marchbanks had emphasized. Lord Potter. She bounced slightly as she entered the negotiation chamber. This is so exciting. I've never taught a lord before. Well, I've never taught anyone before, actually. Unless you count my little cousins, which I don't, because they were more interested in setting things on fire than actually learning. Harry blinked. Goshawk caught herself, flushed, and took a breath. Sorry, I ramble when I'm nervous. Professor Marchbanks said you needed someone who could explain things clearly without assuming prior knowledge. I think I can do that. I hope I can do that. I'll try very hard to do that. Quote, despite everything, Harry felt a smile tug at his mouth. It's okay. I ramble too, Sometimes. You do. Oh, that's a relief. Everyone always tells me to stop rambling. But my brain just goes so fast and my mouth can't keep up and, she stopped herself again. Right. Foundations. Basic theory. Let's start. They started. Goshawk proved to be an excellent teacher, enthusiastic, patient, endlessly creative in her explanations. She didn't just tell Harry about magic, she showed him, using simple demonstrations that made abstract concepts concrete. Magic comes from 3 sources. She explained, holding up 3 fingers. Your blood, the inheritance from your family. Your intent, what you want to happen. And your focus, how well you channel your will into action. All 3 must work together for magic to be effective. Harry thought about this, about the times his accidental magic had manifested, when he was scared, angry, desperate. Strong intent, weak focus. Wild results. How do I improve my focus? Practice. Meditation. Exercises that train your mind to hold one thought, one image, one intention, without wandering. Goshawk pulled a small object from her bag, a crystal. Clear and perfect. Start with this. Hold it in your hand and try to see nothing else. No thoughts about the past, no worries about the future. Just the crystal. Can you do that for 1 minute? Harry tried. His mind rebelled. Thoughts of the Dursleys, of Dumbledore, of the prophecy, of Voldemort, they swarmed like flies, impossible to swat away. The crystal blurred, doubled, disappeared behind a wall of mental noise. 30 seconds, Goshawk said gently. Not bad for a first try. We'll work on it. The second tutor was a wizard named Alistair Moody. He was terrifying. Harry knew this the moment the man limped into the negotiation chamber, wooden leg, magical eye spinning in all directions, face crisscrossed with scars. He carried a staff that looked more like a weapon than a walking aid, and his presence filled the room like a storm waiting to break. Potter. His voice was rough as gravel. Heard you need training in defensive magic. Harry found his voice. Yes, sir. Don't call me sir. Call me Mad Eye. Everyone does. Moody lowered himself into a chair, his magical eye fixing on Harry while his normal eye scanned the room. Marchbanks says you've got potential. Raw, untrained, but potential. She also says you've been through things no child should experience. Harry said nothing. Good. You don't trust easily. That'll keep you alive. Moody leaned forward. I'm not here to be your friend, boy. I'm here to teach you to survive. The world is full of people who want to hurt you. Death Eaters, dark wizards, ordinary folks who'd sell you out for a handful of galleons. My job is to make sure you see them coming and live to fight another day. How? First lesson. Constant vigilance. Moody's magical eye fixed on him. Most people walk through life half asleep. They don't notice the shadows, don't hear the footsteps behind them, don't see the danger until it's too late. You can't afford that. You need to be aware of your surroundings, of the people around you, of the little details that don't quite fit. Harry nodded slowly, like the way Vernon's breathing changed before he hit me, or the way Aunt Petunia's voice when T-flat when she was about to lock me in the cupboard. Moody's expression flickered, something almost like approval. Good, you're already learning, but we need to go deeper. Much deeper. The lessons with Moody were unlike anything Harry had experienced. They didn't start with spells or dueling or any of the things Harry had expected. Instead, they started with awareness exercises, sitting in a room and cataloging every detail. Every sound, every shadow. Walking through Diagon Alley and identifying potential threats, escape routes, safe havens. Learning to read people's faces, their body language, the tells that revealed their true intentions. This is boring, Harry admitted after one session. When do I learn to fight? When you're ready. Moody's magical eye fixed on him. Fighting without awareness is just asking to get killed. You need to see the threat coming before you can respond to it. That's what we're building now. Harry trusted him, despite the terror. Moody was harsh, demanding, never satisfied, but he was also honest. He never pretended, never manipulated, never hid his intentions behind kind words. It was exactly what Harry needed. The third tutor was a goblin. Her name was Cragic, and she was the first female goblin Harry had met in a teaching capacity. She was smaller than the others, more slightly built, but her eyes held the same ancient intelligence, the same patient hunger. You have the blood, she said without preamble. The old blood, the deep blood, the blood that remembers when goblins and wizards fought side by side. Most wizards have lost it. You haven't. Harry touched his chest, where his grandfather's ring rested. The ancestors speak to me. I know, I can sense them. Cragic circled him slowly, studying him from every angle. That is both gift and burden. Gift because you have knowledge no book can provide. Burden because their voices can drown out your own. They're quieter now. They let me think. Good. They're learning too. She stopped before him. I will teach you the old magic. The magic your ancestors knew, before wizards forgot their roots. It will be hard, painful, dangerous. You may fail. Harry met her eyes. I won't fail. Famous last words, but something like respect flickered in her gaze. We begin tomorrow. Dawn. Do not be late. The old magic was different from anything Harry had learned before. It didn't use wands. For one thing, at least, not at first. Cragic taught him to feel magic directly, to sense its flow through his body, to shape it with his will rather than channeling it through an external focus. Your wand is a tool, she explained. Useful, but limiting. It shapes your magic in certain ways, making some things easier and others harder. The old magic bypasses the wand entirely. It is raw, direct, and infinitely flexible. Harry struggled at first. His mind kept reaching for the wand, expecting its familiar presence. But slowly, painfully, he learned to let go. Feel the magic, Cragic instructed. It's always there, in your blood, in your bones, in the air around you. Don't try to control it. Just feel it, let it flow. Harry closed his eyes, breathed, felt, and there it was, a warmth, a hum, a presence that had always been there but he'd never noticed. Magic, everywhere, in everything, including him. Good, Cragic whispered. Now, shape it, just a little, just a thread. Harry shaped. A tiny spark appeared before him, blue and silver, dancing in the air. His eyes flew open. I did it. You did. Cragoc's expression didn't change, but something in her voice softened. Now do it again, and again, and again, until it's as natural as breathing. The weeks became months. Harry's days settled into a rhythm. Mornings with Goshawk, learning theory, afternoons with Moody, learning awareness. Evenings with Cragic, learning the old magic. In between, he studied on his own, read from the Potter library, and wrote letters to Neville and Remus. He grew stronger, more controlled, more aware. The ancestors approved. You're becoming what we hoped, they murmured. What we planned for, all those centuries ago. A true Potter, a worthy heir. Harry didn't feel worthy. He felt like a 6-year-old boy carrying the weight of centuries. But he kept going, kept learning, kept growing. Because what else could he do? The first breakthrough came with Goshawk. Why we're reviewing basic theory, the 3 sources of magic, when Harry suddenly understood something he hadn't before. Blood, intent, focus, he said slowly. They're not separate, they're connected. Blood shapes intent, intent shapes focus, focus shapes blood. It's a cycle. Goshawk's eyes widened. Yes, exactly. Most people learn that years from now, if ever. How did you? The ancestors. They showed me. Harry touched his chest. They remember what it was like before wizards forgot. Goshawk was quiet for a moment. Then she smiled. A real smile, not her usual nervous grin. You're going to be extraordinary, Harry Potter. I'm honored to be part of it. The second breakthrough came with Moody. They were in Diagon Alley, practicing awareness, when Harry suddenly grabbed Moody's arm and pulled him into a doorway. Movement. 3rd floor, window with the broken shutter. Watching us. Moody's magical eye spun, fixed on the window. After a moment, his scarred face broke into something that might have been a smile. Well done, boy, well done. He clapped Harry on the shoulder, hard enough to stagger. You saw it, felt it, reacted. That's what I've been trying to teach you. Harry's heart soared. Who was it? No one important. Ministry tale, probably. They've been watching since you claimed lordship. Moody's expression hardened. But the point is, you noticed. Keep that up, and you'll live a long time. The third breakthrough came with Cragic. They were working on shaping, the most basic of the old magics, when Harry suddenly felt something shift. The spark he'd been holding grew brighter, larger, more stable, and then, without meaning to, he shaped it into something else. A bird, a tiny bird of pure light, fluttering around the room. Cragic stared. That's advanced work. 5th year level, at least. How did you? I don't know. I just wanted it to be something beautiful. Harry watched the bird circle, then dissolve into sparks. The ancestors helped, I think. Showed me how. Quote. Cragic was quiet for a long moment. Then she bowed, a deep bow, lower than any goblin had offered him before. You are the true heir, Lord Potter. The old magic recognizes you. In time, you may surpass even your ancestors. The news spread through Gringotts. Goblins who'd never spoken to Harry now nodded respectfully as he passed. The guards at the main entrance saluted. Even Ragnarok, the ancient first elder, sent a message of congratulations. You progress faster than anticipated. Good. The world will need you soon. Harry didn't know what that meant. Didn't ask. Some things, he was learning, were better left mysterious. Winter arrived, bringing snow to Diagon Alley. Harry stood at his window, watching the flakes fall, and thought about everything that had happened since that first night in Gringotts. The trials, the contracts, the vaults, the tutors, the slow, steady growth of power and knowledge. He was different now, stronger, more confident, more in control, but the dreams hadn't stopped. Every night, the dark door appeared. Every night, the battlefield waited. Every night, his older self looked at him with empty eyes and whispered, "Run while you still can." Harry didn't run. In the dreams, he walked toward the door, toward the battlefield, toward whatever waited, and every morning, he woke determined to be ready. The second round of tutors arrived in spring. Marchbanks had reviewed his progress and declared him ready for more advanced instruction. A potions master named Horace Slughorn, recommended for his connections as much as his expertise. A charms expert named Phileas Flitwick, whose reputation preceded him. A transfiguration specialist named Minerva McGonagall, who'd volunteered personally. Harry met each one, assessed each one, accepted each one. His days grew longer, his studies grew harder, his power grew stronger, but he never forgot why he was doing this. The prophecy, the soul fragment, the dark wizard waiting in the shadows. He was preparing for war. One evening, after a particularly grueling session with Moody, Harry found Remus waiting in his quarters. "Hard day?" Remus asked, gesturing to the tea he'd prepared. Harry collapsed into a chair. "Moody thinks I'm not paranoid enough. Moody thinks everyone's not paranoid enough. It's his nature." Remus poured tea and pushed it toward Harry. "But he's also one of the best defensive minds in Britain. If he's pushing you, it's because he sees potential." Harry sipped the tea. It was perfect, warm, sweet, exactly what he needed. "Remus, yes, do you think I can do this? Really do it? Face Voldemort when he comes back and win?" Remus was quiet for a moment. Then, "I think you're the only one who can. Not because of the prophecy, not because of your scar, not because of any of the things people say about you. Because of who you are. Because of the choices you've already made. Because of the person you're becoming." Harry met his eyes. "You really believe that?" "I really do." Remus smiled. A sad smile, but genuine. "Your parents believed in you before you were born. I believe in you now. And someday, when this is all over, you'll believe in yourself." Harry set down his tea and looked out the window at the stars. "I hope so," he whispered. "I really hope so." Chapter 21, Financial Power Play. The numbers made Harry's head spin. He sat in the negotiation chamber, surrounded by ledgers and reports and documents that seemed to multiply whenever he looked away. Gornick sat across from him, patient as stone, waiting for him to absorb the information. The Potter portfolio, the Goblin said, is currently valued at approximately 12 million galleons. This includes liquid assets, properties, investments, and artifacts. It does not include the conditional vaults or the hidden repositories we've recently discovered. 12 million. Harry tried to imagine that much gold, that much wealth, that much power. He couldn't. "What am I supposed to do with it?" "Whatever you wish. That's the point of being Lord." Gornick pushed a document toward him. "But I would suggest considering strategic investments. Money that sits in vaults does nothing. Money that moves, grows, works, that's money that changes the world." Harry looked at the document. It listed dozens of businesses, organizations, and ventures, some familiar, some utterly unknown. These are all looking for investors. These are all opportunities. Some are safe, some are risky, some are in between. My recommendation is to diversify, spread your wealth across multiple sectors so that no single failure can hurt you badly. Harry nodded slowly. This made sense. The ancestors murmured agreement. "Where do I start?" They started with the Daily Prophet. Gornick explained the situation carefully. The Prophet is the primary newspaper in Wizarding Britain. It reaches nearly every magical household. Its editorial stance shapes public opinion, influences elections, and can make or break reputations. Harry understood immediately. Who owns it? A consortium of investors. The largest share, about 30%, is held by the ministry. The rest is split among various pureblood families and business interests. The Potters owned a 15% stake until 1975, when your grandfather sold it to raise funds for the war effort. So we could buy it back. Parts of it, yes. Some shares are available, not enough for controlling interest, but enough to have a voice. Gornook's eyes glittered, enough to ensure that when the prophet writes about you, they write fairly. Harry thought about this, about the headlines he'd seen, accurate enough, but always with a slant, always shaped by someone's agenda. If he owned part of the paper, he could influence that. Not control it, not completely, but influence it. Do it, buy as much as we can. Gornook nodded and made a note. The next opportunity was more personal. Flourish and Blots, Gornook said, is the premier bookshop in Diagon Alley. It has supplied magical texts for centuries. It is also currently struggling. Struggling? Why? Management issues. The current owner is elderly, with no heirs. Sales have declined. Competitors have emerged. If nothing changes, the shop may close within 5 years. Harry thought about the hours he'd spent reading, the knowledge he'd gained from books. The way words on a page had saved him from despair in the darkest moments of his life. I don't want it to close. Then buy it, or invest in it, or provide a loan with favorable terms. Gornook spread his hands. There are many ways to help. How much would it cost to buy it outright? A significant sum, but within your means. Gornook consulted his notes. The current owner is asking 150,000 galleons. The building itself is worth at least that, so it's a fair price. Harry didn't hesitate. Buy it. Gornook's eyebrow rose. You're certain? This is not a high-growth investment. Bookshops rarely make their owners rich. I don't care about rich. I care about books, about knowledge, about making sure other kids like me, who had nothing, can find the same escape I found. Harry met the goblin's eyes. Buy the shop. Gornook nodded slowly. As you wish, Lord Potter. The third investment was suggested by Remus. They were having tea in Harry's quarters, a weekly ritual now. One Harry treasured more than almost anything. Remus told stories about his parents, answered questions about magic, and generally made Harry feel less alone. The werewolf community, Remus said quietly, is desperate. We have no representation, no resources, no voice. Most of us live in poverty, unable to find work because of prejudice. Children are born into the life and given no help, no guidance, no hope. Harry's chest tightened. He knew something about being helpless, hopeless, trapped. What would help? Many things. A dedicated fund for medical care. Wolfsbane potion is expensive, and most can't afford it. A legal defense fund to fight discrimination cases. A sanctuary where families could live safely, away from those who would hurt them. Harry thought about his millions. About the vaults overflowing with gold. About all the ways his family's wealth could make a difference. Set it up, he said. A foundation. For werewolves. For any magical creature that needs help. Use my name if it helps. Or don't, if that's better. Just help them. Remus stared at him. Harry, that's hundreds of thousands of galleons. Maybe more. I know. You'd do that, for people you've never met. I'd do that for people who are suffering the way I suffered. The way no one should suffer. Harry's voice was firm. Set it up, Remus. Make it happen. Remus's eyes glistened. He nodded, unable to speak. The news spread quickly. By the next morning, every goblin in Gringotts knew that Lord Potter had made his first major investments. By evening, the news had reached the ministry. By the end of the week, the Daily Prophet ran a front-page story. Potter heir makes aggressive moves, buys Flourish and Blotts, acquires profit stake, establishes Werewolf Foundation. The article was mostly positive, thanks, Harry suspected, to his new ownership stake. But the comments from various sources revealed the truth. The wizarding world was watching, and not everyone was pleased. A 6-year-old making financial decisions. One critic was quoted, "It's absurd, dangerous. The boy needs supervision. He's using his money to buy influence," another claimed. The profit stake alone should concern every thinking witch and wizard. But there were positive voices too. Amelia Bones called the Werewolf Foundation long overdue. Augusta Longbottom praised his generosity and foresight. Even Dumbledore, in a rare public statement, said that Lord Potter is proving himself a worthy heir to his parents' legacy. Harry read them all, then set the paper aside. They don't understand, he told Mrs. Fig. They think I'm playing games. Building power. Positioning myself for some future political battle. Aren't you? No. I mean, maybe, a little. But that's not why. He touched his chest, where his parents' rings rested. I saw a bookshop that might close, and I remembered how books saved me. I saw a werewolf suffering, and I remembered how I suffered. I saw a newspaper that could lie about me, and I wanted to make sure it didn't. Mrs. Fig smiled. That's exactly why you're doing it. Not for power, for protection. For others. For yourself. She reached over and squeezed his hand. That's what makes you different, Harry. That's what makes you good. The backlash came anyway. Letters arrived, angry ones, accusing him of everything from financial manipulation to sympathy for dark creatures. A few were threatening enough that Moody insisted on reviewing them personally. Standard stuff, the old Auror grunted, tossing a particularly nasty letter into the fire. Cowards who hide behind parchment and ink. They'd never say this to your face. Harry wasn't so sure. The hatred in those letters felt real. Felt like the hatred in Vernon's eyes before he struck. But he didn't let it stop him. The Flourish and Blot's purchase was finalized within weeks. Harry visited the shop for the first time as owner, walking through aisles that smelled of old paper and new possibilities. The elderly owner, a witch named Madame Primrose, wept when she signed the papers. "You'll take care of it?" she asked. "My husband and I built this shop together. It's our whole life." "I'll take care of it," Harry promised. "I'll make sure it thrives." She believed him. Harry wasn't sure he believed himself, but he'd try. That was all anyone could do. The profit stake was more complicated. Negotiations dragged on for weeks, with various shareholders demanding meetings, offering deals, testing Harry's resolve. Gornick handled most of it, but Harry had to appear occasionally, a 6-year-old facing down wizards 3 times his age, demanding fair treatment. "You're too young to understand these matters," one particularly pompous investor told him. Harry met his eyes. "I'm old enough to understand that you're trying to cheat me. I'm old enough to understand that my family has been doing business for 800 years. And I'm old enough to walk away from this deal entirely if you don't start being honest." The investor sputtered. The deal proceeded. When the final papers were signed, Harry owned 12% of the daily profit. Not controlling interest, but enough. Enough to ensure that when stories were written about him, about his family, about the causes he cared about, someone would be watching. The Werewolf Foundation was announced at a small ceremony in Gringotts. Harry stood before a handful of reporters, a representative from the Werewolf Support Services, and several goblins who'd helped draft the legal documents. He'd prepared a speech. Remus had helped, but when the moment came, the words felt wrong. So he spoke from the heart. "My parents died fighting prejudice. Fighting darkness. Fighting people who some lives mattered less than others. I didn't know them, not really, but I know that about them." He paused, gathering himself. "I also know what it's like to be treated like you don't matter. To be locked away, fed scraps, told you're worthless. It's not something I'd wish on anyone." His voice hardened. The werewolf community has been treated that way for centuries. Not because they're dangerous, though some are. The same as any group of people. Not because they choose their condition, they don't. But because it's easy to hate what you don't understand. He looked directly at the reporters. "This foundation won't fix everything. It won't end prejudice overnight. But it's a start. It's a message that someone sees them, someone cares, someone is willing to help." The ceremony ended. The reporters rushed to file their stories. And Harry stood alone for a moment, wondering if he'd done the right thing. Remus appeared at his side. "You did good, Harry. Really good." "You think so?" "I know so." Remus's voice was thick. "Your mother would be proud. She always fought for the underdog. Always believed in giving people a chance." Harry leaned against him, just for a moment. "I hope so." The months that followed were a blur of activity. Harry continued his studies with Goshawk, Moody, Cragic, and his new tutors. He visited Hogwarts regularly, exploring the castle, bonding with its magic, learning its secrets. He wrote to Neville, who'd become a real friend, shy but loyal, kind but brave in his own quiet way. And he kept investing. A stake in a potions company that promised affordable medicines. A partnership with a magical creature sanctuary in Romania. A loan to a young witch starting her own business. A donation to St. Mungo's for a new children's ward. Each investment was carefully considered, thoroughly researched, and made with both head and heart. "He's building something," Gornick told the other goblins. "Not just wealth, influence, reputation, goodwill. In 10 years, half of Wizarding Britain will owe him something. In 20 years, another goblin added, he could own half the country. Harry didn't think about that. He thought about the bookshop, thriving under new management. About the werewolf families who could now afford wolfsbane. About the children at St. Mungo's who'd have a better place to heal. That was enough. The letter arrived on a rainy Tuesday. It was different from the others, no fancy parchment, no official seals, just ordinary paper in a plain envelope. Harry opened it curiously. Lord Potter, you don't know me, but I know you. I knew your parents too, fought beside them in the war. Lost people I loved, lost everything, almost. I've been watching your story unfold. The lordship, the vaults, the investments, the foundation, and I've been thinking, maybe there's hope after all. I'm not asking for money. I'm not asking for anything. I'm just writing to say thank you. For remembering that people like me exist. For trying to make things better. If you ever need someone who knows how to fight, how to survive, how to keep going when everything seems hopeless, send word. I'll come. No name. You wouldn't know it anyway. Just know that somewhere out there, someone believes in you. Harry read it 3 times. Then he folded it carefully and added it to his collection. The financial power play continued. Harry envy, stead in a Quidditch team, the Holyhead Harpies, recommended by Augusta Longbottom as a solid investment with good community connections. He bought property in Hogsmeade, leasing it to shops that served Hogwarts students. He funded research into new magical cures, new farming techniques, new ways to help people. By his 7th birthday, his portfolio had grown by 20%. By his 8th, it had doubled. He's a natural, Gornick told anyone who asked. The boy has instincts most wizards spend decades developing. He knows when to hold, when to fold, when to push. It's like he's been doing this for centuries. Harry didn't correct him. Let them think it was instinct. Let them think it was talent. He knew the truth. The ancestors helped. Every investment, every decision, every careful calculation, their voices guided him. Generations of Potters who'd made their own fortunes, their own mistakes, their own legacies. He was just carrying on their work. But the dreams continued. Every night, the dark door. Every night, the battlefield. Every night, his older self with empty eyes. Run while you still can. Harry never ran. In the dreams, he walked forward, closer and closer to whatever waited. And every morning, he woke determined to be ready. The investments helped. The power, the influence, the goodwill, all of it would matter when the war came. But it wasn't enough. He needed more. More training, more knowledge, more strength. The tutors helped. The ancestors helped. The friends helped. But in the end, it would be him. Alone, facing whatever came through that door. He had to be ready. On his 8th birthday, Harry made his most controversial investment yet. He bought a controlling stake in a small company that manufactured defensive artifacts, shields, wards, protective clothing. The company was struggling, on the verge of bankruptcy. Most investors had written it off. Why? Gornick asked. This is a terrible investment. The company hasn't turned a profit in 5 years. Because when the war comes, and it will come, people will need protection. Good protection. Affordable protection. Harry met the goblin's eyes. I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this to save lives. Gornick was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. I'll draw up the papers. The news caused another round of speculation. Potter prepares for war, some headlines read. Boy Lord builds defense empire. Said others. A few were openly critical. 6-year-old playing soldier while ministry does nothing. Harry ignored them all. He knew what was coming. The prophecy, the soul fragment. The dark wizard waiting in the shadows. He couldn't stop it, couldn't change it, couldn't run from it. But he could prepare, and he would, for his parents, for his friends, for every one who would need protecting when the darkness returned. For himself. Chapter 22. Allies in unexpected places. The letter arrived on a Thursday. Harry was in the middle of a potions tutorial with Professor Slughorn, a man who treated him like a prized possession rather than a student, but who undeniably knew his craft. The interruption was welcome. Lord Potter. Griphook stood in the doorway, a silver tray in his hands. A letter has arrived. The sender insists it is urgent. Slughorn huffed. Can't it wait? We're in the middle of something important. Harry took the letter. The envelope was heavy cream parchment. Sealed with wax imprinted with a crest he didn't recognize, a serpent coiled around a wand, elegant and old. He broke the seal. Lord Potter, you do not know me, but I have tched your recent activities with great interest. The manner in which you have claimed your birthright, secured your independence, and begun to wield your influence suggests a maturity far beyond your years. I represent a circle of families who, like you, value independence above alliance. We have avoided entanglement in the political games of Dumbledore and the Ministry, preferring to maintain our neutrality. But your emergence has given us reason to reconsider. I would like to meet with you. Privately, discreetly. There are things we should discuss, things that could benefit us both. If you are interested, send word to this address. If not, I will understand and trouble you no further. Respectfully, Lord Tiberius Ogden. Harry read it twice, then handed it to Griphook. The goblin's eyes narrowed. Ogden, old family, very old. They've been neutral for centuries, never took sides in any war, never committed to any faction. Their influence is subtle but real. Why would they want to meet me? That, Griphook said, is what you'll need to discover. The meeting was arranged for the following week. Harry spent the intervening days researching the Ogden family, their history, their alliances, their reputation. The ancestors helped, providing memories of dealings with Ogden's past. They're proud, the voices murmured. Independent, suspicious of outsiders, but honorable, in their way. If they're reaching out, it's because they see something in you worth cultivating. Harry wasn't sure he liked being cultivated. But he was curious, and curiosity, Moody had taught him, was valuable, as long as it didn't override caution. The meeting took place in a small private dining room at the Leaky Cauldron, neutral ground, carefully chosen. Harry arrived with Griphook and Moody, each of whom would wait nearby while he spoke with Lord Ogden. Ogden was already there when Harry entered. He was old, older than Dumbledore, perhaps, with white hair and a neatly trimmed beard. His robes were simple but fine, and his eyes held the sharp intelligence of someone who'd spent decades watching, learning, waiting. Lord Potter. He rose, offering a formal bow. Thank you for agreeing to meet. Thank you for the invitation. Harry took the seat across from him. Your letter was intriguing. Ogden smiled slightly. I imagined it would be. You strike me as someone who appreciates directness. I do. Then I'll be direct. Ogden leaned forward. The old neutral families, there are more of us than people realize, have watched your rise with interest. You've done what none of you thought possible. Claimed your birthright, locked out Dumbledore, established yourself as an independent power. At 8 years old, Harry said nothing. We've spent decades avoiding entanglement. The war, the politics, the endless maneuvering, we wanted no part of it. But your emergence suggests something we hadn't considered, that independence doesn't have to mean isolation. That there might be value in coordination. Coordination toward what? Ogden's eyes glittered. Toward ensuring that when the next war comes, and it will come, we're not caught unprepared. That we have allies we can trust. That we're not picked off one by whichever faction emerges victorious. Harry's heart quickened. You know about the prophecy. I know enough. I know the Dark Lord isn't truly gone. I know his followers wait in the shadows. And I know you, Harry Potter, are at the center of whatever's coming. Ogden's voice was quiet but intense. We don't want to control you. We don't want to use you. We want to survive, and we think aligning with you gives us the best chance. Harry considered this. The ancestors murmured, cautious but genuine. He's offering what he says he's offering. What would this coordination look like? Information sharing, primarily. We have eyes and ears in places you don't. We've been watching the Death Eaters for years, tracking their movements, their plans, their hidden alliances. That information could be valuable to you. And in return, we ask that you remember us when the time comes. That you don't let your allies, Dumbledore, the Order, whoever, paint us as enemies simply because we stayed neutral. That you give us a chance to choose our side when we finally have enough information to choose wisely. Harry thought about this, about the war coming, the darkness gathering, the choices everyone would have to make. That seems fair. Ogden smiled, a real smile, warm and relieved. I'm glad you think so. There are others who will want to meet you. Families like mine, old, neutral, watching. If you're willing, I can arrange introductions. I'm willing. The introductions came quickly. Within a month, Harry had met representatives from a dozen families he'd never heard of, the Abbotts, the Greengrasses, the Macmillans, the Pottles. Each meeting was similar. Cautious assessment, careful offers, quiet negotiations about what coordination might mean. Harry learned quickly. He learned which families were genuinely neutral and which were secretly aligned with darker powers. He learned which could be trusted and which required watching. He learned that the neutral families were not a monolith but a collection of individuals with their own interests, their own fears, their own hopes. The Greengrasses were particularly interesting. Lord Cyrus Greengrass was a tall, dignified man with 2 daughters, Daphne and Astoria, close to Harry's age. He approached Harry with none of the caution Harry had come to expect. "Lord Potter." His voice was warm. "I won't waste your time with pretense. My family has been neutral for generations, but neutrality becomes harder when you have children to protect. I want my daughters to grow up in a world where they're safe. I'm told you might help make that possible." Harry studied him. "How would I do that?" "By being who you are. By standing against the darkness when it returns. By providing an example of courage and integrity that others can follow." Greengrass smiled. "Also, by being their friend, perhaps. Daphne especially could use someone her own age who understands the weight of expectations." Harry thought about Neville, about how much those letters meant to him, about how lonely his life would be without that connection. "I'd like that," he said quietly. "Meeting them, I mean. If they want to." Greengrass's smile widened. "They'd be honored." Daphne Greengrass was not what Harry expected. She was tall for her age, with pale blonde hair and blue eyes that seemed to see right through him. When they met, at Greengrass Manor, with both families present, she looked him up and down with an expression that was part assessment, part challenge. "You're smaller than I imagined." Harry blinked. "I'm 8. So am I." She tilted her head. "But I'm not a lord. I'm not in the newspapers every week. I'm not being courted by every family in Britain." "You want to be." "No." Her voice was firm. "I want to be left alone to become whoever I'm going to become. Without everyone watching, judging, expecting." She met his eyes. "That's what I have in common with you, isn't it? We're both being shaped by forces we didn't choose." Harry felt something shift in his chest. Understanding. Recognition. "Yes," he said quietly. "That's exactly it." Daphne nodded, satisfied. "Good. Then we can be friends. Real friends, not political ones." Harry almost smiled. "I'd like that." Astoria was different, softer, gentler, with a quiet sweetness that made Harry want to protect her. She was also sickly, Harry learned, with a blood curse that weakened her magic in her body. "She won't live as long as others," Greengrass told him quietly, out of his daughter's hearing. "We've done everything we can. But the curse is old and strong. We just want her remaining years to be happy." Harry thought about his own childhood, the cupboard, the hunger, the loneliness. About how much he'd wished someone would protect him, care for him, make him happy. "I'll be her friend," he promised. "I'll make sure she's happy." Greengrass's eyes glistened. "Thank you, Lord Potter." "Thank you." The Abbotts were next. Hannah Abbott was a round-faced girl with blonde pigtails and a perpetual smile. She greeted Harry with enthusiasm that bordered on overwhelming. "Lord Potter, I've read so much about you. You're famous, you know, really famous, and you're only 8, same as me, and you have your own money and everything." Her mother gently pulled her back. "Hannah, give him room to breathe." "Sorry." Hannah didn't look sorry. "But it's true. You're the most interesting person my age in the whole world." Harry found himself smiling. "You're pretty interesting yourself." "I am." Her face lit up. "Tell me why. Tell me everything you know about me." Harry didn't know anything about her. But by the end of the afternoon, he did. Hannah talked constantly, enthusiastically, about everything: her family, her pet toad, her dreams of becoming a healer, her terror of potions class. She was impossible not to like. "We'll write," she declared as he left. "Every week. You have to promise." "I promise." She beamed. The Macmillans were more formal. Ernest Macmillan was a serious boy with thoughtful eyes and a tendency to consider his words before speaking. He and Harry circled each other warily at first. 2 boys who'd been raised to understand the weight of family expectations. "My father says we should be allies," Ernie said finally. "That the Macmillans and Potters have common interests." "What do you think?" Ernie considered. "I think my father is usually right about politics. But I also think that alliances work better when the people involved actually like each other." He met Harry's eyes. "So I'd like to get to know you first. Before we decide anything." Harry nodded slowly. "That's smart. I try to be smart. It's expected." A ghost of a smile crossed Ernie's face. "But I also try to be honest." "That's not always expected, but it should be." Harry found himself liking this serious, thoughtful boy. They talked for hours, about school, about families, about the future. By the end, they'd agreed to be friends first and allies second. Ernie's smile grew wider. Good, I've never had a real friend before. Me neither. Harry thought of Neville, of Daphne, of Hannah. Well, maybe I'm starting to. The Pottles were twins. Padma and Parvati were identical in appearance but completely different in personality. Padma was quiet, intellectual, already obsessed with books and learning. Parvati was dramatic, expressive, already fascinated by divination and romance. They surrounded Harry like a whirlwind. You're smaller than I expected, Parvati announced. You're more serious than I expected, Padma added. You have nice eyes, Parvati continued. Green, like emeralds. Stop embarrassing us, Padma muttered. I'm not embarrassed. Are you embarrassed, Lord Potter? Harry laughed. Actually laughed, something he rarely did. Call me Harry. And no, I'm not embarrassed. I'm not used to this. To what? To people being friendly. To having friends. The twins exchanged glances. Well, Parvati declared, you're going to have to get used to it. Because we're going to be your friends whether you like it or not. Padma nodded seriously. It's decided. Harry smiled. Okay, I like it. The weeks became months. Harry's circle expanded, slowly, carefully, but genuinely. Neville remained his closest friend, their letters filled with shared thoughts and secret confidences. Daphne became his confidant, the one who understood the weight of expectations without needing it explained. Hannah brought joy and laughter, her endless enthusiasm a balm against the darkness. Ernie provided thoughtful counsel, considering every angle before offering an opinion. The twins brought chaos and warmth in equal measure. And through them, Harry Lee. RNED something he'd never known, what it felt like to belong. Not to a family, he still ached for his parents, still carried their rings against his heart. But to a group, a circle, people who liked him for himself. Not for his name or his money or his power. You're different, Mrs. Figg observed one evening. Lighter, happier. I have friends, Harry said, and the words felt miraculous. Real friends, she smiled. Your parents would be so glad. The neutral families watched these friendships with interest. Lord Ogden summoned Harry for another meeting, this time with representatives from all the families who'd reached out. They gathered in a private room at Greengrass Manor, 12 men and women, old and young, all watching Harry with assessing eyes. You've done well, Ogden said. Built connections, earned trust, shown that you're more than just a name. Harry shifted uncomfortably. They're my friends. I'm not using them. We know. Greengrass's voice was gentle. That's why it works. Children are harder to manipulate than adults, they sense falseness. The fact that they genuinely like you, trust you, confide in you, that's more valuable than any political alliance. Harry thought about this. About Neville's letters, Daphne's understanding, Hannah's laughter. They weren't political. They were real. What happens now? Now we watch. We wait. We prepare. Ogden leaned forward. The darkness is gathering. Lord Potter. Faster than most realize. The Death Eaters are regrouping. The Ministry is in denial. Dumbledore is isolated. When the storm breaks, you'll need more than friends, you'll need allies. I have the goblins. I have the neutral families. I have... Harry paused. I have people. Yes. Ogden smiled. You have people. And that's more than anyone else can say. That night, Harry dreamed of the dark door again. But this time, when he walked toward it, he wasn't alone. Neville stood at his right, clutching his toad but standing firm. Daphne stood at his left, her pale eyes steady. Hannah, Ernie, Padma, Parvati, they formed a circle around him, their young faces set with determination. And beyond them, shadowy figures waited, the neutral families, the goblins, Remus, Mrs. Figg, everyone who'd chosen to stand with him. You're not alone, a voice whispered, his mother's voice, he realized. You never were. Harry woke with tears on his face and hope in his heart. Chapter 23. The Manipulation Question. The owl arrived at dawn. Harry was already awake. He rarely slept through the night anymore, not since the dreams had started coming more frequently. He sat by the window of his Gringotts quarters, watching the sun paint Diagon Alley in shades of gold and rose, when the tawny owl tapped against the glass. He let it in. The bird extended its leg, revealing a letter sealed with the Hogwarts crest. Not Dumbledore's usual elegant script. This was different, smaller, more precise. McGonagall's handwriting. Lord Potter, the headmaster requests the honor of your presence at your earliest convenience. He wishes to discuss matters of mutual concern, matters he feels are best addressed in person rather than by letter. I understand if you are reluctant. I would be, in your place. But I also believe that some conversations cannot be avoided forever. Whatever you decide, know that you are always welcome at Hogwarts, on your own terms, in your own time. Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read it twice, then set it aside. 2 years. It had been 2 years since he'd claimed his lordship, since he'd locked Dumbledore out of everything. Since he'd stood in the Wizengamot and taken his seat. 2 years of growth, of learning, of building alliances and friendships. 2 years of avoiding this conversation. He knew it couldn't last forever. The prophecy loomed. The darkness gathered. In Dumbledore, whatever his faults, whatever his mistakes, held knowledge Harry needed. But knowing and being ready were different things. He took the letter to Mrs. Fig. She read it in silence, her face revealing nothing. When she finished, she set it down carefully and met his eyes. What do you want to do? I don't know. Harry paced the small sitting room, his feet wearing a path in the carpet. Part of me wants to go. To finally ask the questions I've been holding for 2 years. To hear his answers, his explanations, he stopped. Searching for the word, his truth. And part of me never wants to see him again. Never wants to give him another chance to manipulate me, to control me, to decide what's best for me without asking. Harry's voice hardened. He left me with the Dursleys. He knew, or suspected, and he did nothing. How do I get past that? Mrs. Fig was quiet for a long moment. You don't, she said finally. Not completely. That kind of betrayal leaves scars. But you also don't let it define you. You don't let it close every door forever. Harry stopped pacing. You think I should go. I think you should decide based on what you need, not what he wants. If going serves you, gives you information, closure, understanding, then go. If it serves only him, relieves his guilt, advances his plans, then don't. She met his eyes. The question isn't whether Dumbledore deserves this conversation. The question is whether you do. Harry thought about that. The ancestors murmured agreement. He wrote back the next day. Professor McGonagall, I will come, but on my terms. The meeting will take place at Hogwarts, in a location of my choosing. I will bring whomever I wish. The conversation will last as long as I decide, and end when I decide. If the headmaster agrees to these conditions, I will be there on Saturday next. Harry Potter, Lord of the ancient and noble house of Potter. The response came within hours. He agrees. Saturday arrived gray and cold. Harry traveled to Hogwarts by portkey, accompanied by Moody and Griphook. Mrs. Fig had wanted to come, but he asked her to stay behind. This was something he needed to do himself, with protectors rather than comforters. The castle felt different now than on his previous visits. The wards hummed recognition as he passed through the gates. The stones seemed to warm beneath his feet, and the portraits whispered his name as he walked the corridors. Lord Potter, the boy who woke the wards. Lily's son, James's son, he's come home. Harry chose the location carefully, a small classroom near the library, neutral ground with multiple exits and good sightlines. Moody approved with a grunt. Smart, defensible, nowhere to hide an ambush. There won't be an ambush. Harry's voice was calm. Dumbledore wants to talk, not fight. Dumbledore wants whatever Dumbledore always wants, control, dressed up as concern. But Moody took up a position by the door, his magical eye spinning, his wand ready. Griphook stood by the window, equally watchful. And Harry waited. Dumbledore arrived exactly on time. He looked older than Harry remembered, more tired, more worn. The twinkle in his eyes was dimmer, and his movements, usually so graceful, seemed heavier. Harry. His voice was soft. Thank you for agreeing to see me. Lord Potter. Harry's voice was formal. Or just Harry, if we're being honest. But not, my boy, or, dear boy, or any of the other ways you used to address me when you were pretending to be something you're not. Dumbledore flinched, actually flinched. I deserve that. You deserve worse. Harry gestured to a chair. Sit. We have things to discuss. They sat facing each other across a small table. Moody and Griphook remained at their posts, silent witnesses. Dumbledore glanced at them once, then seemed to accept their presence. You've grown, he said. In so many ways. The reports I receive. You're excelling in your studies, building alliances, managing your affairs with wisdom beyond your years. Your parents would be proud. I know. Harry's voice was flat. Everyone tells me that, but they're not here, are they? They died. And you left me with people who made sure I knew, every single day, that I was unwanted. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Yes, he whispered. Yes, I did. I've spent 2 years trying to understand why. Reading contracts, studying history, listening to the ancestors. And I still don't understand. How could anyone, do that to a child? The question hung in the air. When Dumbledore spoke, his voice was raw. Fear, arrogance, a belief that I knew best. The same sins that have led so many down so many dark paths. He opened his eyes, meeting Harry's gaze. I convinced myself that the blood protection was essential. That your mother's sacrifice created magic that would keep you safe as long as you could call her sister's house home. I told myself that any interference, any contact, any sign that I was watching over you would compromise that protection. So you did nothing. I did what I thought was right. What I believed was necessary. Dumbledore's voice cracked. And I was wrong. Terribly, unforgivably wrong. Unforgivably. Harry repeated the word. That's the key, isn't it? Can I forgive you? Should I? Dumbledore said nothing. Harry stood, walking to the window. Outside, the grounds stretched gray and peaceful. The lake glittered in the weak sunlight. Somewhere out there, students were going about their lives, unaware of the conversation happening in this small room. I've thought about this moment a lot, Harry said quietly. Imagined it, planned it, rehearsed it. Every time, it ended differently. Sometimes I screamed at you. Sometimes I walked away. Sometimes He stopped, shaking his head. I never imagined feeling, nothing. Nothing, not nothing. That's wrong. Harry turned back. I feel tired, heavy, like I've been carrying this weight for so long that I've forgotten what it feels like to put it down. Dumbledore rose, moving to stand beside him at the window. You were never meant to carry it alone. No. I was meant to carry it with people who loved me. People who died. Harry's voice hardened. People who trusted you, and you let them down. I know. Do you really know? Harry faced him fully. My parents trusted you. They fought for you, believed in you, died for your cause. And you took their son and handed him to monsters. You hid his inheritance. You tried to control his future. You lied, manipulated, and schemed, all while telling yourself it was for the greater good. The words fell like stones. Dumbledore absorbed each one without flinching. Yes, he said quietly. That's exactly what I did. They stood in silence for a long moment. Then Harry spoke again, softer. The prophecy. I need to know more about it. Not the words, I can learn those whenever I want. From the Department of Mysteries. But the context, the meaning, what you know that isn't written down. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I can tell you, everything I know, everything I've learned. Everything I've guessed. But Harry, some of it will be hard to hear. I've heard hard things before. Yes, I suppose you have. They returned to the table. Moody shifted slightly, alert as always. Griphook's eyes never stopped watching. Dumbledore began. The prophecy was made on a cold night in December, 16 years ago. Sybil Trelawney, a descendant of a true seer, though most thought her talent had skipped her generation, had come to Hogwarts seeking a teaching position. I interviewed her in the Hog's Head Inn, not wanting to raise expectations by bringing her to the castle. Harry listened intently. During the interview, she went into a trance. Spoke words she would never remember. I was the only witness. Dumbledore recited the prophecy Harry had heard before. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. I know the words, Harry said. What I don't know is what they mean. It means you and Voldemort are bound together. The fragment of his soul in your scar is proof of that. It means one of you must kill the other. And it means you have power he doesn't understand. What power? Dumbledore hesitated. That, I don't know. The prophecy doesn't specify, but I have theories. Tell me. Love. Dumbledore's voice was soft. Your mother's sacrifice, that was love, pure and powerful. It created protection that Voldemort couldn't touch. And you, Harry, you've been loved by so many. Your parents, your friends, even people you've never met. That love is power. Real power. Harry thought about this. About the warmth he felt when Remus told stories about his parents. About the comfort of Neville's letters, Daphne's understanding, Hannah's laughter. About Mrs. Fig's steady presence, the goblins, loyalty, the ancestors' voices. Is that enough? Love, against someone like Voldemort? I don't know. Dumbledore met his eyes. But I know that without it, you have nothing worth fighting for. The conversation shifted after that. Dumbledore told him about the war, the real war, not the sanitized version in history books. About the friends who'd died, the families destroyed, the darkness that had nearly consumed everything. About the Order of the Phoenix, the secret battles, the constant fear. He told him about James and Lily, not the legends, but the people. James's recklessness, his loyalty, his terrible jokes. Lily's fierce intelligence, her protective nature, her way of making everyone around her better. The night they died, Dumbledore said quietly, I felt it. The moment the wards failed, the moment the protection broke, I tried to reach them, apparition, portkey, everything, but I was too late. Harry's chest ached. Did they suffer? No. Dumbledore's voice was firm. James died instantly. Voldemort didn't give him time to suffer. And Lily, she had time to choose. Time to step aside, to save herself. She chose not to. She chose me. Yes, she chose you. Over and over, in every way that mattered. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. That's the kind of love the prophecy speaks of, Harry. That's the power Voldemort cannot understand. Hours passed. Moody brought food at some point. Sandwiches and tea, which Harry ate without tasting. Griphook produced documents from somewhere, which Dumbledore reviewed and explained. The conversation ranged from the political to the personal, from the past to the future. By the time the sun began to set, Harry felt wrung out. There's something else, Dumbledore said finally. Something I should have told you years ago. Harry tensed. What? Sirius Black, your godfather. Harry's heart stopped. He's in Azkaban. For betraying my parents. For killing Peter Pettigrew and those muggles. Yes, that's what everyone believes. Dumbledore's voice was careful. But I've never been entirely certain. What do you mean? I mean that Sirius was always loyal to James. Fiercely, absolutely loyal. The idea that he would betray them, it never sat right with me. Dumbledore leaned forward. I have no proof. Nothing concrete. But I've always wondered if there was more to the story. Harry's mind raced. A godfather. Someone his parents had trusted enough to name as his guardian. Someone who might be innocent. Can you find out the truth? I mean, I can try, but Azkaban is difficult. The Dementors make investigation almost impossible. And the Ministry guards that place jealously. Dumbledore met his eyes. If I learn anything, I'll tell you. I promise. Harry nodded slowly. Thank you for telling me. The conversation was winding down. Harry stood, preparing to leave. Moody and Griphook rose with him. But Dumbledore's voice stopped him at the door. Harry, one more thing. Harry turned. I know you don't trust me. I know you may never trust me completely. But I want you to know, whatever happens, whatever comes, I'm on your side. Not the Ministry's side, not the Order's side, not the greater good side. Yours. Harry studied him for a long moment. I believe you mean that, he said finally. But meaning it and doing it are different things. The Dursleys meant well, in their way. They thought locking me up would keep me safe, keep me normal, keep me from being a freak. They were wrong. Dumbledore's face fell. Prove it, Harry said. Not with words, with actions. With time, with consistency. Show me, over years, that you've changed. That you can be trusted. That you see me as a person, not a piece on your chessboard. And if I do, then maybe, someday, we'll have this conversation again. And it might end differently. He left before Dumbledore could respond. The portkey deposited them in Gringotts. Mrs. Fig was waiting, her face creased with worry. She took one look at Harry and pulled him into a hug. Was it awful? Sort of. But also, necessary. Harry pulled back, meeting her eyes. I think I understand him better now. Not forgiven, not even close, but understood. That's something. Yeah. Harry moved toward his quarters. I need to think. Process. Write some letters. To whom? Neville, Daphne, Remus. He paused. And maybe Sirius Black, if I can figure out how to reach someone in Azkaban. Mrs. Fig's eyes widened. Harry, I know, it's dangerous. It might be nothing. But if there's a chance, chance, that my godfather is innocent. Harry's voice hardened. I have to know. That night, he dreamed of Azkaban. Not the real place. He'd never seen it, but the idea of it. A fortress in the middle of the sea. Cold and gray and hopeless. Dementors swirling like shadows, feeding on every happy memory, every warm feeling, every reason to live. And in the deepest cell, a man who'd once been his father's best friend. Sirius Black. Harry couldn't see his face, the dream wouldn't show it, but he felt his presence. A spark of warmth in all that cold. A flicker of defiance. A whisper that might have been hope. I didn't do it, the whisper seemed to say. I never would have. I loved them. Harry woke with tears on his face and determination in his heart. Chapter 24. The Greater Vault. The dream shifted. One moment Harry stood in the cold gray of Azkaban, reaching toward a figure he couldn't quite see. The next, he was somewhere else entirely, somewhere dark and vast and pulsing with ancient power. The seventh vault. He knew it instantly. The door that had chosen him, that had shown him visions of battle and death, that had waited patient and silent for 2 years while he grew and learned and changed. But now the door was different. It stood open, not wide open, just a crack, a sliver of light escaping from within. But enough to show that something had changed, something had shifted. Something was finally ready. Harry walked toward it, his feet moving without his control. The light grew brighter as he approached, spilling through the crack like liquid gold, like hope made visible. Come, a voice whispered, not his mother's, not his father's, not any ancestor he recognized. Older, deeper, more powerful. Come and see. He reached for the door. And woke. Dawn was breaking over Diagon Alley. Harry lay in bed, heart pounding, the dream already fading like morning mist. But the feeling remained, the certainty that something had changed, something was waiting, something needed his attention. He reached for the crest on his palm. It blazed silver hot. The seventh vault, he whispered. It's time. Gornick was skeptical. Lord Potter, the seventh vault opens only in moments of true need. Are you certain such a moment has arrived? Harry thought about the dream. About the crack in the door, the light within, the voice that had called to him. I'm not certain of anything, he admitted. But something's different. I can feel it. The vault is calling me. Gornick studied him for a long moment, his ancient eyes unreadable. The seventh vault has not been opened in living memory. Even the oldest goblins only know it from legend. If you truly enter, there is no telling what you might find. Or what might find you. I know, and you still want to go? Harry met his eyes. I have to. It's been waiting for me my whole life. I can't ignore it anymore. Gornick nodded slowly. Then we go. The descent was different this time. Harry D made the journey to the Potter vaults many times over the past 2 years. The carts, the tunnels, the crystals, they were familiar now, almost comfortable. But today, everything felt charged. Electric. The very stones seemed to hum with anticipation. Griphook drove the cart, his face set in grim lines. Gornick rode beside Harry, silent and watchful. Behind them, Moody had insisted on coming, in case whatever's in their needs killing, and Mrs. Fig had refused to be left behind. They stopped at the cavern of the 7 doors. The first 3 stood as they always had, gold, silver, wood. Their surfaces gleaming with centuries of magic. The 4th, 5th, and 6th remained closed, their test still waiting to be passed. But the 7th door stood open. Just a crack, exactly as in Harry's dream. A sliver of darkness that wasn't quite darkness, light that wasn't quite light. And from within, a pulsing warmth that called to something deep in Harry's blood. It's open, Mrs. Fig breathed. After all these years, it's actually open. Moody's magical eye spun wildly. I can't see inside. The wards are too strong, too old. Whatever's in there, it doesn't want to be seen. Harry stepped forward. Lord Potter, Gornick began. I have to go alone. Harry's voice was calm, certain. The vault chose me. It opened for me. Whatever's inside is for me alone. And if something goes wrong, then you'll know, and you'll do what needs to be done. Harry turned to face them, Mrs. Fig, pale and worried, Moody, grim but accepting, Gornick and Griphook, ancient and watchful. But nothing's going to go wrong. I can feel it. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The darkness swallowed him whole. For a moment, an eternity, there was nothing. No light, no sound. No sensation except the beating of his own heart and the warmth of the crest on his palm. Then, slowly, the darkness began to take shape. He stood in a vast chamber, larger than any of the other vaults. Larger than seemed possible underground. The walls were not stone but something else, something that shimmered and shifted like living shadow. And in the center, rising from the floor like a mountain of crystal, stood a single object. A throne, not a throne of gold or silver or any precious metal. This throne was made of memory, of light and shadow, of past and future, of every Potter who ever lived and every Potter who would ever be. It pulsed with the collected magic of 1,000 years, and it was waiting. For him. Harry walked toward it slowly, his footsteps echoing in the vast silence. The ancestors were silent, awed, perhaps, or simply allowing him to experience this moment alone. The throne rose before him, impossibly tall, impossibly ancient. Steps led up to its seat, 7 steps, one for each vault. One for each generation, one for each sacrifice. He climbed. At the top, he turned and sat. The world exploded into vision. Not images, not like the dreams. This was deeper, more real. Harry felt himself expanding, stretching, becoming something more than flesh and blood. He felt every Potter who had ever lived, their joys and sorrows, their triumphs and failures. He felt the founding of the family. 800 years ago, when Linfred of Stinchcombe first discovered the magic that would define his descendants. He felt the wars, the loves, the births, the deaths. He felt his parents' wedding, his own birth, the night they died. He felt it all, and through it all, one truth emerged, clear as crystal. The Potters were never just a family. They were a line of defense, a shield against darkness. From the earliest days, when Linfred fought the first dark wizards, to the most recent, when James and Lily gave their lives fighting Voldemort, the Potters had always stood between the innocent and those who would harm them. And now it was his turn. Harry opened his eyes. The chamber had changed. The shadow walls had receded, revealing shelves and pedestals, filled with objects he hadn't seen before. Books bound in dragon hide. Weapons gleaming with ancient enchantments. Artifacts that hummed with power he couldn't begin to understand. And in the center, floating before the throne, a single item, a journal, plain leather, unremarkable, ordinary. But when Harry reached for it, it opened to the first page, and a voice spoke from everywhere and nowhere. Harry, his grandfather's voice, Charles Potter, if you're reading this, you've reached the 7th vault. You've proven yourself worthy of the deepest secrets of our family. You've shown the courage, the wisdom, and the need that the vault requires. What follows is the truth. Not the convenient truth, not the comfortable truth, the real truth. About our family, about the war, about you. Read carefully, Harry. Your life depends on it. Harry read. The journal spanned centuries. Charles had compiled it over decades, gathering knowledge from every source he could find, family records, goblin histories. Even memories extracted from dying ancestors. It told the story of the Potters not as legend, but as reality. Harry learned that the family had always been involved in the great conflicts of the magical world. They'd fought Grindelwald, fought the dark wizards who came before him, fought every threat that rose to challenge the light. They'd lost members in every war, sons and daughters, fathers and mothers. Generations of Potters who'd given everything for a cause greater than themselves. He learned that his own parents hadn't been the first to face Voldemort. His grandparents had fought him too, in the early days, before anyone understood how dangerous he truly was. Charles had survived, barely, but Doria had not. She'd died in a skirmish that wasn't even recorded in official histories. Her sacrifice forgotten by all except those who loved her. He learned that the prophecy about him wasn't unique. There had been other prophecies, other chosen ones, other children marked for greatness or destruction. Some had succeeded, most had failed. The ones who succeeded shared one thing. They'd understood that power alone wasn't enough. They'd needed allies, wisdom, and something. The journal called, the old magic, the deep magic that the Potters had always guarded. And he learned, finally, what that old magic was. Love, Charles had written. Not the sentimental kind, not the romantic kind. The real kind, the kind that makes you willing to sacrifice everything for someone else. The kind that creates bonds that even death cannot break. That's the magic we guard, Harry. Tease the power Voldemort cannot understand. Your mother understood it. She gave her life for you, and in doing so, she created protection that no dark magic can touch. That protection lives in you, flows through you, makes you something Voldemort can never be. Use it well. Harry closed the journal. He sat on the throne of his ancestors, surrounded by the accumulated power of 800 years, and tried to absorb what he'd learned. It was too much, too vast, too deep, too overwhelming. But beneath the overwhelm, a certainty grew. He knew what he had to do. Not the details, those would come later. But the purpose, the direction, the reason for everything. He had to be ready. Ready to stand against the darkness when it returned. Ready to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. Read. Why to carry on the work his family had been doing for centuries. And he couldn't do it alone. He descended from the throne. The chamber seemed smaller now, less overwhelming. The objects on the shelves called to him. But he ignored them for now. There would be time later to explore, to learn, to claim what was his. Right now, he needed to get back. To tell the others. To begin the next phase. At the door, he paused and looked back. The throne still stood in the center, ancient and patient. The shadows still swirled along the walls. The power still pulsed, waiting for the next Potter who would need it. But Harry knew, somehow, that he would return, that this place would call to him again, when the moment was right. He stepped through the door. The others were waiting exactly where he'd left them. Mrs. Fig rushed forward, her face creased with worry. Harry, are you all right? What happened in there? You were gone for hours. Hours. Harry blinked. It had felt like minutes. The door closed behind you, Gornick explained. Completely sealed. We couldn't get in, couldn't see in, couldn't sense anything. We've been waiting for 6 hours. 6 hours. The journal, the throne, the visions, all in 6 hours. I'm okay. Harry's voice was steady. Better than okay. I understand now. Understand what? Everything. The family. The magic. What I'm supposed to do. He met their eyes one by one. There's a war coming. We all know that. But now I know why, and how. We have to fight it. Moody grunted. Care to share with the class? Harry almost smiled. When we get back, all of us together, there are things I need to tell you, things I need to ask, things we need to plan. He started walking toward the carts. Mrs. Fig fell into step beside him. You're different, she said quietly. Stronger, more certain. I am. Harry touched his chest, where his parents' rings rested. I finally know who I am. Who I come from. Who I need to be. And who's that? Harry paused at the cart, looking back at the 7 doors one last time. A Potter, he said simply. Just a Potter. But that's enough. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far high's power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because IUPL. OAD daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.